that okay, you think?
And we are back.
Welcome back to SIS 4.0, our very first winter edition of Scaleup Impact Summit. Good morning, Walter.
Hey, good morning, Karina. How are you? I'm Walter Jennings. I head corporate communications at Hashkey Group. We're one of the sponsors, and today I am your MC for the second day running. And Karina is back as conference host and organizer extraordinaire.
Absolutely. We're so glad to have Walter with us and talking about about sponsors, obviously we want to say a big shout out and thank you to all of our sponsors, our platinum sponsor, Algorand Foundation, our wonderful sponsor, including the Investor Lounge Hashkey Group. We would also like to thank once again W Lab hosting us in their beautiful space here in Quarry Bay in Hong Kong. So if you want to run over and get your NFT carbon neutral proven that you are part physically of this conference, we also have to say thank you to Carbon Base, our sustainability and impact sponsors, and a shout out to Pine.
Hey, listen, while we're shouting out, let's thank each and every one of the speakers, because this has been a different model than past Scaleup Impact Summits. It's been, instead of multiple stages, one stage. Instead of virtual, it's been live as well as virtual. But we have benefited from incredible insights. I am just going through the slideshow in my mind of yesterday's speakers, and there were so many highlights and so many deep conversations. It really is worth going back and checking out the videos, which if you're watching this now, then your pass allows you to access all of those.
Yes, absolutely. Well, arguably, we were not sure if we should really make it available for those who missed the occasion, but we're getting so many requests. We had some rock star panels and firesides. What was your preferred one yesterday?
You know, I was, of course, like many people, enthralled by one of the, by the two final panels. First, we had Visa explaining how it incorporates purpose into its strategies. And earlier, you and I had mentioned how ESG seemed to be the subject of smaller talks among smaller companies, but here was Visa bringing it to life. And the second one, of course, was the three female legal professionals talking about the future of digital assets and the law. Machuana Chu, Christy of Deacons, Christy Schwartz at DLA Piper, and Angelina Kwan, who is senior advisor at Hashkey Group. So that was one of the highlights of the day.
Yeah, and I really also like that we addressed kind of like the elephant in the room, right? In terms of thinking about the blockchain technology, thinking about certain industry like fashion industry that seem to not really go very well along with the ESG agenda, but really showing the movements and progress thanks to technology that are made, and also having the startup voice, of course, which is in the center of everything we do. We had some fantastic startups in the ESG space in terms of certification, on assessing, for example, fashion brands on their impact of ESG. We also had investors and the investor perspective. And I loved, you know, the key conclusion, kind of like saying, today it's not about either doing good or making money, but you're going to make more money the better you do.
I really saw a lot of conversations happening on the sidelines here. So if you are watching us now, you might want to make time in your diary to come on down to the event in North Point, because
Quarry Bay,
MTR
MTR exit Quarry Bay, Station
yes.
C.
Apologies, just behind the K11 Atelier off Kings Road in Quarry Bay. About a 1-minute walk from exit C of the Quarry Bay MTR. Yeah, no, the sideline conversations that were occurring, we had startups pitching, we had major investors here. I was exhausted watching Jennifer Chung Lo from New Chic Capital. She is an actress, a concert pianist, has an MBA, has exited a few businesses, runs a startup fund, and looked amazing and still had energy to burn. I had to go home and take a nap.
Fantastic. Well, I hope you're well rested, because I think let's talk a little bit about what we have in store for today. There are some really, really exciting panels, of course, fireside chats, but we also have some great announcements and award ceremonies. But
yeah,
let's go through today.
Today we're shifting gear, and we're going to talk, we're going to start the conversation this morning about art. And every new technology always has one application that proves to be the killer app that brings that technology to life. And I think if we look at tokenization today, that would be NFTs. And so how unlikely is it that art of all industries is really implementing a worldwide adoption of tokenization, and people are not sitting there saying, hey, let me go buy a token. They're buying art, but it's got investment value. So we'll look at NFTs and art this morning.
Absolutely. I like that analogy to saying like one of the probably most oldest industries, which is auction houses, art auction houses are helping NFTs blockchain to go mainstream. We also have an artist later on, Hanjin Tan, loyal SIS speaker, who will talk a little bit about how is he leveraging blockchain technology, particularly NFTs, to further his entire industry in the music business. I think one of the things, though, to make sure that we don't lose anyone and we give a little bit of a broader perspective, we're actually starting off not from this world, but from the metaverse.
Yeah, I was saying to you earlier, just when you thought you were beginning to understand technology, along comes the metaverse. I feel more confident in blockchain, more confident in digital assets and tokenization and the metaverse. You know, I'm not sure what I want to look like and which one of the many metaverse I may join.
So you haven't chosen your skin yet. Well, we're really, really lucky to have at the beginning the founder of Animoca Brands, Yat. Talk to us again at SIS, again a loyal speaker and supporter about Internet 3.0 and obviously this whole movement of, he loves to say, decentralize or die, basically, to set the scene for us later on to talk about all the opportunities that Internet 3.0 will provide. And we're very, very lucky that also Evan, the group president from Animoca Brands, will join us and share the grander vision and show that, you know, gaming entertainment can actually make a tremendous impact in the way we live and work, and on the ESG agenda, push us all leapfrogging forward.
Well, you mentioned that earlier, and having had an entirety of 2 minutes to reflect on it, you were talking about how at Animoca they're really making a deeper dive into how the S and the G of ESG apply in the metaverse.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, probably a lot of people have followed what's happening, for example, through Axis Infinity in the Philippines, because we really, truly evolved from paying to play, and then it was free to play. Now we earn to play, and now we can really earn our livings through playing. So that's pretty cool. I don't want my girls to watch, actually, because then they go like, okay, Mom, are you going to stop school? And I'm just going to become a gamer and live a wonderful life in the metaverse.
Karina, there's no risk of your teenage children watching yourself on television or on their computer when you're competing against YouTube and gaming. So my 17-year-old son will probably never see this broadcast, but that's okay. No, it's a very interesting, it really feels to me the metaverse is so many of the technological trends coming together, but all powered by blockchain and very decentralized. And it's got its own community. You know, the metaverse enthusiasts have their style, their shorthand, their language. And, you know, all of the companies that present here at SIS are enabling that. They build that ecosystem because, you know, in blockchain, ain't one company doing that. It's so many, and that's one of the wonderful things about SIS. It brings together that community of innovators and artists and technologists and writers and everyone needed to bring these new worlds to life.
Yes, and we're always honored of having the global leaders here joining us in their respective industries. And I have to make a shameless plug on Hong Kong, because most of them are actually here headquartered or coming from Hong Kong. So it's wonderful to see. We have at the very end an opportunity to actually wrap up with Bernard Chan, who is one of the non-executive members of the Hong Kong government, to really talk about all the evolutions that happen and looking forward in the Greater Bay Area, the opportunities that still lie ahead of us. Because arguably, you know, the GBA was in action already before it became a concept. And now, given that there is big focus and attention from the government, we'll see if that opens up even more opportunities. But before we go to the ending, we have so much other great things in store that we would need to announce.
Before we do, I just wanted to mention, look, no matter what age, no matter what level of technological skills you have, you can and will and need to learn constantly. So, you know, we talk very briefly about some major concepts like central bank digital currency, blockchain, digital assets, you know, community. And one of my passions is helping people understand that. So we at Hashkey Group launched a podcast called Crypto Savvy. It's available wherever you get your podcasts. And in fact, today we dropped an episode with Charles DeHousey where he explains to my mother what is blockchain. And so we take it from the most fundamental level. That's Crypto Savvy, S-A-V-V-Y, 2 words. But please do listen to it, and lots of feedback, please, because we need to adjust our style and adjust our pace, but hopefully that will be
It's an amazing podcast, and I'm not saying that because I was lucky enough to be one of the interviews. But yeah, coming back, I think so. We also talk about, of course, Industry 4.0 more today. We have some amazing speakers in that area, so we're very lucky to have one of Angel Hub's portfolio companies, BotSync, calling in and showing us how they really revolutionize the manufacturing and logistics process. We're also very, very lucky on having Palak Seth with us, the current group president and CEO of the PDS Group. And you're probably very, very familiar with PDS Group because it's one of the hottest Harvard Business School case studies recently on how he actually invented the business model of venture building within the manufacturing, sourcing, and fashion industry. So I'm super excited to have Palak on stage.
Yeah, and also this afternoon we've got the Bank of International Settlements coming in to talk about CBDC, central bank digital currency, and projects that are actually live today in that sphere. So they're great people to know and to listen to.
Absolutely, and I think actually Mushir is also trying to get some more insights when it comes to green finance and what blockchain actually enables in that space. So definitely a talk you should be listening into. Followed right afterwards with the perspective of our very own Hong Kong Stock Exchange in terms of ESG impact in their sector.
Now, we conclude later today, I mean a full 8 hours away, so I hope you have your comfortable content position and ready to absorb all of this information. But we'll end with the awarding of the Algorand Prize, which is from a recent hackathon that was held. And so we'll welcome back to the stage Sean Lee, and then they'll be making an awards announcement. So that's one of the big announcements. But also, there's a bit of a secret that's going to be revealed at 2 p.m. So set your alarm, make sure you're listening in at that stage because we've got some big news at 2 p.m. today. And thankfully, no one told me what it is because I cannot keep a secret for the life of me. So I'm going to be here.
Then don't ask me because I don't know how to keep secrets.
Well, I'm looking forward to a robust day. If you can make it down here, we have an investor lounge. We have exhibits by many of the companies that are participating. We have a lot of networking and a lot of deal making going on the sidelines. So if you're, on the MTR, get off at Quarry Bay, exit C, walk 200 meters and you're here, or just get to the K11 Atelier and come out the back.
Absolutely. Well, talking about announcements, there's arguably one more announcement that is going to be made. So it's not only about setting your alarm clock for specific times. I think you should just tune in the entire day. But we have around lunchtime, again, another very loyal supporter and speaker at SIS, Anne O'Riordan from Jardins Matheson Group. We will make an announcement, and I really have difficulties to not giving it away already. But some of our very beautiful past joint collaboration between Jardins Matheson and W Hub will be announced at that time. And if you are either a startup or a talent, you should definitely tune in. Also, if you're a talent, make sure that you check out the job fair that is running.
Hey, listen, I do want to give a special shout out to the crew here that are making all of this possible. From the camera folks to the sound technicians to the event planners to the organizers to the camera people to the team in the back. I mean, there are some very dedicated professionals making this look seamless and easy, and it's incredible. And that's so I want to start the day by thanking them. And can you join me in giving the crew a round of applause?
Huge applause. Thank you. Thank you to Jonathan, Beatrice,
and
and the team from Lore. Absolutely.
Now, I think we need
I think I actually have to make my way to the metaverse, so you excuse me. I'll see you on the other side.
Strap on your Oculus glasses, and we'll see you in a bit. For those of you who are here in the audience and online, we will be joined in the metaverse. Karina, together with Yatsui of Animoca Brands, so she's rushing off to get her Oculus glasses on, and we'll later have his colleague, the head of the head of international, joining us to talk about ESG within Animoca. So on to the next.
Great. I have the wonderful pleasure now to be together with Yatsu, co-founder and chairman of Animoca Brands, and also founder and CEO of Outblaze. Hi, Yat.
Hi, nice, pleasure to be here.
Yeah, great to have you again. And I love your background, calling us from the metaverse. So just very quickly, actually, in my own words, I always say, Yatsu is the tech entrepreneur here in this part of the world. And you're the co-founder of chairman and Animoca Brands. And we'll talk much more about Animoca Brands, but it is a company really focusing and leveraging on popular brands, gamification, AI, blockchain, NFTs, mobile technology, to really make engaging apps ranging from games all the way even to fitness solutions and education, right? And you began your career way back in Germany with Atari, so already in the gaming industry back in 1990, came then to Hong Kong in 1995 to establish, it was the first free web page, right? An email provider here in Hong Kong with Cybersecurity, Free Nation. Fast forward, founded Outblaze in 98. And then in 2009 sold Outblaze services to IBM. So I guess it was your first super successful exit, right? And then really to turn that into a conglomerate specializing on cloud, AI, blockchain, mobile software. You have a true passion for music as well, and you hold actually several awards also in that part, but also you are a global leader of tomorrow at the World Economic Forum, won multiple prizes, Young Entrepreneur of the Year at the DHL SCMP Awards, and so on. But I throw the ball back to you. So if you would describe your career a little bit and maybe some turning points or important milestone.
Yeah, actually, I like the fact that you say I started in the 90s because that doesn't date me as much, but actually I started in the 80s. So I'm a little bit older. But anyway, I would say the very first and perhaps maybe the biggest turning point, although I didn't think of it at the time, was, when I actually was writing, when I started getting into coding as a child, really, I was studying music, because of my family. I grew up in Vienna, which is, I guess you could say, a sort of certainly a classical music capital. And, music wasn't really my particular passion. I didn't have a choice, really, I would say. However, I ended up using the computer to help me at the time. And I ended up coding some software that I then uploaded onto a service at the time called CompuServe, which is kind of like a pre-internet type of dial-up service. And actually, that's how I got discovered. And the long, sort of the short of the long is that experience, really as a child, right, taught me a few things. One of them was that, it didn't matter, who I was or how old I was, for instance. I was able to be discovered, have an opportunity simply by what I knew because I could code, even though it was self-taught. And that, online, basically people would just literally send me money, for the services I had offered, in the form of a check. So very primitive, of course. But, eventually that led to a job at Atari because they also contacted me online and said, hey, we like the software you're writing. Why don't you come work with us? Because coders were difficult to find. And then I go in and they're like, wait, how old are you? Right. So that's kind of how it started. The other thing that it also taught me a little bit about was, and again, I didn't understand this as well as I do today, of course, is that actually I became part of a community. And I became part of a sort of, let's call it a virtual community, you know, like a pre-metaverse type experience, where the reality of my sort of virtual life actually became maybe more prominent than my physical one. Meaning that I was basically finding employment, I was making friendships, I was getting connected. You know, I was growing as a person, but entirely through virtual activities, you know, with people that I have never met in person, through a medium that is very uncommon, right? And of course, in the 80s and even in the 90s, it was kind of a weird paradigm. But as a result, for me, it always felt natural. So actually, I came to Hong Kong in '93, and I started one of Hong Kong's first internet service providers called Hong Kong Online. And actually, you know, this was dial-up internet, right? Kind of like an America Online version, but, you know, with internet and in Hong Kong. And, you know, that didn't go very far. However, again, for me, it was just a conviction that, oh, everyone should have the internet because it benefited me. I wasn't thinking about business plans. I wasn't thinking about, you know, how to make money out of this in the biggest possible way. I was just thinking, this is something that's valuable for all of us. We should all have it. And, you know, I want to build my business and my life around it. So I'm just going to try to set it up, right? So I think the lesson here, obviously, from a business standpoint, it was kind of early, but from sort of the way I approach pretty much everything I've done in life is sort of on a conviction basis and kind of just, you know, sort of going at it. And of course, you know, as you get older, you may be a little wiser and you're sort of more aware about how to do certain things. But the idea largely has stayed the same. And the other part is that it's about creating the future you want to see. Basically, you know, when I set up an ISP, frankly, it was probably a horrible business idea. Certainly in '93, there were like, what, 30,000 internet, sort of actual internet access points probably around the world, maybe a bit more, but anyway, it was tiny, right? Most of them were in these walled gardens like AOL or CompuServe or Genie or Prodigy, right? All these names that people of a certain generation will remember. So setting that up was kind of, you know, sort of, you could call it sort of maybe a bad business idea. But it wasn't about the business. It was about building something that we thought would be better in the kind of way that, you know, in a place where, you know, we wanted to be, right? And so it left a lot to the imagination because the internet was a terrible experience in '93. You go in, you put up your Mosaic browser and you go, what is this, right? It looks terrible, right? However, if you can project where that could go, and if you think about sort of the parameters and the sharing and the information and the democratization of knowledge, then, you know, that becomes exciting, right? So that's basically sort of, I guess, I don't know if you want to call it a sort of a pivotal point, but it's the way I've addressed everything, and not everything has been successful, of course, right? You know, we spent a lot of time early in AR that didn't quite work out that well. You know, we continue to do a lot in ed tech and education as well, because again, it's a conviction point, right? It's something that I think is important. But, you know, is it making money? No. Right? Is it important?
Not yet.
Yes, right? Right. So same thing, right? But then sometimes, like, you know, with conviction about sort of data ownership and data rights with blockchain, that was high conviction as well. You know, did it make money? Not for a long time, right? But then, of course, recently it really started to explode, right? So I think these sort of, you know, driving and building businesses on the basis of what we describe as impact and purpose actually provides, I think, staying power. And I think that's probably the one big thing that out of all of these twists and turns and sort of troubles that we had as we sort of grew over these many decades, is probably the one big thing that I would probably take away in terms of trying to build things with impact and purpose.
Yes, and those people who know you really truly could, you know, understand that importance of community. I did not want to put you on the spot again as the grandfather of the startup ecosystem here, but you did it yourself, so you definitely deserve that title. But I think that true passion for community and seeing the value, I think we go way a long time back, and we have been very fortunate of you also helping us in our passion of building the startup ecosystem, and you know, even being an advisor on Angel Hub, on the platform, investing into our companies, and vice versa. So that's beautiful. And I think with that, it would be also nice for you to kind of like in your own words describe Animoca brands, because I think we can see that sense of community also in the way how you look on building, you know, the brands.
Yes. So Animoca Brands as a company is really about sort of building essentially sort of the open metaverse. And the main thing that we're driving is delivering a sort of true digital ownership through property rights, digital property rights. And I think the parallel around this is that we want to create a company that isn't actually trying to control the space. Instead, we want to build a company that is essentially building the open metaverse, which is why we've invested in over 100 companies now in the NFT space. You know, we were early in Axie Infinity and OpenSea and Dapper Labs and, you know, Bitski, and of course we own the Sandbox and, you know, Rev Racing and a series of things that we've ended up building. But it's all around sort of building sort of the open metaverse and delivering true data rights to everyone in the world. You know, it looks from the surface that we're a gaming company because we do believe that gaming is the path of mass adoption for blockchain and for data rights and data ownership. But it isn't just about gaming, right? You know, our sort of a mission is to basically change the way sort of, you know, sort of we live, work, and play, right? And I think that's already beginning, at least certainly not just from a gaming standpoint, but just generally everything that's happening in the blockchain space. And I think the big meta is, you know, data rights. Why is it important? And the most important thing around it is that data is the most valuable resource on Earth today, right? It is no longer oil or stuff you grow that is most valuable. It is actually your data. And that data comes from you, in fact. This is the other paradigm that's changed, which is the most valuable resource on Earth, actually is something that is individual to every person, which means also that for the first time, that sort of individualism, that individual creativity, that individual talent can actually be truly valued as a truly scarce resource that it should be, that it hasn't been certainly in the industrial age or in the industrial business models of the past. But the problem is that that data doesn't belong to us because it isn't in some kind of charter of human rights. Data isn't a human right. Data is a service, is an activity that it belongs to the companies that harvest it for the time being. And those companies are Facebook or Tencent or Amazon or whatever, right? And the amount of data that they have makes them more powerful, and they yield that data. And then basically what they do is actually, frankly, they sell it back to us or even use it against us, which is sort of really, you know, exploitative. And we think of this as a kind of digital colonialism that we live in today. No different than, you know, hundreds of years ago when sort of the imperial age was sort of in full swing. We just have a kind of digital imperialism, if you will, for the time being. And that needs to change. And so Animoca Brands is about changing that. And we think the way to change it is to basically give everyone their data back and have a way for them to truly own their data. And sort of non-fungible tokens, and why that's so important, is that parallel. It's that sort of method in which we can actually own that data, own the embedded network effects within it, and therefore get all the benefits from that as well, which is basically Web3, right?
Absolutely. Well, great. Fantastic. I actually going to directly dig a little bit deeper and dive into this, you know, concept of blockchain and non-fungible tokens, right? NFTs allowing now big shifts in the entire industry, in the value creation, who creates it, who captures it, and also, you know, in terms of really creating the need for a real reinvention of the industry. I remember you giving a talk at our last conference, SIS, called Decentralized or Die, really talking about the internet of value, exactly what you were explaining. Now, I just want to, focus in. Does that mean we are now seeing the Kodak moment of big tech? Is it finally arriving? What do you think about when you hear Mark Zuckerberg saying, I'm going to be part of the metaverse, so I bring my big tech into that decentralized world? Tell us a little bit more about how you think things will be evolving.
So first of all, I think that, you know, the fact that big tech is looking at this very seriously is a signal that certainly everyone in our industry, including ourselves, are obviously doing something right. Because people wouldn't wake up to this and say, we need to do something if, you know, it didn't matter, right? So that's the first thing. But I do worry about this because frankly, one of the biggest concerns I have is that, as I said earlier, I described the age we live in as a kind of digital imperialism, you know, and the companies like Facebook are really basically digital kings or emperors, if you will. Right? And which king willingly gave up his kingdom? Right? In history, that's been rather rare, if ever. So that basically means that the change doesn't come typically from those organizations from within. They typically come from outside and force large groups, organizations, governments, whatever you call it, to change. Right? And those who cannot change may have a Kodak moment. But for those of them, you know, who do change, the change comes because it's forced upon them. Right? And I think this is the thing that is so important now from our perspective is we have to make sure that the open metaverse is large and resilient enough that essentially the network effects embedded within the open ecosystem is so powerful that the largest of companies basically have to sort of play openly in the space. And it's kind of similar to the parallel around sort of free trade in the physical world, right? You could choose to be participating in the global economy, or you could choose to lock yourself economy sort of in a walled garden way. But what happens? In those scenarios, you end up becoming like a North Korea, which is not very good at all, right? And the benefits of being a sort of maybe controlled but economy the size of North Korea is so detrimental that every other nation in the world says, I'd rather be part of global trade. Let me join the WTO, right? And the same effect we've seen with, you know, the earliest forms of Web 1, Web 2, which is essentially open source, right? There's no company in the world today that doesn't use open source anymore, right? I mean, closed source, right? Open source is the only way to build and sort of adapt on top. But of course, the knowledge you contribute, the knowledge you gain, whatever you develop, you have to contribute back to open source, which essentially creates a real democratization and sort of sharing of information and knowledge in the form of code, in the form of open source. And that open source is the reason why a 5 or 10-person organization can compete with the likes of an Alibaba or a Google, because he has access to that entire pool of knowledge, right? That's the embedded network effect within open source that is accessible to everyone. This part is currently missing in the world of data, and especially digital property rights doesn't exist. And therefore we have no way in participating in that manner, because the network effect doesn't belong to us, or we have a way even to buy network effects. We have an imperfect way. You know, who has some of the best network effects in the world for data? It might be Facebook. How do I participate? I have to buy Facebook shares, right? But who controls the company and how is it run? And, you know, what voice do I have? Frankly, very little, right? So the actual involvement is really a derivative structure, which doesn't actually give us the kind of rights that we deserve, especially because the data comes from us. And that, unfortunately, is what we think groups like Facebook are still thinking about, because naturally, from a shareholder value standpoint, they have to think, how do I play in this field while not essentially changing everything, or maybe even making ourselves obsolete, right? And that's the problem about, you know, typically from an innovation standpoint, it's a classic innovator's dilemma. And I think that's going to hold a lot of the large companies back for the time being. But that's the opportunity for people building in the open metaverse. And I think this is the part that I worry about in terms of, you know, the internet. If you think back from the first 15 years of the growth of the internet, from the 90s up until the mid 2000s, you know, the idea that there could be a big walled garden that comes in and sort of takes over the internet was almost unthinkable. You know, AOL actually tried that in the mid 90s and failed. And that was kind of the declaration of quasi-internet victory. It says open will always win, but that wasn't true anymore, you know? And so I think therefore the open metaverse is actually somewhat vulnerable still. It's possible for it to be in a walled garden. And so we have to resist that. And that's why we're building Animoca brands, as a way to ensure that, to create essentially a better future for everyone.
Right. And so again, now it's all about speed, right? And scale. So arguably getting really to this mass adoption. And with that, you must be really happy seeing so many different industry, arts, entertainment, et cetera, right? Hopping on the bandwagon of NFTs and mass adoption. But before we go into other industries, coming back again to the gaming industry, and again coming back to, you know, shifting value creation, new business models. So we have seen the evolution from pay to play, right? Then it was free to play with in-app purchases, or, you know, people made revenues through advertising, right? To then finally now play to earn. Right? So those people who create the assets, the engagement, the experience are the ones who can benefit and even make a living out of it, right? And at the same time, you know, we had this rise in mobile games and multiplayer online games. So arguably, you know, Roblox is not blockchain and NFT enabled, right? But we're kind of like now with Animoca brands, right? Sandbox, it's the evolution, right? That demystified this a little bit. And when was this aha effect of this is going to happen thanks to blockchain and NFTs?
So the one thing to understand is that, you know, I think of blockchain almost as a concept, right? Almost, you know, in the future as one of, you know, let's call it democracy, right? Like, we know about it, we hear about it, we understand it. We may not fully participate in it, but it's the reason why the system works. It's a judicial layer almost to ensure that we have the rights that we do, right? In the physical world, a democratic framework in which we have a voice is the way that we protect our property. If I own property, I need to protect it. How do I protect it? By having a voice. How do I have a voice? Because I'm part of a democratic system, or I have some influence, right? And sort of the more ownership you have in the world in terms of property rights, frankly, the more you secure that the government is one of the people as opposed to one of the few. And that's basically one of the things that is missing in the data landscape today, So what we need to do as a group, as a whole, right, is to ensure that data ownership and data rights is pervasive, because it means that we all have a reason to protect it. If we actually don't own anything in this particular world, then frankly, do we actually care about this? And we see this today. You know, we willingly give up our data to Facebook by using WhatsApp and Facebook and Instagram every day, you know, for a derivative value that pays us very, very little, if anything at all. And we do so because we don't value it, because there's nothing to value, because we don't own it, right? So that's the issue, right? So it's really important that we sort of derive and push that value out there to everyone. Once you achieve that, then essentially you've created a paradigm that's so much better. Every artist who's making money in NFTs, he's never going back to sort of the platform. Every musician that is making music by creating sort of his paradigms around that isn't going back. Every person who's basically owning their actual digital assets inside a game, who he can fairly monetize, trade it, and the composability around it, he's never going back, because he sees the value that is in there. Time is the most precious thing we have on Earth. If you think about us as humans, you know, the data that we produce is a derivative of our time. And time is finite for each and every one of us, because we only live so long, right? So what is more scarce than our time? And we can decide how to spend it, right? Whether it's for work, building a business, or spending time with family, you know, the value of that time is scarce. That value, that scarce aspect in the online world doesn't belong to us though, right? And so now with this paradigm, you protect that. And, you know, whether it's whether I use my time to create a beautiful piece of art that I can then sell, whether I play in a game and I earn money because of the value I deliver from that, you know, all of these add up, and you won't go back when you are able to sort of be in that space. The other thing is that because these are NFTs and they're open, is they become openly composable, meaning that third parties can add into it and create peer-to-peer business relationships and scale and grow the overall economics of all of it. When you think about our interaction in the physical world, whether it's the selling of shoes or the selling of cars or the selling of anything, right? Just because you have ownership of these assets, entirely new industries spring about, right? Whether it's the accessorization of cars, whether it's the fuel economies, whether it's people drawing on shoes, whether people get collector's experiences, whether it's a driver economy, the employment and the work and the labor around the industries of ownership is significantly larger than the sale of these assets themselves, which gives rise to a vibrant ecosystem, but also influences the assets themselves. For instance, your decision to buy a Tesla versus a Toyota might be determined by not just if it's green, but what do your friends think about it? Is there enough charging stations? You know, what's the mechanical support I can get, right? All these things external start to influence your decision whether you want to buy this car or not. And that is essentially something that wasn't possible before with sort of data and sort of virtual objects, because you never owned them. You needed permission for everything. But with non-fungible tokens, you actually own that, right? And therefore, someone can do business directly with you just because you own it. And so it's happened now with lending platforms saying, yeah, hey, just give me your NFT and I can actually collateralize it because it has value, right? Or when you see other projects building, people are actually taking these assets and creating new game environments on top of it and creating new layers of experiences, making these NFTs more valuable and also more precious as a result of that. And again, by owning a piece of those NFTs or part of that ecosystem, you own a part of that network effect, right? So I think that's sort of, also the reason why we invested so heavily, because we don't believe that this is a space that any one company ought to dominate. This is a space that sort of has to be co-built, which is why we've been so aggressively investing in the space, because we think that the only way to build it open is to keep it open.
To keep it open, right? And you talk about ecosystem, right? And we talk about the importance now of mass adoption. And I know your early investments into CryptoKitties, right, was already kind of like a first approach on getting to bigger adoption, right? And involved in selling the formula, the first digital, right, NFT Formula One car, and obviously also knowing very well the scene around the sales of the Beeple, and that sold off for nearly 69 million US dollars, right, at Christie's. And my point is, what do you think is still missing in the ecosystem, right? Is it better ways for liquidity on bridging the online to the offline world? What is it for you that's going to drive that next leap in mass adoption? So from, again, CryptoKitties to Formula One cars to art to what is it, and what is necessary? Maybe also more integration within the FinTech ecosystem, right?
Understand. Yeah. So first of all, I think what's missing, and it's coming anyway. So it's less about what's missing. It's just how soon will it appear, right? To me, the first driver is gaming, and Axie Infinity, is definitely demonstrating that potential. I view Axie Infinity as sort of the Angry Birds moment of NFT gaming, if you will. Right? And it's very similar to mobile game adoption. When in fact even Steve Jobs himself, when the iPhone first launched, did not visualize the iPhone as a gaming device. He thought of it as simply as, in fact, he didn't like the fact that it was so heavily focused on gaming, because he wasn't the gamer, and he didn't think it was that valuable. In fact, there were times where he even thought about possibly banning Unity and sort of SDKs around it, because it was kind of usurping his vision of what it was. But gaming actually drove that adoption for smartphones, as it drove adoption for GPUs and CPUs and PCs, and entire businesses like PlayStation, Xbox, and Nintendo exist entirely for virtual spaces, right? In this case, virtual play. Right? And so similar like Angry Birds did that for the smartphone, essentially Axie Infinity is doing this now for NFT gaming, where everyone's waking up, but with some level of disbelief. If you think about back in the day, when people looked at Angry Birds as a game, the very first comment that most traditional gamers and game studios said, that isn't a game. Right? You're just swiping, right? But and you're having the same kind of visceral reactions around, oh my goodness, that's not a game. Oh my goodness, it's a Ponzi scheme. Oh my goodness, right? Because they're all missing the point. But of course, they haven't played the game necessarily. They don't know what it's about. They're judging from the outside because it is a threat to the way that things are operating. And free to play had that threat too. Everyone who was in the traditional sort of a subscription or pay model said, oh, free to play is completely going to ruin the gaming industry, and probably most of the world today is in the free to play industry. So I think that evolution is going to happen, and it's going to happen very fast because the value is there. So I think gaming and blockchain is already well on the move, but because evolutionary, visually and sort of artistically and sort of technically, we are kind of at an Angry Birds like stage. Some of the sophisticated mechanisms that we need for games to come about are currently being developed. In fact, we just announced one of our own titles called Phantom Galaxies, which is a AAA type of game to bring in sort of more of a traditional gamer will happen. Right? So all those people who are deep into sort of console and PC gaming, who are serious gamers, they're going to look at those type of games and say, actually, that's the kind of game I would like to play too, right? And then suddenly they say, but actually I can own that. So I think that's the part where we get to wider adoption, where people are stepping out of the Angry Birds moment and going more into a mainstream moment as a result of that. And the way to trigger that movement is value, meaning that, in order, like, we don't believe that making it too easy to onboard is necessarily the right solution, because that basically forces a kind of centralization. We actually think that there's an education involved, like opening a bank account. If I open a bank account, I need to learn a little bit about finances. I need to know a little bit about managing my accounts and balancing a checkbook and all that kind of stuff, right? I can't just have an account and that's it, and they'll take care of everything for me. That's actually kind of dangerous. And so similarly to this, I feel like if there is value to be had, people will learn it. So if I play a blockchain game or some like Axie Infinity, or in the future, like our Phantom Galaxies or Rev Racing right now, or whatever it is, then actually what I may be able to do is accumulate value. And then to accumulate value, I need to open a wallet. What does that mean? And what do I have to do? At that point, I'm willing to do it. Just like how you're willing to wait in line, to cash in your check, right? You're willing to go and do that. And actually opening a DeFi wallet is actually easier than opening a bank account, right? Actually, if you think of it that way. So in that context, I think we think the adoption will come from the perspective of the value, not so much from the ease of use. Ease of use will hopefully happen evolutionary, but if it's too easy, I think we go into this trap back into where things are centralized, because from a UX standpoint, you have to control more to make it too easy. And I think there is an aspect of sort of understanding that, right? It's to me, it's a similar parallel around sort of the way we think of, sort of democracy, for instance, right? Not everyone fully appreciates it, but you need enough of a population to appreciate it, to sort of defend that concept, to go and vote for people, right? To do all that stuff, right? That is important, which means you do have to understand, more than just intellectually, sort of the value and importance of it, and go through the motions, like going for an election and taking care and listening to it and caring about it, right? So those are the same things I think that will have to happen here, because this is about financial inclusion. This isn't about,
absolutely.
yeah, this isn't just about.
That's why I was talking about fintech, right? And the linkage to the fintech system. And also, again, I was like, how do you create, part of that liquidity in the offline world, to your point, right? Creating value in the offline world through the online activity.
Yeah, I mean, financial inclusion is therefore an act that requires responsibility, right? You can't just sort of say, hey, I have a bunch of money, what do I do now? But you have to understand what the consequences are as part of that process as well. And I think this is something, therefore, when we talk about sort of ease of adoption, I think of it as a path in which we, in so creating this financial inclusion, actually educate them in terms of what it means to have this type of financial. And if you look at, for instance, like in rural Philippines, you have so many people now having DeFi wallets, in some cases more than actual credit cards in their particular communities. That sends an incredible signal in terms of how the world is changing.
Right, absolutely. Unfortunately, the time is up. I would have loved to dig even deeper in the whole dynamics of this ecosystem. Now, I just want to have one last question addressed, because I remember a year back, it was at the beginning of, for 1.5 years, even beginning of the pandemic. I remember we talked about gaming industry, how it's going to evolve. You said, well, obviously we're on a roll now. Every day is a Sunday. People are behind their screens, and you made this bold statement about the gaming industry being an industry that is evolving from $100 billion industry to a several $trillion industry in the next decade. So I was just wondering, does that statement still hold true, or do you want to make it even bolder? It's not going to take a full decade to become a $1 trillion industry.
So, what I guess you could say I was hedging my bets in terms of when I say within the 10 years, it will turn into a multi-trillion industry. I think it's going to happen within the next 5 years, the way things are going. Okay. But when you take a look at how much value is being generated, these games and these token ecosystems and these NFT ecosystems, whether it's an Axie or like our sandbox or even Rev, right? Actually, they're becoming economies, they're GDPs, right? And you can see the growth and scale and size of that. And one of the other things that's interesting is that these gaming metaverses are going to cross over into sort of more than just a game. It's governance, it's life, it's sort of employment, right? So there's going to be a lot of interesting intersections, but as a result of that, I think it's going to be absolutely massive. And of course, as a result of that, companies like Facebook are obviously clearly seeing that as well and looking at that space rather keenly.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Yat. So all the follow-on discussions, we have to put that to a next panel or fireside. But thank you again for sharing your insights. So this was a fireside with Yatsu, co-founder and chairman of Animoca Brands, which I think we'll hear a lot more in the near future. Thank you so much, Yat.
Thank you.
Apologies for the slight delay. We had trouble getting Karina back out of the metaverse. Seems she didn't want to leave. Now, every technology, every new technology generally has a killer app, one that will really drive adoption of that technology. If we think about streaming, we remember how our music collection moved from CD-ROMs onto Apple, and so we got accustomed to changing our relationship with that form of entertainment. The art world at the moment is really the precursor to broader adoption of tokenization. And so we're going to look at how this unusual market of art has been so severely disrupted through the introduction of NFTs. Now, we've got a great moderator for this, Bowie Lau. She is founder of Magihold and is a direct investor in many of the technology companies, as well as leading a VC fund. And she's going to be talking with Mr. Francis Bellin. He's the president of Asia Pacific at Christie's. Now, if Francis looks a little tired, you have to forgive him. Last night was the evening sale for Christie's for their modern and contemporary art. And while we were out celebrating the success of day one, he sold 1.5 billion Hong Kong dollars worth of modern and contemporary art. That's about 200 million US dollars. And bizarrely enough, there wasn't an NFT in that lot at all. So is this something to be concerned about in the art market, or is it a passing phase? Is there value there? Is there a lot of non-valuable NFTs? Let's hear more directly from Christie's and how NFTs are disrupting the art market.
All right. Good morning, everybody. Welcome. Hi, bonjour. Good morning, Francis. Great to have you.
Bonjour, Bonnie.
Well, first of all, can you tell us why you chose this shining Bitcoin necklace?
Well, my name is Bellin, so I like to have my name's initial around my neck. It's kind of cool. And yeah, it's kind of Bitcoin age anyway, right?
Right. Absolutely, yeah, so well, that's a great choice. Well, I chose Yoda. I think that touched everybody's heart. And I think that will be lots of moment where we can turn into an NFT as well. So, yeah, so our topic today is, NFT, art tech. And it all started back in March this year when there was a record-breaking moment handled by Christie. That was an art piece called First 5,000 Days from Beeple. So it was sold 69.34 million USD. So since then, I think we have seen the momentum and the excitements happening in the NFT scene. So great to have a great chat with you today, Francis. So my first question is, tell us, just explain why Christie has decided to be the first auction house to get involved with NFT and this particular market.
Well, I remember vividly when I was actually watching, we have an app, an internal app I had on my phone, and I was watching the results, and I could see, I think it was 3 minutes before it hammered, it was at 15 million US or 20 million US, and I could just, the app would not refresh fast enough for the results actually to come out, and I was absolutely stunned. And it's what I often say, what we call a Salvator Mundi moment, a Da Vinci moment, when we hammered at 400 million, so all in 450 million in November 2017, what is now the most expensive piece ever sold in the market. We all woke up the next day thinking, did it really happen? Because it was all over the news. And this is exactly what happened in March with the Beeple work. We knew he would do well because he has a very strong community of followers, and his works are widely recognized. It's not just one NFT. It's behind that NFT, it's a collage of 5,000 works. It's actually a very complex and a very rich work that was being auctioned. But it was a surprise. And but for us, it was important to embrace NFTs early on. We actually did offer an NFT last year in New York, but it was an NFT attached to an analog work. But I think this one was really mind-blowing. It's important for us to embrace this because we embrace all the categories of collectibles of high value. We trade about 80 categories globally, from classic art to modern to contemporary. And I think NFTs are really the way for digital art, which has been around for 40 or 50 years, to finally be transactable in a safe way. So I think the blockchain technology is bringing to these JPEG or MP3s or whatever they are, is bringing the ability to trace provenance, guarantee unicity or authenticity, and that did not exist before because the file could just be copied and pasted. So embracing all the categories of collectibles of high value is the mission that we have. When we look back actually for 50, 60 years, it's been around for 250 years. 30 years ago, 40 years ago, what we call brown furniture, which is the furniture that my grandparents had and was storage of value, was 70% of our revenue, and now it's a fraction because contemporary art and modern art has gone up so much. So there's also in the realm of collectible, there's an evolution of where the money actually flows, and being early on embracing this very important new category was a must for us, and we're very proud that we're able to do it. We're also the first one to hold an NFT sale in Asia, and we sold for $15 million in September this year. And we're the first international auction house to sell NFTs.
Well, this is remarkable. So I know we have, and if you turn a masterpiece of art into an NFT, I can digitalize it, I can authenticate it, I can even sell it using blockchain technology, and I can track it, who owns it, and I can even get a cut every time when it changes hand. But can you tell me, is authentication a key element in the art space?
So authentication is absolutely key. Whatever the work is, and this is what specialists at Christie's are here for, first and foremost, is to guarantee that what you buy, what you collect, what you add to your collection is what we say it is. So we call it cataloging. So when you look at the Christie's catalog, we explain what the object is, we explain where it has been referenced in literature, where it has been, who has owned it, I mean, not necessarily the name, but how we trace the provenance, if it has been exhibited in major shows, in museums. So all this actually add to the credibility and the validation that the artwork actually has. So it's a very traditional way, of course, to look at artworks. Now, specialists, what they do when they look at an object, they look at all this, which is documented. They also inspect the object. They look at the painting, they look at the piece of ceramic, and all this triangulates into, saying, yes, we, Christie's, believe that this piece is authentic. Now, of course, with the blockchain technology, when you add this to digital art, talking about something completely different. So there is a very clear way of tracing on the blockchain the ownership and the authenticity, all the unicity of the work. And as I was saying earlier, I think this is absolutely key to finally bring digital art into the space of collectibles in a way that was, I believe, not possible before.
Cool. So according to crypto art market data, the total crypto market cap has reached over 1.28 billion already, with the 2.1 million artwork being sold. So from Q1 this year, sales was over 300 million USD. Q2 was about 200 million. And Q3, it jumped over to 950 million. So what is the appreciation and the value look like for NFT?
So I'm always very careful not to give investment advice because that's not really what we are here to do at Christie's. We are here to advise collectors on what we think makes sense for their collection and explain why we think that a specific work is important. We have, within these big numbers, we have at Christie's sold now well over 100 million worth of NFTs this year. We sell about 6-7 billion in a normal year. So it has become a sizable category for us. When it comes to value, and we're probably going to dig into this even further because it's a complex issue, what drives actually the value of a piece of art is, a set of criteria, from the rarity to the provenance. Of course, if you take a vintage Patek Philippe that was owned by John Lennon, it's worth more than if it was owned by me. You have the relevance of the objects for the history of art. So why is Van Gogh so important? It's because he has defined a certain period of art history. Why is Monet important? For the same reasons. Why is Picasso important? It's because he has defined the aesthetics for generations. So why are CryptoPunks important? You can ask the same question, and you come to the same answer, because they have defined, when the guys started in Lava Labs in 2017, they were maybe seen as a bunch of geeks who play with pixels, but actually they have defined the category of collectibles. And you might argue that you aesthetically like it or you don't like it. You connect to CryptoPunks as a way to define your identity, because you have a beard and you have curly hair, and you happen to own that CryptoPunk that is your avatar. But you can't take away the fact that they were the first one and they were bringing something completely new. So of course, when I look at a Jackson Pollock painting that he painted in the mid-40s, when he was just splashing paint on a canvas, how many people do I see who say, I can do that? Say, yes. But you were not the first one. And I think that's what's important also when we look at crypto NFTs or art NFTs. I think, let's go back to who has been the first one to actually drive that movement. And beyond all the other criteria I was mentioning earlier, I think these are very important features.
Yeah, so the creator or the artists are the key. So what do the artists really get from selling their masterpiece? Are you talking to those living artists and say to them, look, how about you sell your physical art? You mint it to an NFT, you go with it, and you sell both, and actually it will be more economical, because if you resell the digital art portion, even the physical work get resell, you don't get any value. But reselling the NFT, the artist makes money from it. And even every time when it changes hand, right? So are you having those conversations with those current live artists today?
So I think first to answer this question, it's important to clarify a few things. The first one is we talk a lot about NFTs. We talk about art NFTs. So we talk about NFT as a technology that empowers the transaction of a certain type of art. And we're chit-chatting in the lounge earlier. When collectors come to me, established collectors who've been collecting, Picasso, come to me and say, Francis, do you think I should buy NFTs? And I reply to them, it's the same question as if you were asking me, do you think I should buy paintings? It doesn't define what you buy. It's just a medium per se. And within that spectrum of NFTs and art NFTs, you have the very crypto-based NFTs, like the punks or the apes, and of course, many that have surfaced in the past few months. But you also have fine art NFTs, where you have established artists that may be living, like Urs Fischer, who has done regularly some drops with his Chaos series. But you also have artists who passed away, like Warhol, who did some digital art that has never been transacted because the technology was not there. So I think it's just there's that whole spectrum of type of art NFTs that needs to be considered. The conversation we're having with we're not really having this conversation with artists on what they should do and advising them. This is usually the role of galleries. But the fact is, the IP attached to art is a complex issue. It's one that differs depending on the country, but by and large, the standard for IP for art is life plus 70. So whoever passes away in the following 70 years, the estate of the artist owns all the right for the works. So this is why you cannot easily print on the T-shirt a Picasso painting, but you can do it for a Monet or for a Van Gogh. Okay, but what NFTs bring for artists is some actually do attach the IP. So when you buy an ape, actually you own the IP for the ape. When you buy a CryptoPunk, you don't. And there's a system to actually create royalties, as I guess everybody knows, for the artist in a very flawless way, which already exists in some countries. You have in France, you have a tax that needs to be paid every time we actually sell a work for an artist. Actually, there's a fraction of the amount that needs to go directly to the estate. So I think it's making it easier, and it's making it more flawless, and it's great because it does help support artists in their creative process.
Great, you mentioned about the IP. How about the tokenization? What if I cannot afford to buy a whole piece of art, but I still want to own a fraction of it? What is your view about the tokenization of art?
So, for obvious reasons, we haven't tried in the past to take a Picasso canvas and to cut it into 100 pieces and try to sell them as individual stamps and say, you guys sometime can just get together and put the mosaic back as a puzzle. But I completely believe that tokenization is coming, and it might come first. It might come first on other asset classes before it comes to art. Why isn't it existing for a ship, a plane, a building in real estate? But I was reading a few days ago that there is a player in the market in Hong Kong who is tokenizing a barrel of whiskey. And so I think it's coming. I think I was on a panel invited by the same people, I think 2 years ago, where I made the point that I think collections in museums and institutions, which is the largest reservoir, and this is where exceptional paintings need to be in museums because they need to be seen by the public. They're way better for humanity to actually be there. We're all custodians of art when we actually own a piece. We're not here we don't own it, we actually own it for a certain stretch of our life, and our duty is to make that art accessible, especially all the masterpieces. And I think tokenization for institutions would be an amazing way to bring into the retail investment realm the money that today is stuck on the balance sheet of these museums, especially when it comes to acquisition. I think there's a lot of things that could be done instead of just acquiring the piece. You could structure products that support the acquisition of institutions in a retail way, especially like once the piece actually is within the museum collection, the value goes up, and then you can trade it. I think that would be. I believe it's coming. I think there's a regulatory framework that might not be fully in place now, but the technology is here, and I think the utility for both the sellers and the buyers is also there.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think it's going to be a very interesting scene. So, but here's the thing, being the oldest auction house on earth, what does
Actually,
Christie,
not the old, we're almost
one of the oldest,
one of the oldest.
So what does Christie bring to the NFT space in any way relevant to this space?
Yeah, the same thing as I bring today in this forum, having to speak after Yatsu from Animoca, so it's very humbling, of course, to talk about NFT after Yat. We come with a long history and a deep understanding of art collecting and how it's been transacted. We bring a perspective. We are not market makers. So some people might think that Christie's decides that the Salvator Mundi is going to sell for 450 million, or that the Beeple work is going to sell for 69. We don't. We are market reflectors. So we are a marketplace where we give a starting price that is high enough for the seller to be agreeable to empower us to sell and to entrust us with the work, but we don't define the price at the end. Collectors and bidders define what the price is. And that's the whole point of having a public auction. But what we do, though, is we curate. And we have a perspective. We have specialists around the world for these 80 categories. We now have specialists for NFTs. And we have a point of view. And there's, because the brand is what it is, and we've been around for 250 years, we take pride in having a point of view on what we think we should put in ourselves, and explaining and standing up and being able to tell to collectors, this is why we put it in our cell, and this is why we think this work is important. Whether it's a 1932 Marie-Thérèse Picasso, or it's a Larva Lab CryptoPunk. So we are here to, I don't like the word educate, but we are here to assist, and we are here to accompany and to hold hands of collectors. Of course, then the whole transaction side of things, I think, is separate. So when you think of what actually we used to bring, there's the authenticity, the curation of our set, and all these things. And we say, well, some of these pieces of what we bring are going to be taken away by the blockchain technology and the NFTs. Yes, but still, what remains is that we have a point of view.
Great. So I guess at the end of the day, it's all determined by the market. It's all supply and demand. Sure. So, but how about the digital art? What is your view? Is it one-off? Is digital art going to stay? And what does the future look like for digital art?
Well, it's definitely not a one-off. I mean, it's completely here to stay. Digital art, as I said earlier, it's been around for decades. It's just it didn't have the technology to be transacted in the same way as blockchain is allowing it now with NFTs. So it will completely stay. Think about an artist like David Hockney, who's the most expensive living artist. Beeple has become the third most expensive living artist. The second one is Jeff Koons. He has been painting since the 2011. He's been painting on iPads. He's been drawing on iPads. But then what he would do, he couldn't sell or commercialize his drawing. He would print the drawing and sign it and maybe do 1 out of 10 editions. So think of all the abilities that digital art is actually bringing to artists to create, and think of how much of that value and that exciting creation has been withheld because the transaction was not empowered. And now that this is here, I think this is just going to flourish and boom. The real question is, are we in a completely bull market, and what is going to stay, and where are we going to be 10 years from now? And again, I don't give investment advice, but I was a young professional in the year 2000 when you had the big dot-com boom and all these internet companies. Everything went up, and then everything went down. Everything went down, but most of the most valuable companies today, they were in that basket, and they are worth trillions. So the real question with NFTs is, everything is going up. I don't know if everything is going down, certainly not, but at some point there might be some adjustment in prices, but some of these NFTs and art NFTs will be so defining and so important that 10, 20 years from now, they will be the Picassos and the Monets that have defined the whole era. So that's my quick take on prices and how things might look like 10 years from now.
Great, thank you for sharing. I'm mindful of the time, but I'm greedy. I'm going to ask you 2 to 3 more questions, but we're going to keep the answer short. So the art is the main thing you're buying. I get it. But what are the risks associated with it?
Let me mention one. You wouldn't have a Monet in your house. I don't have one, but you wouldn't have a Monet in your house and leave the door open. You would have it insured, you would have all security that goes with it, and so on. So digital art is the same. Just mind the safety surrounding when you have people who...
Cybersecurity.
Cybersecurity is important.
Great. Okay, so...
I would mention another one, which is around the IP. So there's a belief that you own all of it. Check the details behind the NFT.
Yes, agree. So for any artist, how can they start if they're interested to get into this market?
I think any artist...
They come to you directly?
So we don't mint. We're here to present what they have minted, but I think any artist who feels passion for creating digital art should just dive in and get in. But the value, the relevance of what they will create depends, not because it's an NFT, it depends on what they actually create. You could simplify this saying, good art is desirable, bad art is not. Well, good NFTs will always be desirable, and bad NFTs won't. And I always go back to the art part of art NFT and stop focusing on the NFT part of art NFT.
How about for investors? So for investors who are not familiar or knowledgeable in the art space, but they still are interested to get into it, what kind of advice will you give to them?
Come to Christie's.
That's a great and short answer. So are there any final words or any takeaway that you would like to share with the audience today?
I think, well, first, thanks for having me. I'm really delighted to be able to talk about this fascinating topic. And I think the key thing is art NFTs are here to stay. There's a lot of speculation. They're here to stay. So watch the space, observe, learn. This is a fascinating environment. And analog art is here to stay as well. It's not because you had Impressionism, that the 19th century painters disappeared, or that all masters became irrelevant. They still are,
Great. Well, thank you so much. I agree with you. Observe and learn. I think those are the two key words for the takeaway for the audience today. I believe is we're not here to, ask everybody to deep dive and invest right away. I think the first is to get yourself educated, know what's happening. I think this is the trend we all need to know. Just like back in the old days, people wouldn't know about the internet, but now we're all using it every day. So I guess one day we're all using blockchain without knowing it. So, but thank you for having us, and thank you, Francis. It's great chatting with you. Merci.
Thank you very much for that great overview of the way the NFTs are challenging the art market and the future of tokenization. Now, we have all heard of blockchain, and we've been talking about it for the last several years, but also over the last 2 days. Now, we want to take a deeper dive into how companies are using blockchain or enterprise blockchain. So for this next panel, I'm inviting my colleague Ben Elbaz to join us on stage, and he and I are going to have a conversation about blockchain. Ben, we're 3 meters away from the audience, so the mask can come off.
Yeah, nice. Whew, feels a little bit better, but luckily vaccinated and safe. Yeah.
Now, Ben, your role at Hashkey Group is head of ecosystem. Can you explain what that entails?
Sure, and I think I was instructed to talk a little bit about this.
I'm going to ask you that in a
It's
sec.
a secret. No one can see it. Yeah, so I run ecosystems at Hashkey Group. So essentially what that means is I'm working with a number of different art partners to focus on origination of things like unique assets and unique tokens that can eventually be brought into our ecosystem of digital asset financial services. So as Walter mentioned a little bit about us, right? We have a number of different direct investments in this space, and then we also incubate a number of different projects, and we also bring projects to market through some of our market infrastructure.
Yeah, and we're going to have a good conversation around some of the use cases. Before we dive into that, I don't know if you in the audience have seen, but almost everyone's come on stage wearing or carrying something. There's a box outside that has different props, and you're supposed to kind of grab one that speaks to you. So Ben, you took one of the smaller props available. Can you tell us what it is and why you chose it?
Yeah, it was funny. There was a choice between this and also like a gold necklace with a $ attached to it, and I was comparing between the two. But this is a 1 cent, a replica of a 1 cent Hong Kong note. I just thought this was interesting. When I looked at this, it just kind of, it inspired me a little bit from the perspective, like, it doesn't matter. I think maybe a piece of advice here, at least my own personal philosophy on things, is it really doesn't matter how much. It doesn't really matter how much effort you put into something, as long as you have like an incremental result, it matters, right? So you look at this, it's like 1 cent. Like on the surface of this, you might think, oh, this is meaningless, right? It's incremental, it's small, it's minor. But the thing is, like, if you think about like the compound effects of acquiring this, like each day or like each small period, like this adds up to a lot, right? So I think kind of, zooming out from that, it's like effort, for example, right? You put in a little bit of effort, there's an incremental advantage. If you do that on a daily basis, you improve and strengthen over time. So a little bit of, personal philosophy weaved into this. But yeah, that was
There you go.
fun.
So you grabbed the fiat.
Yeah, exactly.
Fantastic. Well, Ben, your background has been in the tech arena, and you've worked for about 15 years between the U.S. And China, and at HashKey now for about 3 years. So what we want to do is, we've talked about blockchain in a lot of use cases. So most recently, we were talking about tokenization of art and NFTs. But now what we want to do is dive into how companies are using blockchain, and what are some of the use cases and what are some of the challenges that occur when you're using a permissionless, decentralized taxonomy to run your company. Before we dive into blockchain in general, can you just give us a primer on how blockchains work in general?
Yeah, so I think a lot of people in this audience have probably heard about the technology and what it does, right? So I won't, I'll try to keep it quite general and informative, right? But when you think about like the technology and what it can do, blockchains are quite interesting because they essentially serve as it's like a trust machine, right? It's a way that you store data or some type of valuable piece of information in a trusted way between a distributed group of multiple entities or multiple individuals, right? So there's been a number of different applications of that, right? I think what people are most, what has been exciting to most people this year and the last year has all been, the kind of the cryptocurrency wave and everything that's happening in virtual assets, right? And if you think about why those assets are able to be there and like why they're able to maintain value, I mean, you can argue that there's a lot of speculation, people driving prices up and down. But the fact is, like, if there weren't like the technology infrastructure to protect the value of the asset, none of that would exist, right? So if you look at the way blockchains work, it's essentially, you have a number of different computers that are processing transactions independently, and they all do that based on a protocol that determines, okay, if this whether or not the transaction should be valid or whether or not the transaction should be thrown out, right? So blockchains are basically kind of, people describe them as distributed ledgers, distributed databases. They're just ways for you to use a combination of cryptography and distributed systems technology to ensure that multiple different independent entities can kind of process data and accept data that's valid and reject data that's invalid. So you think about, for example, in the case of money and currency, obviously like a transaction that you would want to reject would be someone like creating a duplicate entry, right? People call it like the double spend problem. So that helps preserve value, right? So if you prevent the duplication of data, you prevent the duplication of money, it ensures that there's protection of value.
And that dates all the way back to 2008 and the Satoshi Nakamoto protocols, overcoming the double spend problem. Now, we're all familiar with Bitcoin and Ethereum, and of course, being here today on the Algorand stage, these are some of the better known blockchains. Can you introduce us to a few of the other wider adopted blockchains?
Yeah, sure. So I think the space is quite large, right? You've got the whole space of public decentralized blockchains, which Algorand is a part of. You've got Ethereum, you've got Bitcoin, and then you've got the space of permissioned blockchains. Things like you've got R3, and you've got enterprise Ethereum, and you've got all these types of those different types of flavors like Hyperledger Fabric, and they all differ in different ways, right? Like there's like scalability in terms of how many transactions you can process per unit of time. There's also the issue of like how many different entities you need to get together to process the transactions. There's also kind of the stake that you need, like basically the stake that you need to put in to actually be like a processor of these transactions. So like Bitcoin, taking Bitcoin as an example, right? Like in order to process transactions in the Bitcoin network, you have to spend a certain amount of energy from your computer and electricity in order to submit that. And if you submit the wrong one or you're trying to be malicious, then your cost is the cost of that electricity. And something like Ethereum, it's also similar. They're moving to another model. But another blockchain platforms like Solana and these other ones that are proof of stake, you have to deposit a certain amount of money in order to kind of have skin in the game, right? So you deposit that certain amount of tokens, and then if you make invalid transactions, then that money gets penalized. In the case of permission blockchain, so that's the interesting distinction here is, this will probably lead to some points around enterprise blockchain, is the whole public blockchain sphere is like you're basically allowing as many people as possible to kind of join and contribute to the processing of these transactions. Whereas in the permission networks, like the permission blockchains, whether it's Hyperledger Fabric or some of the other guys, they they only let a certain amount of permissioned people in to process these transactions, right? So they're kind of like trusted to begin with. It could be like 8 people, 10 people, 15 people or so. So a lot of these differences, right? So it's quite interesting.
Now, enterprise blockchain is then taking your company and putting most of its processes onto the blockchain. Can you kind of walk us through how enterprises use blockchain and what are some of the benefits?
Sure. It's actually been, I would say, what is it, basically almost 2022 now. And I think probably since 2015, 2016 or so, that's when you started to see a lot more applications of blockchain for the enterprise. And my thinking behind that is it's really kind of led by what happened with Ethereum around that period of time, like 2014, 2015, 2016, is you had the rise of the Ethereum blockchain, which was, the way it worked was like back then you basically had Bitcoin, which is the only, the only network that is it's the only application of blockchain specifically for like currency use cases, right? Like trading money back and forth. And Ethereum, the guys around Ethereum basically said, okay, what if you could use that technology, blockchain technology, to apply to other assets, right? Whether it's decentralized financial services or supply chain or other things that you want to actually trust data, right? So that whole mentality kind of rose out of the Ethereum group, and then other enterprises started to look at that and say, oh, could I apply this into supply chain, right? So say, for example, if I'm a financial institution and I want to lend against invoices, right, accounts receivables or something like that, how can I actually trust that these documents, these digital documents, are actually true and haven't been faked, right? So a lot of people, there's a lot of experimentation that happened in those days, including some of the projects that we worked on in terms of using these kind of permissioned blockchain systems to record some of the data from all these different multiple parties. And then use that data in a useful way for financial institutions. Because if you can ensure that a digital piece of data hasn't been manipulated, it hasn't been replicated, whatever, then you're more generally likely to trust it, and you could lend against it, use it for use it for a secured asset for lending and stuff like that. So. Quite interesting.
In some ways, blockchain acts as old-fashioned software underpinning the systems. But when it goes bust or broken, you don't want to be calling the public help desk. So how are companies taking the benefit of blockchain but also getting that kind of support and engagement they need?
Yeah, so I think that's been one of the key things that's led to different experiments in the space, right? So just going back to what I was saying, in the early days of like enterprise experimentation with blockchain, they all relied on, I wouldn't say all, but many of them relied on, many of the companies, enterprises, they relied on collaborations with other established companies, right? So in the early days, like IBM and like they had a blockchain team which was doing all this, and some of the big companies, right? Let's say, for example, you're a food processor, food services company like ConAgra or someone like that, and you're trying to do a traceability of foods project. Generally speaking, you need someone to help, like, you need some type of service partner. So that led to the rise of these, you could call them, ISVs, independent software vendors, or whoever that are servicing the enterprise. And those ISVs, those software companies, are kind of utilizing open source technology and like building on top of it. And that the same thing has actually held true for the for the Ethereum network as well, right? You had the growth of enterprise Ethereum, and now that's kind of cascaded into Bezu, which is another kind of enterprise focused framework and platform out of the Ethereum network. And what you've started to see is you see companies like Consensus and some of these commercial kind of for-profit entities, similar, if some of you are in techies in here, right? You look at the Linux ecosystem, right? And you look at how that rose, right? It's basically open source technology, open source software. It was developed by a bunch of developers, but if you're an enterprise, back in those days, like the beginnings of like servers and like web development, is like some of these companies who wanted to put websites online and do e-commerce benefits, they want to do e-commerce businesses. They need like some type of corporate entity to help them develop this stuff, right? So that led to the rise of companies like Red Hat, who could kind of develop this stuff and provide the service, right? So back to your point, right? Who do you call when things don't go right? Like, so if you're an enterprise and you have tens of thousands of companies worldwide, and you have millions of customers, when something goes wrong, you need some SLAs and service level agreements and things like that with your technology provider.
Yeah, in fact, you mentioned consensus, and earlier this morning I mentioned the podcast we run at Hashkey Group. We interviewed Charles DeHousey of Consensus, and that is our most recent episode that just dropped yesterday. So if you're interested in learning a bit more. So we have in blockchain, and I'm going to get this wrong, but think about sedimentary layers. You've got kind of the infrastructure blockchain, and those are some that you mentioned, Ethereum and Bitcoin and Algorand and others. And then you have the middleware, which is kind of facilitating various interactions with the infrastructure, as well as the top layer, which would be the apps. Yeah. So I guess you're saying someone like a Consensus or a service provider would be in that middleware space as well as in the app end?
Yeah, I think that's a good way to put it, right? You need it's mostly the company or whoever's facing the user, right? So for example, if you're doing B2B work, you're creating an app that's a B2B app, and generally speaking, you're either building that based on underlying like open source technology, or you're building it in collaboration with another vendor like Consensus or someone else, right? If you're doing like a B2C app, it's a similar thing, right? You could utilize some of the existing tools and software and online code that's available from guys like Algorand or other platforms out there, and you just build it yourself, right? So it's yeah, I mean like kind of the way it works is you have like the lower level blockchain that's basically it's basically kind of like the protocol layer and like the transaction facilitation layer between all the different tokens or different assets of value that are being transacted. But then you need a layer on top of that to actually process more complicated things, right? And that's the whole space around smart contracts, right? So if you want to if you wanted to design some type of business logic where let's just say an example like some type of online e-commerce business or some type of digital business where let's say certain products come in, and once that comes in, that triggers some other event, and with that event you're triggering like payments out to multiple people. You can kind of represent that logic as a smart contract. It's business rules put in a smart contract, but then you also need an app on top of that to kind of provide the user interface, right? So yeah, a lot of different stuff. Some of the companies are kind of building and maintaining the smart contracts. Some are kind of focusing on this layer, and then a lot of the companies out there and startups that are monetizing are kind of focusing maybe on the top and middle.
Right. So you mentioned the asset tokenization or the supply chain finance, but there's a host of other applications. What are some of the more interesting enterprise applications of blockchain that you've been involved in?
Yeah. So I think this event is good to just share kind of things that are out there and kind of innovative and on the frontier, because it leads to new and interesting things and ideas about business opportunities. So maybe maybe stepping into that realm a little bit. Like I think if you went on like a Google search and you search like enterprise blockchain applications, you'd see what everyone always talks about, right? Like traceability, diamonds. How do you know where they're stored, and how do I know that my fish came from from non-mercury polluted oceans? But I think, like looking beyond that, some of the interesting things that we've worked on that I think are really indicative of what the possibilities in the future are things that are very grassroots and very close to the real economy. So for example, we talk about this example a lot, but there's been a few projects that we worked on which are in agribusiness. And what I mean by that, there's in this particular use case, it's a beef ranching. Apologies to all the vegetarians, right? But it's kind of a beef ranching business, right? And so very, very, very old-fashioned traditional type of system where there's the operator who goes and buys kind of early calves and stuff like that, and they raise them, and it takes 18 to 24 months. But along that process, right, it's kind of capital intensive, and it locks up that capital for a long period of time for those SME business owners. And if you're a small business owner, generally speaking, you're strapped for cash a lot of the times. And if you see new business opportunities or there's orders that come in, you need access to working capital to facilitate those. And your working capital might be tied up in these assets that take 18 to 20 months to come to fruition. So in this particular use case, what we did is it's like a combination of, it's very cool. It's actually a combination of digital transformation and like FinTech transformation. And what I mean by that is, if you see a lot of the use cases for industrial internet and like Internet of Things, it's all kind of around like digital transformation, which is like you have this industrial or business operation happening. you put sensors in the field, and then you're able to get real-time access to that data, and then in real time you can do like predictive maintenance of the equipment, or you can do forecasting of demand. You can kind of do all these different things. But I think to me, what's really what's been lacking a little bit in that field is kind of the intersection with financial markets, right? So digital transformation, in that particular use case, we basically worked with a few partners to set up this this environment of sensors in that ranch. For example, you've got collars that are connected to the internet. You've got weigh stations, you've got GPS, you've got cameras. So you can kind of in real time get a sense of what's happening with all these different assets, right? Their location, whether or not they've been vaccinated, and all this different stuff. So each individual asset, it's actually, when you think about it, in this particular case, each of those individual assets, they're cows, but they're represented as NFTs. So essentially, if you think about it, like an NFT, I think there's been a few other topics on NFTs at this session. When you look at the use case for an NFT, I think what a lot of people in the mainstream have been talking about is like art, digital things, all the creator economy, which is interesting, right? It's all kind of digital native assets. But there's this whole space that will emerge over the next few years around representing physical assets as NFTs. And everything that you hear, the whole logic that you hear around the benefit of representing digital assets as NFTs also holds true for representing physical assets as NFTs. So the whole thing around liquidity and kind of, for example, you look at games, right? The ability for you to take an in-game item and then represent it as an NFT brings advantages to the gamer, right? Because I could take that off the platform if I wanted to. It's all about liquidity. So anyway, so in this case, what was happening is we did digital transformation of that asset. It becomes digital. The status of it is available. And then from that actually adds the FinTech transformation part of it is financial institutions are much more willing to lend against that asset and provide like short-term financing to the SME because they're able to in real time say, okay, I know the real-time status of this asset. I know that it hasn't been moved. And if something happens, it's easy for me to claim title over the asset, right? So it's been like, I think that to us is like one of the most interesting possibilities, like the combination of blockchain and IoT and then linking it into financial markets.
So you've just introduced a whole new concept, which is you can create an NFT of a cow.
Yeah.
So, okay, so please do check your purchases before finalizing your bid on OpenSea. But yeah, so the individual token of that cow is non-fungible because it's a unique cow. So, okay. Now, we're this afternoon going to hear from Benedict Nolans and her colleague Daniel Adan from the Bank of International Settlements. And you worked with them on a tokenization of green bonds. One of the big threads in this conference is ESG. So let's talk about how, A, you tokenize green bonds, but what is the green bond and how does the tokenization make it even greener and cleaner?
Yeah, it's perfect. I think for any of you that are attending that session, this conversation we're having right now will be a good primer for that, right? Because everything I just described, that whole logic of digital transformation meets FinTech transformation, it actually feeds into the whole space around utilizing this technology for tokenization of green finance, right? Which is kind of the underpinning of Project Genesis, which I was an advisor on. And like the way, like in that, without stealing their thunder, right? I won't reveal all the details. I mean, it's all public. You can read through the reports and everything. But it's actually at a very, very high level. It's an interesting use case where you have, in that case, it's government green bonds, where you have the government issuing these green bonds, and the financing proceeds from that are used to invest in these projects that have very clear sustainability mandates, right? So say, for example, if you want to receive proceeds from this bond, you have to make sure that say if you're a property developer, right? Your building has to maintain certain levels of energy usage, right? You have to meet a certain level, and those levels are kind of defined and determined by, there's an organization in Hong Kong called HKQAA, which is the Hong Kong Quality Assurance Association. They kind of send field auditors and do that, and then there's like, quarterly audits, yearly audits, and all that stuff. So what was thought about in this case was, there's different elements in that project, which is like how you use blockchain to make the whole settlement process for securities, bonds in this case, more simpler across all these different parties. So I won't talk too much about that in this session, right? Because post-trade infrastructure and all that stuff, it gets quite complicated. But what we will talk about is the other side of it, which is like the usage of technology to make the data that's generated, the environmental impact data generated, more trusted and actually more easily usable. So like how it works, just like breaking that down a little bit, how it works is imagine, imagine a case, so let's say it wasn't a government green bond. Let's say that the possibilities here are actually quite interesting. Let's say, for example, there's a property developer who traditionally goes to the Hong Kong Stock Exchange to issue a green bond, and say those proceeds generally are like $100 million, and maybe they get like a 3%, maybe they get like a 3% interest rate on that. Then that issuer generally has to invest in very, very specific projects, and then they have to spend money to audit these different things. So one of the possibilities is that, let's say you're a property developer or some type of, you're investing in these different projects, and you say, what if I could reduce the costs of auditing and verifying that environmental impact is actually happening. So say, for example, if you have to develop, let's say, for example, you're developing a building and you have to, in order to meet these green criteria, you have to prove on a, who knows, like a quarterly basis or monthly basis that your water usage is below a certain level, or that you're generating a certain amount of your electricity from renewable sources, let's say like solar cells that you have on the top of the building.
Anything that can be measured can be tokenized.
Yeah, so if you think, so the way it works, like in terms of the actual devices that you'd install in a facility like that, is you have water meters that you connect to the internet. These things all exist. You have current sensors, which already exist, right? You can sense the amount of electricity current that's being generated from the renewable sources. You just attach that in the middle. And there's already devices in the market that are connecting these IoT devices, 4G and 5G devices, directly to enable them to store their data on blockchain directly, right? So one of the companies in our portfolio, a company by the name of ITOS, they actually produce these IoT modules, these pieces of hardware, obviously that connect to the internet, but then can also already have like an embedded way to store that data to specific blockchains, right? So anyway, the long story short there is from the perspective of like of an investor, right? So if I'm holding, let's say for example, I'm holding like a tokenized financial, let's say I'm holding a financial instrument that's related to that project. If I can in real time sense that, okay, on a daily basis, I'm able to see that the energy generated from this is 40% from renewables. I'm able to see on a daily basis that that the water usage is below a certain level. It reduces that lead time to actually going out and doing field auditing and stuff like that. So anyway, from my perspective, is like kind of an advocate of transparency and quality of data. It creates huge advantages.
Yeah, and then it allows you to audit and scale projects based on actual performance. So,
exactly.
Ben, thank you so much for that conversation. We're sadly out of time, and we barely skimmed the surface. But I just wanted to ask one quick question. If I'm a startup, if I'm a scale-up, if I'm an established company, and I really want to explore blockchain, who do you call? Who do you talk to?
I mean, Hashkey's a good source, right?
No, I know, other than self-serving messages.
No. So just on that point, I mean, like Hashkey, we actually do focus a lot of our time and energy on education into the community. So we're actually an active member in a number of different associations. We're happy to be sponsored and involved in this event. So we do our best to get information out there. There's a lot of great resources, on YouTube, right? There's a lot of good public resources on there, but there's a lot of noise as well. But I think from my perspective, it's just like it's all about reading, right? Just reading and consuming the content and kind of understanding what's going on, but then also experimentation as well. Like if there's some ways for you, if you're a startup or a small group of people, you set aside 1 or 2 developers to just kind of experiment and play with a lot of different code that's on there. You can kind of get a sense very quickly like how the stuff works, and you can figure out whether or not it's feasible to implement it into a business idea that you have.
Brilliant. And I know we haven't had a chance to talk about China. Ben has lived there for some time. Blockchain is a national development priority for China, so please, if you want to test Ben's fluent Mandarin, go talk to him about blockchain in China, and he will tell you the Mandarin word for Internet of Things. So, thank you so much, Ben Elbaz, Hashkey Group, Head of Ecosystem, for a discussion on enterprise blockchain.
Great, thanks for having me.
Okay. Now, I'm going to stay on stage because I'm at least 2 meters from the audience, because in the midst of an endemic or a pandemic, we're suddenly asked to think about what would occur in the event of a cyber pandemic. So everything we're doing is going more online, and we're becoming more and more reliant on technology. Are we prepared for the COVID of IT? So joining us back on stage as moderator is great friend of SIS and super fantastic fan, Kenneth Kwok. He's with Global Citizen Capital, and he'll be talking with author Uli Rees, Cybersecurity 4.0. Are we prepared for a cyber pandemic?
Right, let's go. My name is Kenneth, and I have a very simple task: to make cybersecurity a sexy topic. Thank God I'm not the only person doing it. We got Uli here.
Hello, Kenneth.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if I can make it really sexy, but we were asked to choose some items out of a drawer that should represent something, ideally funny. And I'm going to wear this like rapper gold chain now. Maybe that is going to help with like the sex appeal. And, but I'm not, this is not a coincidence. The reason why I'm wearing it is because this is what I see if I put myself in the shoes of an attacker that's going to attack your organization, because I'm going to walk away with a lot of that. I could have also chosen the Bitcoin chain, but I hear that Bitcoin is no longer, you know, the currency of choice for cyber criminals. They went like to Monero and other stuff, and they didn't have a Monero. I went with the good old US dollar thing. The reason why I'm saying this is because I'm working as a journalist focused on cybersecurity for 20 plus years now. And I'm doing for about 8 years what's called awareness programs. So I'm trying to help organizations, small and medium-sized businesses, to create cyber awareness programs to teach and inform their workforce about how to be safe on the internet. And this is actually what I'm trying to prevent in the end. You know, that someone walks away with a lot of money that they shouldn't have had before because they successfully attacked an organization because they tricked some employee into doing something that they shouldn't have done. That's the awareness part of it. And unfortunately, we can only be so successful, so there's still a lot of this, unfortunately, happening.
Oh, and for me, I don't know, it's... Anyone remember this? I mean, I guess I'm old enough. I probably had 80 of them, because every time I fail a math exam, I would smash one. So, happy memories. Back to cybersecurity, right? So, let's kick this off. The first part, talking about working from home and general awareness training. I'm sure some of you may even have hired staff during the pandemic which never even once stepped foot in the office, right? They literally started working from home. So what are some tips, you know, that you can share with corporates, universities, any other organizations on awareness training for working from home?
Yeah, before we would talk about the awareness part, like awareness as in making the organization, your workforce aware of certain attacks, the IT organization itself, and also maybe ideally the management, because that's usually where the good things start, you know, like trickling down, they need to be aware of changes they have to make to their own processes, because previously an IT organization would be concerned about the servers that they either run in their own premises or somewhere in the cloud, and the software that they buy, and then the devices they roll out and all of that. And now all of a sudden, they also have to care about what is happening in an employee's home. How did they configure the Wi-Fi router? Are they using tons of cheap IoT gadgets like baby monitors, hard disks, webcams, some, I don't know, weather station that's permanently talking to the internet? Because these things are inherently badly designed. They don't get any software updates, so they're really vulnerable and easy to attack. And if I, the bad guy, manage to find a flaw in one of these mass-produced devices, I hack like, I don't know, 500,000 homes all around the world. I don't care who these people are, because I want to build like, I don't know, a botnet or something. But I have a foothold in the home of one of your employees working for like, I don't know, like a larger corporation or a bank or something, and that's just, you know, collateral damage. I wasn't going for that bank. I wasn't going for that employee. I wasn't going for that particular laptop. But I successfully attacked a network that runs a device that can be, as a second step, very profitable to sell. I am the one who hacked your router, who hacked your crappy baby monitor with, like, you know, the terrible software. I'm not going to exploit that laptop, but I'm going to sell off the data to someone else who will, because this is still happening. There's like always another step in the process of someone being willing to pay money for a piece of legitimate information, in this case, like how to get into someone's network. And this is something an IT organization has to take care of, and they somehow have to deal with the way that they now are not only responsible for their servers, but also for some $25 US, 250 Hong Kong dollar baby monitor in someone's nursery at home. This is also now part of their responsibility, and it sucks. I get you that, yes. Because ideally, you would need to talk your employees out of using that stuff, at least for a while, because there is no reasonable way you can compartmentalize the networks. You cannot run a VLAN, V as in Victor, in someone's home to get all of this insecure stuff on its own network segment and have your fancy laptop computer, the work laptop, or the iPad that your company gave you in the secure part of the network. You cannot do that. So you can only switch off the insecure, crap. That's mostly what it is from a quality perspective. The Internet of Terrible Things, IoT, and hope that no one is going to exploit it before you actually figured it out.
Absolutely. By the way, in case you were wondering, taking notes, where does cybersecurity fit into the ESG theme? I hope it comes across very clear as part of the governance side of things. And when you're talking about all these solutions about, more stringent governance on a platform and ecosystem basis, can you share some like case studies you've been working on, you've seen of companies actually doing a good job at this so that, we can have some key concrete takeaways, Uli?
Yes, I mean, of course, there's always the problem that you do not really know how successful your work is. You only know that you failed when you see your CEO on the 8 o'clock news having to admit that he got hacked. The rest of the time, you would simply assume that you did a fantastic job because nothing happened, at least you're not aware of. But yes, I have seen organizations actually come up with material created for people working from home, little videos with like animations that they made, like 60-second video to inform people how to check at least if their Wi-Fi network is using the latest encryption, WPA, WPA2, PA3, something. How to check that their devices are auto-updating. And you can explain this like in a reasonably easy way for people to hope, and then you can hope that the employees going to watch the video, they're going to understand what they just saw, and they're going to do what they just learned, hopefully, and do it repetitively over time. I've heard of organizations that would actually like give out vouchers, gift vouchers to people who would forward to the IT department phishing emails that they got that they found remarkably clever and had a COVID theme. So my favorite of like all times, and it was like unfortunately wildly successful from this perspective, the bad guys, was a phishing campaign that started last year, and it's still seen sometimes, where you receive an email as the employee, your name is Joe, and the email says, "Hey Jack," so you go like, huh, funny. And it allegedly comes from someone working in HR in your organization, so you know the name because these are the people that hired you. You had the interview with that. These are the people that send out all of these emails every time, like informing you about some new benefit. And then they address you with the wrong name, and then they say, "Hey, I attached an Excel spreadsheet here that has like all the names of the employees that recently tested positive. So what do you think is the likelihood of someone being under the impression saying, oh, I got that email by mistake? So someone made a mistake, someone made an oopsie. This Excel spreadsheet is not for me. There is a big secret. I'm going to click on this attachment." And this is unfortunately, as I said, wildly successful. And all it takes are the login credentials of a legitimate employee working for that company. And then you can spoof emails coming from an internal email address. So you no longer have this fancy like external sender warning because it's coming from an internal account. There's no way in hell that a spam filter is going to catch this thing. So all you can do is hope that an employee is smart enough because you informed them previously that this is a thing, that this is an attack vector, that this is how people make you click on attachments you shouldn't click on, and then ignore the 7 security warnings coming after that from Microsoft Office and say, yeah, I want to open this. Because you're so hot, you want to know, who the people are who infected, so you can avoid them and shame them maybe later on. So if you as an organization manage to inform your workforce to not to fall for any of these COVID-related phishing campaigns, you actually did a reasonably nice job because there is a multitude of them out there.
I honestly think I may have also fallen for that. perhaps.
Yes.
Something similar, right? It's, I mean, when you run a company that has hundreds of employees, right? Their safety is your concern. And when they attack you technically, successfully on your, you know, the softer spots, right? HR, CSR, you're bound to open. So for everyone listening out there, I know there's a lot of you, you know, put through a filter before you click on these attractive illegal.
Oh, sorry. So what I forgot to say is like, this is where I lost my thought actually. So these companies were giving out vouchers, gift vouchers to the employees who forwarded the largest number of these, clearly now, as you know, phishing emails to IT and saying, hey, I got this looks funny. I didn't click on it, good boy, good girl award coming, but this is not the point. The point is that you actually show that you understood what the organization tried to teach you through the awareness program, that you can, you know, project the message that they delivered yesterday, explaining the Excel spreadsheet example, and then tomorrow it's a phishing link, so there's no attachment, they want to make you click on a link, and you still remember that this is like looking fishy, spelled with a PH, and you forward it to IT, and then, you know, like you get awarded. You can either do this silently, or you have like, I don't know, somewhere on the internet, you have intranet, you have a little list of like who the teams were, maybe to anonymize it even further, who notified IT of the largest number of these things. So you can make it a little more engaging. What I can tell you is the organizations that for sure did not win the battle against the spammers and the phishers are the ones that punish their employees for clicking on a link. The ones that send out nasty grams from HR, you know, like first strike, second strike, you're out. That stupid stuff still exists, really, unfortunately, that organizations punish their employees for making a legitimate mistake, which shows that you as an organization did not understand two elementary things. First of all, the attackers are in 99% more clever than you are as an organization. For sure, you as the management and maybe you as the employee. And you as an organization do not understand that honey attracts flies. It's not the punishment, I'm not trying to be more graphic here, that's going to attract. So if you want your employees to listen to your boring awareness messages, because it is boring, it's about as exciting as a trip to the dentist. Let's be honest here, it's not sexy. Cybersecurity isn't sexy, but you can make it at least a little more enticing by catching the flies of honey, by throwing out some vouchers, by throwing out some nice words, you know, by showing gratitude that they actually did their job properly by not clicking on links and forwarding things to you.
Right. No, one of our, no, absolutely. One of our startups that we invested in, they actually did a cybersecurity awareness training video like when you fly, right? Those airplane safety videos, they managed to sexy it up, and at least people watched it over lunchtime, and they kind of took away a few things. So one last question on the work from home part before we move on to cyber resiliency. And again, I may be naive, right? Everyone should care about this, but is there a mythical golden Bible of best cases, you know, that people, any startup, any company can just reference from day one? Right? That kind of helps, you know, instead of every company having to do their own research, you know, reinvent the wheel. Any tip for us here, Uli?
I would hope it exists. I'm simply not aware of it, unfortunately. I'm like, this is just, there's like knowledge is spread all over the internet, and actually you can find some good stuff on Twitter. There are people who, you know, tweet about this, and then they of course have like sources and references, but there's a lot of experienced professionals speaking about these topics, and then they share their best practices. In general, like, it all boils down to being reasonable, I think, but I'm unfortunately not aware of like your top 10 list of things to do or not to do.
Well, now shifting from cybersecurity to cyber resiliency, which is kind of my better way of interpreting this, because, you know, it's almost 2 years now into the pandemic. And I think one of the reasons why we have this particular panel here today is we do see a high potential of a digital pandemic in the future, all right? So resiliency, why don't we start off easy, Uli? How do you define cyber resiliency?
I'm not sure if this is a definition, but the most likely, or not the most likely, but the easiest way to explain it is that the management, the organization, have to expect to get hacked successfully, more than once, and not just in 8 years, but like next week. So expect to fail is the mindset that you have to have. And if you look at whatever you do from that point on, after you realize that you will not be able to defend your little realm indefinitely, every decision that you take from then on, when it comes to purchasing shiny new cybersecurity toys or setting up an awareness program or having your senior management actually play by the same rules as the rest of the organization, you know, which is like, I know it's tough, but it's a thing I hear, then you are on a track to win. But it is still the case that a lot of organizations think, yeah, we just, you know, spend 250,000 on some shiny new, like choose the currency that you want to insert here, depending on the size of the company. We just spend all that money on the fancy new next-gen endpoint detection thing or some cloud service, or we do log file correlation now, and we hired 2 people, 2 smart kids from university who can do all of this data analysis stuff, so they're going to solve our problem. No, they won't. Someone will find a way around all of this fancy tech that you build and will, going back to the original point, will exploit weaknesses in your employees. So you have to be prepared for the moment that you find out that someone was in your network for a day, a week, or a year. And being prepared means not only being aware of that this is going to happen, but the resilience part comes in at the moment where you actually, where your preparation helps you to keep the company, to keep the business running, despite the fact that you have certain parts of your infrastructure you can no longer trust because they're under control by somebody else who doesn't work for you, but you know, goes here. And if you manage to do that, and if you manage to rebuild the things that just got hacked to no end, then you are resilient. You can continue without like really hitting a hard wall with your business. And that requires mostly preparation, but also, first of all, the mindset shift.
No, what you said really reminds me of something I thought about last month at the Cyberport Venture Capital Forum. Like, I judged a competition on EdTech companies. And cybersecurity is very important for education tech because a lot of the users are children, right?
Yes.
And the team that basically won the competition, they actually added a cybersecurity budget into their user funds. And that, not many people do that with startups. So my question for you then is, given we have so many startups dialing in as well as being present here today, how would you advise a first-time Series A co-founder, right, to really address this? Because it costs money, right? You're looking, yes, for me, save a penny, lose a pound, that kind of thinking, right? How would you actually advise a startup to financially plan for cyber resilience, so to speak?
That really is a tough question because it depends on how much expertise you have in-house. What can you do yourself reliably over time, and what do you need to outsource? And there are things that even an established company, medium-sized, like 2,000-3,000 employees, maybe make it 5,000 and 3,000 devices in their organization, they cannot hire the talent that they would need to deliver certain jobs. So you have to find a service provider to do that. So not only do you need to be aware of what you can do in-house, but you also need to be willing to trust somebody else to do the work for you, because you cannot hire that data analyst that you would need in order to make sense of all the log files that your fancy new gear that you just bought are producing, because this log file is telling you that something funny is happening over here where it shouldn't happen. But there's no software telling you, hey, there's something funny happening. This is still a lot of like human analysts doing the work. And guess what? They all have been hired by the Goldman Sachses of the world like 5 years ago, and they don't grow on trees. So you can only find a service provider that's willing to work with like, or specialized in working with smaller, so forget about KPMG and Deloitte and all of these big fish. Find a boutique that is happy to work with a small organization and deliver the services to you. It's a shared service, of course. You know, you share this data analyst with like their 22 other clients, but that's the way it works. Don't do it yourself. Don't reinvent the wheel. Be brave enough to shell out money to a service provider. Accept the fact that you cannot help yourself, quite frankly, in most of these cases, and just try to find the people that are capable of helping you. And the last question that you should ask, or maybe don't ask the question at all, is what shiny product are they using? Who's the firewall vendor? What cloud service are they using to scan my endpoints? This is irrelevant. It doesn't matter. What they think is the best solution is the best solution for you because they can operate this thing. You won't anyway. You don't touch this. So forget about fancy brand names, or if they're using a provider that's like next gen, whatever that means anyway, thank you marketing, or if they use, you know, like the old guys that have been around forever, like, I don't know, Symantec, to throw out some brand names here, or Sophos, or Avast, or whatever they're called. You know, you don't need to go like shiny new in order to be safe and secure. It's the people that make the difference, and in this case, it's the people working for the service provider.
But is that something, you know, Intelitech can help us all on? Because look, as I said, this is something highly tailored and customized. I'm a startup founder. I have a limited budget. I don't want to spend money on things that are not helping me. And yes, generally attracted to the best 4.0 industry cybersecurity protocol by now, right? Like, yes. Seriously, help me out here, because, you know, I'm also a startup founder by nature as well.
Yes, I mean, I'm not sure if I could help you, but of course, I could of course moderate the speed dating that you have to go through between the service providers and yourself, because everybody has a different risk profile. If you are a if you're a startup in the finance world, then your risk profile is entirely different than your startup like in retail or in warehousing or something, you know, because where you have tangible assets and you have to protect that stuff. I mean, in this case, you hire a guy with a gun, you know, to protect your warehouse. But if anything you do is like ethereal, it's like not really tangible, then you have a different risk profile. You need different services. You maybe even need a different service provider that can work with you and understands what you do. This is not so much about how much you shell out. This is really finding the right fit. And that's why I said, like, the big guys, especially the big four that do all of these shared services for you, they're really tailored for 150 million in revenue US dollars plus going up into the billions. Then you can talk to them and then they might be the right fit. But if you're below that, ignore them.
So 2 final questions from me. Actually, not from me. Some of you may know I run a community of very impactful-oriented high school students in Hong Kong through Kids for SDGs. And one of the questions, when I told them I'm doing this moderating job, it's like, hey, can you ask Uli if I'm a high school student and I'm kind of interested in cybersecurity and I kind of want to get my feet wet, or I want to pursue a career in cybersecurity? What are some tips you can give us to some of our high school students for intergenerational learning purposes?
So first of all, yes, do it. Just get your feet wet and pursue a career. If you do it or not, doesn't really matter. Secondly, if you look at what cybersecurity means from a teenager's perspective, it's not just like hacking. It can also be cracking padlocks, you know, like lockpicking is another thing that you might be interested in. It's very mechanical, but it also requires a certain way of thinking. So don't limit yourself in, like, I don't know, disassembling Android APKs or looking at something. But first of all, there's a wealth of information out there already, on YouTube mostly, I have to admit. It's YouTube. I don't like them very much, but they actually do a reasonably well job to, you know, congregate everything that we need. And then you might want to look for what was previously called DEF CON Kids. So DEF CON, the hacker conference in Vegas that happens every year, 7-8 years ago, they started a sub-conference within DEF CON for children. 6, 7, 8 years, I don't know, but I think there was no minimum age. It has been rebranded then later to Roots, ROOTZ, Z as in the last letter of the alphabet. And if you find videos from Roots where professionals and like well-known, worldwide known hackers explain their tradecraft, that might be a good way to start. And they're like 20-minute long presentations, you know, you can watch like 6 of them a day and you get a very good understanding of what's out there, and then you dig deeper. Okay, so I figured out that disassembling Android APKs is for me, or I want to see how a firewall works. I mean, there is like lots of open source stuff that you can install for free, and then you get your feet wet. You learn how to use Docker or Kubernetes, or however this is pronounced, and run it on a Linux distribution that you get for free, either in the school app or you run it at home if you have an old computer or a Raspberry Pi. So it doesn't need to be expensive, but yes, doing things with your own hands is a very good way, and you don't necessarily need to write code. You can actually start by just tinkering around with it. But yes, do it, and go out there, the information is there.
Right. And my last question is, as we wrap up, it's not too bad, right, everyone, right? 20-something minutes of talk on cybersecurity, and most of you are still awake. Woo! Mission accomplished. But yes, final parting words for everyone listening in person and out there. What can they do to make sure when they do get hacked one day, they can survive in the fastest and safest and most resilient way?
Have a plan. Be prepared for that moment. If your lawyer meets your IT security people, meets the forensic people that you just hired off the internet for the first time an hour after you figured out that you got hacked, you're doing it wrong. These people have met before. They have to meet before. You have that lawyer on speed dial. You have that forensic expert that goes in and figures out what has been hacked, what data has been exfiltrated. You have them. You have a contract already in some drawer. So be prepared. Don't make the crisis moment the first moment that you think about who do I need, what do I need, and how do I find them. Because then it's like you're burning time. And the time is the last thing you have in those particular moments. So yeah, be prepared, have a plan.
Yeah, and also get PR on speed dial as well, from my personal experience.
Yes.
Well,
yes.
Once again, thank you so much for listening in. This is Scaleup Impact Summit 4.0 ESG X Tech. So thank you, Uli, and thank you, everyone.
Kenneth.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a deep dive now into smart cities. And we have been talking throughout the course of the 2 days about ESG. And I really enjoyed yesterday afternoon hearing from the big end of town at Visa Corporation how they're rolling purpose into their strategies and how they implement that. But now what we want to do is learn how ESG-driven startups are making big changes, and particularly in smart cities applications. So we've got three people joining us today. First and foremost, Belinda Esterhammer. She is the regional head of APAC for The Do, and they are our event space hosts. So please do give a big shout out to Belinda when she joins us on stage. I've got an old friend of mine, Manav Gupta from Brink. He's joining us via the Ethersphere, so not able to bump elbows with Manav in person. And also Lee Williamson, who's the regional editorial director for Gen T. And if you have seen this around, you'll want to pick it up. This is their latest publication on the kind of 300 young leaders that are changing Asia. And as you go through it, it's organized by category, whether it's media, philanthropy, finance, technology. And they're really short profiles of folks, much like the folks in this audience, that have made a big difference. So let's have a dive into the startups driving ESG and smart cities, led by the panel I've just introduced.
Hello, good morning. Hello, hello. Hello, Belinda. Hello, 2D Manav. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Great.
Hi.
Good morning. Welcome to this talk on accelerating smart city and ESG-driven startups. My name is Lee Williamson. As mentioned, I'm the Regional Editorial Director of Gen T, which is Tatler Asia's content and event platform for the leaders of tomorrow. I was asked to bring one of these props. I have selected this because today we are going to drop some mind grenades. Belinda, do you want to introduce yourself and say what you brought?
Sure. Hi, my name is Belinda. I'm the Managing Director Asia of The Do. We help companies to be more purposeful, and together with Wheelock, one of Hong Kong's largest property developers, we created an amazing community called WLab, which is also the name of the space that you're in today. So we're co-creating a happy and healthy Hong Kong and really focused on smart cities, sustainability, and really creating impact. I picked a phone because, technology is, the bomb. And also because Nokia phones are indestructible, so, it's still there.
That's an antique now, that's an actual antique.
But it's still, they threw one off like a building, Nokia phone, and I think a Motorola. Nokia was still,
Those things were indestructible. I am nostalgic for those days in a way. Manav, good to see you. Can you please introduce yourself and what your organization does to our audience?
Hi, good to see you. Very sorry that I'm missing out the fun in person. So we are a global venture accelerator. We invest very early in game-changing companies, and we support them through their capital as well as development life cycles. We do this through the structure of accelerator programs. We set up in Hong Kong about 7 years ago. Yesterday was actually our 7-year anniversary, so super excited about the next phase for us as we support a new wave of companies. We started in the IoT space, investing in companies that were building connected solutions to help us learn a little bit more about our world and thus improve it. We've then scaled into a number of verticals like medtech, food tech, blockchain, robotics, drones, and many more. So super excited to be here.
All right, Manav, congrats on the anniversary. Before we begin, some definitions. I'm sure most people in the audience know exactly what we're talking about, but I want to make sure we don't leave a single person behind. So before we really get stuck into it, Manav, what is ESG?
I think for us, ESG is thinking through what's the right way to do things. In essence, I think the 3 key words we use is sustainable, equitable, and inclusive. Sustainability for us, I think, is in essence finding ways to deliver the same product and solution with using less inputs. So delivering the same high quality outputs by using less inputs. I think the G part has been very straightforward, and a lot of us as investors have been building good solutions to build governance into our contracts, into our shareholder agreements, and ensure that teams, as we invest in them, continue to adhere to the highest quality standards. I think the E and S have, in essence, allowed us to put more principles in purpose-driven investing, in purpose-driven, decision-making as founders are thinking through, should they use this vendor, should they use this supplier, should they use this partner, and in essence, giving them an opportunity to vote with their wallet and vote with their budgets. So if I want to deliver change, I can make that decision as a business, not only in the category that I choose to play, but also in the decisions I get to make as a business. So the team, the employees can actually decide to say, look, I want to use this vendor because it's actually going to be more sustainable for us. And in a similar thing, I think for inclusivity and equitability, they can make decisions that make their board, make their organization more inclusive, more equitable. They can choose to create more performance alignments. They can choose to create more frameworks to permit diversity and inclusion in their organizations. So I think it's a broad framework. I think it's a good start, and I think we've tried our best. We made a commitment to go ESG, signed on to the UN PRI about 2 years ago, and made a decision that all of the investments we'd make would follow the ESG framework, and it's been a journey for us as we continue to work through that kind of principle.
Right. Belinda, obviously 2020 and 2021 has been the time of COVID, but it's also been the time that ESG has really come to the fore. A lot of people are talking about it a lot more. It's in the press. It's it's kind of on everyone's lips. Is that talk, is that hype turning into real-world action in your experience?
I think with COVID, it exposed a lot of flaws and really a lot of things that we need to change. And we're on a journey to change, and while things have been exposed, we're also, I think companies really need to avoid that greenwashing, because it's the ESG is like the next hit term after diversity. Basically, first it's like everybody needs to be diverse. Several years ago, it was sustainability, which is still really important. But I think even with ESG, it's really, are you actually implementing all these changes, or are you just greenwashing?
Right, we need to make sure we don't dive into the next hyped thing, the metaverse, before forgetting about ESG and to actually action that. Manav, are you actually seeing this, all this talk turn into real-life actions, new startups addressing problems, actual corporates changing the way they operate and so on?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think all the teams that we invest into, and if I just kind of speak to food tech, and I think we're having a broader conversation around smart cities, but I think when we think about smart cities, we think about it in a more holistic way. So I think, in essence, we need more infrastructure and we need more resources from a city perspective if the inputs that are going into that, which then result in poor outputs. So, for example, if we have poor consumption behaviors, and we're buying stuff with plastic, or if we're eating, predominantly meat-based meals, all that leads to a lot of waste. And that waste then needs to be captured by the city and then managed by the city. Whereas if we were to actually think about how we improve those inputs and say, look, let's have more plant-based foods, or let's choose to consume less plastic in our day-to-day lives, for example, or let's find alternates to better air conditioning or better and simple improved ways of living. I think all of that, in essence, allows the city to be smarter or have less burden. And I think so. For us, we really think through what are the core foundational elements that we can back that will transform the entire output system. So if we can improve the inputs and improve the tools and improve the alternates that are available to individuals, then we can drive better impact.
A question I want to ask to both of you, Belinda first. How are your organizations playing a role in catalyzing the impact of the individuals and the organizations, the startups who are focused on ESG and smart cities?
So we empower companies to be more purposeful. I mean, that sounds really great, and a lot of companies do that, but while we do, the traditional also innovation consulting work, we also do a lot of impact-driven work. For example, with UN Women, we have an industry disruptor in India empowering female entrepreneurs. We have, for example, Future of Food, which is an annual fellowship program where we empower food entrepreneurs. We have climate action where we are helping climate activists and empowering them. And then, for example, we also have an initiative called Count Us In, which is the world's largest community trying really to reduce CO2. So with some of these initiatives, we really are walking the talk, but we're also really are helping corporates to really not just greenwash, but actually really do something.
Manav, aside obviously from investing, how is Brink helping to catalyze the impact of the startups that you work with who are focused on ESG?
I mean, we get to build value-driven programs to support them through either, if they're on the physical hardware space, building smart solutions and using the right vendors and suppliers. As they're looking to go to market, helping them, launch their products into market. By finding the right vendors and the right partners to distribute. I can just give you an example actually of one of our teams, Avrio Energy. They were part of our Schneider Electric Clean Energy program, which was focused on energy efficiency. And they got invested. So we run a number of programs with large corporates that are looking to leverage startups as a kind of distributed innovation or external innovation vehicle to transform different ways they do things and leverage the startups as the legs to kind of drive that change and then bring these individuals in and help them build POCs and so forth. So Avrio was building a solution to help retail businesses reduce their operating costs by improving energy efficiency using AI by about 20%. So Schneider Electric invested in our program invested in them through our program in 2018. They've closed a partnership and they're rolling the products out through the retail sector. So that's another example of how we try and help the teams find the right corporate partners that have the distribution channels, can ultimately and are motivated. So a lot of them, have very clear paths and strong R&D in-house in certain categories, but there's other areas where they think about, externalized distributed innovation, and we try and close that gap.
Belinda, let's focus on the E in ESG for a moment, because it's arguably the most important of the three letters. What poses the biggest threat to the environment right now, and where are your actions focused with regards to the various sustainability startups that you work with?
Wow, that's a big question. I mean, what poses the biggest threat on environment? It's definitely food, and then second of all, it's fashion. So I think also, yeah, you can agree. Brink does a lot about food, and trying to really focus on solutions around food. And this is also something that we're doing by empowering entrepreneurs. But yeah, I think food, fashion, and I think generally speaking, though, in terms of threats on the environment, that's what the E stands for. A lot of companies nowadays, when they start something, this is something that they need to look at. What carbon footprint are they leaving? You know, what threat to the environment? How are they getting their products sourced? Are they actually really looking, you know, are they using child labor? So this is getting more and more important, and we really see not just a trend there, but also action and actionable items. And I mean, yesterday we had an amazing talk also on B Corps, on really businesses, you know, walking the talk. So it's getting more and more really the norm also for investors to really look into, what are you actually doing around the environment?
Manav, what would you say is the next big frontier in sustainability that's yet to be explored? Is it using NFTs to do carbon offsetting? Is it, I don't know, everyone meeting in the metaverse and cutting out on travel? Like, what's the next big thing, the next big technology that's going to come out that we should be keeping an eye out for?
Very good question. Tough to kind of pinpoint, but I think because you brought up blockchain and metaverses, I think, you know, when we used to think about smart cities in the past, you know, I think most city planning would think about, you know, let's say we build an extra lane, we can potentially make our roads more efficient. But I think they realized at that point that actually by building an extra lane, you would end up having, you know, more congestion because just to be more cars and people would be changing lanes. I think now people think about this differently, and, you know, they started thinking about it more saying, if we build, do we actually need cars, or is there other ways to get around? And today, now with COVID, I think we're thinking, can we stay at home and potentially still deliver the same impact without having to get there? So I think digitalization of the ways we work, the ways we think, and a lot of the tools that are available. I think blockchain is quite exciting because, and we've been thinking about this a lot, and you know, we launched an exciting program looking specifically at blockchain and NFT startups with Animoca Brands. Recently kind of minted unicorn here in Hong Kong is doing some incredible work in this category, and we've been working with them actively to scout startups and invest in new teams that are building the future of the metaverse, building the future of you know, a number of DeFi, GameFi applications and solutions. And I think we're just starting to see the volume of people that are choosing to play to earn, that are choosing to you know, kind of build their foundations and futures without having to go into the office and finding alternate career paths. All of that will, in essence, if we think about it, reduce our carbon footprint and potentially create more equitability and more transparency as well in the system. And this is outside of the tools of Web3 that can be, I think, brought into a lot of the other industries that you know, we're already backing, and a lot of the great solutions that are already out there, just by building more transparency into the funding flows.
So, Belinda, that's the stretch goal. That's what we want to work towards. You know, we've got some ways to get there yet. What about the here and now, the actions we can take right now? What's the low-hanging fruit for the planet? You know, what are the things that all startups, all corporates should be doing right now to kind of do their bit, the kind of easy changes they can make?
That's a good question, because I also wanted to chime in. We are, you know, always, and I think that's just human nature, always looking for the next big thing. How can we do things bigger? But if you actually look, like even inside your own place, like for example, recycling is a topic that's not fixed. Hong Kong landfills are full, and we also host a lot of talks here where we actually get stakeholders together to also talk how can we change and what can we do. But recycling, even if it's people that have nothing to do with recycling, is something that keeps on popping up. And it's something that it's not just a low-hanging fruit because it's such a massive and complex topic, and I know that people are working on it, but it's definitely, for example, something that really needs to be fixed. Really low-hanging fruits, I think also for startups, are really, for example, if you take the governance part, who is on your advisory board? Are there people that, you know, are advising you, really also walking the talk? Can they also really help you? So I think small things like that will really also help you to avoid being, for example, the next WeWork, which is really an example on how, for example, the G in ESG really did not work.
Yeah, 100%. Manav, there's been a lot of talk as well this year about the so-called rise of green financing. Is that something that you're seeing play out as well?
I think, you know, when we raise money and manage funds with LPs, I think, you know, the two kind of key topics are ESG and DE&I today. So it's diversity and inclusion, and then, you know, environmental, societal, and kind of good governance. There is, I mean, I can't see, I was at a conference recently, and literally every topic was around ESG. Every fund manager had started thinking through how they were going to implement this. I think a lot of it in the early days was not ready. And I think the frameworks were still very poor. I'm very excited to see so many more people get more active in hiring someone who's actually looking at ESG in-house, hiring someone who's looking at E&I in-house. We follow a framework. I don't know if you've had a chance to see it. It's Bill Gates cites this a lot. It's called the drawdown.org framework, which really speaks to, I think, three things. It's about reducing sources, supporting sinks, and improving society, which is in essence, reducing sources is about bringing emissions to zero. Supporting sinks is uplifting the carbon cycle in our nature, and improve society, I think, is that equality across the bucket. And I think what's happening in the industry is a lot of the investors are starting to really dig in and implement ESG in their own way in-house, or I think their first step has to start at home. So I completely agree with the statements by my panelists. I think ultimately, if we don't start in-house, we can't really, think about how we would invest and drive that impact externally. There's still greenwashing, but I think it's improving, and there's a lot more patient capital that's thinking about this beyond the 7 to 10 year fund life and saying, look, if I invest, I want to drive the impact.
Belinda, what kinds of organizations are knocking on your door at the Do right now? Is it startups, early stage startups focused on the environment, on the E, or are society and governance, people also trying to solve these problems, right? Because these are also issues, as you just raised with WeWork, that also need solutions, that need startups to come in with fresh ideas. Is it all the environment right now, or are people also looking at the, the less obvious, less glamorous side of ESG?
It's definitely a big mix. Obviously, it's a lot of environment, especially on the impact side of the work that we do. But then also, we have the society part where it's like, diversity, or even things like employee satisfaction, and really how to make sure that your employees know that, they have a purpose there and they're not just a number in the company. And I think that also really ties into like ESG. It's not just about the obvious things like, okay, we need to save the planet. We need to make sure that your business is really, climate friendly and not polluting the planet, but it's also around the society part. How many men compared to women are working in your company? Is there really a diverse ratio? How's your ethnicity? So we also help companies with that.
Manav, with the startups that you consult with and invest in, what's like the first thing you say to them? Like, what's the most important thing that any startup gets right from day one, above all else, when they're building the business to make sure they're kind of shaped up right for ESG?
I think we always ask the teams how they came together. What was their foundation? What was kind of the birth story? We always want to know what kind of brought this team together. We try and recognize what is their why. I think, we see a lot of the same. I can't tell you how many vertical farms, applications we've seen, for example, and they're all very similar. They're all excited about it, but there's only few that are doing it because they actually have had a real problem that they've been looking to solve. They're very motivated. They've had, a personal story attached to it. And a lot of them are just kind of chasing the financial returns. So I think for us, it's how do we find a way to not just drive maximum returns in the short term, but also build more sustainable long-term, impact. And the big thing for us is, how did you guys come together? What was the intention? Why are you doing what you're doing? Because I think if we can get that strung across, it's highly high chance this business will outlive us and outlive our investment and continue to drive impact, because they're that motivated.
Belinda, same question. You deal with a lot of very early stage founders at the Do. What is kind of the most important thing that needs to be in place to set them up for success?
I definitely agree with Manav, and I think that's also, part of the startup school, know your why, and really also walk the talk and live your why. So I think also with, early stage startups and founding teams, it's really, are they all living the same purpose? Are they all aligned with that? So I think that's something, that we can't speak highly of enough and tell founders, like, your team needs to be aligned. They need to know their purpose, to make sure that they also stay a team, say, in 1 or 2 years when things really, when shit hits the fan.
Can we say that? We just did. We can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. Okay, there you go. So Okay, so let's say we've got that. We have these founders that they meet this criteria, the kind of characters that you're looking for. What's next? So Belinda, like how does your organization and how do programs help to accelerate the impact of these organizations? What do you offer these people and these organizations?
We have a large global expert network, so we also always pride ourselves in connecting the right people together. So I think, especially for like early stage founders, and I think that's also something that Manav can agree, it's really important to speak to the right people. Don't speak to as many people as you can, but speak to the right people, because else, too many cooks spoil the soup. So it's definitely speaking to the right people, having a great idea, but then also acting upon it. If you don't have a strategy behind it. An idea is just an idea. So, I mean, generally speaking, when it comes to startups, like, have a great idea, have a strategy behind it, have a great network that helps you and supports you. So we also connect a lot of founders together to see if there are synergies, so where they can work together. We bring people together.
Manav, the ESG and smart cities focused startups that you work with, what are the common obstacles that they face in the early stage? And then what are the other obstacles and challenges they need to overcome at the various growth stages they go through when, in partnership with Brink?
I think most teams in Hong Kong, particularly, the biggest challenge, especially early stage, is funding. So I think, early stage capital or risk capital is very scarce still. Even though they're working on, let's say, more important solutions than a lot of their potential peers in non-sustainable industries. And I think that is going to change. I think the advent of tokenization, utility tokens, utility alignment with consumers and communities can drive real flow of funds to these businesses that are foundational and have long-term motives. So I think capital has always been the challenge historically, and I hope that continues to evolve in the right way, because there's more need for more money to go into these type of teams. Outside of that, I think just being able to tell the story correctly, it's important that they package and frame their profit alongside their impact drives or their impact desires. So I think because I think a lot of founders and businesses don't recognize they're actually working on clean tech or climate tech solutions as an umbrella, but they may not have framed it as such, because they are finding ways to create better alternates or reduce inputs to create higher quality outputs, but they may not have packaged their business as such yet. And I think if they can just frame it right, they will be able to get more appeal, better understanding from the audience, and potentially better sell through and pick up for funding and even with customers. So I think those are all things that teams need to spend more time on.
And on the flip side, Belinda, what are the opportunities for early stage companies in ESG and smart cities? What are the relatively unexplored areas that people should be looking to navigate?
I think often people don't realize how supportive, especially in Asia, communities are. And I think they really need to talk to more people, because just, for example, yesterday, somebody came up and they're like, oh, can I pitch you my, company? And it was around a topic where I'm not an expert in, or where we're not really doing something. And I'm like, why don't I connect you with somebody? And I'm like, but also, have you reached out on LinkedIn to people yet? And she's like, no, I have not. So I think people often, and I think also touching upon what Manav said, you need to have your pitch ready, your elevator pitch, and you need to have your story straight. And I think, sometimes we don't even need to think complex or what's untouched, but sometimes it's the simple things that actually are important for your startup not to fail.
Okay, we have a minute left. Final thought. Manav, if the audience, if early stage startup founders watching today take away one thing from this conversation, what do you want it to be?
Good question. I think by simply kind of electrifying cars, we're not going to solve climate change. So I think it's a really good start. The richest person in the world has electrified cars and is now, proven that a clean tech company can be worth multi-billions of dollars, and has built an ethos around himself, which will continue to drive and perpetuate change. I think that there should be more founders working on this space and building clean tech and climate tech solutions. And they will be rewarded financially as well as by society. So I think it's super exciting to be working on this.
Be more like Elon. Maybe just don't tweet as much.
Be more like Elon. There you go.
Just be careful what you tweet.
And it's a marathon, not a sprint.
What's your final takeaway?
It's a marathon, not a sprint. I think when it comes to ESGs and when you want to do something around it.
Okay, so I think thank you so much, Manav and Belinda. You've certainly delivered on my promise of the mind grenade. So now I guess the next thing I'd say is it's now in the audience's court. Over to you. Is someone ready to catch this? It's coming your way. All right.
It's like throwing a bouquet.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you so much, Manav and Belinda. Real pleasure. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Welcome back, and we're heading into the power session of the day. Look, a lot of companies come here to find partners that they can work with. So if you're a startup or a scale-up, this is a great place to find people that will help you take your company to the next level. But what happens when you're already an established company? How can you take advantage of the talent that's in this room? Well, you really want to pay attention to this next presenter. Anne O'Riordan is the Group Director of Digital at Jardine Matheson, and she is a massive fan of Scaleup Impact Summit. In fact, last year there was simultaneously a hackathon where the groups were resolving real business problems within Jardine Matheson within a short space of time and coming back to that business and providing them the solution. So we're going to learn how the biggest firms in Hong Kong really leverage the talent pool that's in the room here to co-create, co-innovate, and come up with new solutions for existing issues within a large conglomerate. So how can a big company pivot quickly and take advantage of all of the advantages available in technology today? Next up, Anne O'Riordan from Jardine Matheson, together with our favorite host, Karina Boleyn of W Hub and Angel Hub.
And we are live again. I am so happy, and thank you for joining us again at SIS. SIS 4.0, our very first winter edition. So yes, as Walter already introduced you, you're the head of Group Digital for Jardine Matheson, a huge group, and we'll get to learn a little bit more in a second through the talk we're going to have, which I want to introduce and set the scene a little bit. A very beautiful example of startup corporate co-innovation. So talking about innovation, it has been a core strategy focus for Jardine Matheson. That is actually your role, right, in the past years. So can you tell us a little bit more about what innovation means at Jardines?
Good question. So innovation is really about changing what we do. It's changing about how we think, how we service our customers, and what value we add. And I love the word impact, of course, which is what impact can we make? And if you think about the last number of years, technology is core to that, in my view. You know, if you look at a 10-year trend and look at how every single one of us moved, as consumers moved into the mobile environment, and every single company really moved into the cloud environment, and that ability to actually agilely respond to changing needs on a regular basis has created this crazy amount of data. It's created an amazing amount of computing power, and that combination of connectivity, computing power, data has given us just the most phenomenal opportunities to serve customers in a completely different way. Now, put on top of that the fact that we've had COVID, which has really forced changes in human behavior. So sometimes you can produce the greatest technology and people don't change. But we had a massive change in people's behavior in the last 2 years, which is why you see this explosion in, at least in Asia, and particularly Southeast Asia, on FinTech as well as e-com being huge winners out of this because it really affected normal people's lives. Now, our businesses have been operating here for 180 years. We've constantly had to change those businesses, but this last 2 years has been just a massive catalyst. It's on steroids and it's great fun, and that's why we have to go out there and embrace the world. We can't keep up. We have to go out and embrace the world of startups and great companies that are out there, brilliant minds that are out there, working with them to really adapt the solutions to bring them to the market as through the channels we have available to us, which is every day, literally millions of people.
Right, absolutely. You already talked about some of the technologies that have empowered and accompanied that change. We talk a lot about blockchain. We started the morning off with the metaverse. So yes, we're just getting a hang out of the cloud, and now we have to operate in a totally different universe. So again, maybe if you can tell us a little bit more about the framework. I think Jardins has a very particular framework when it comes about really adapting to that change, right?
Yep, it's kind of the corporate answer to innovation, but we look at it in 3 ways. We look at how we innovate the core of our companies, how we operate, how can we be more agile, more adaptive. Equally then, we look at how we actually interact with customers, and that can be B2B or B2C because we have both environments. So how do we interact with those customers? Are we doing enough digitally? I mean, a great example is in our construction area. We've built these big BIM caves. We now can do 3D, 4D, 5D, 7D modeling for our clients, where they can actually visibly see the effect of changing something in the foundations on the overall effect on the building. Really cool stuff, computer modeling, just on steroids and applied to very practical buildings, which we're all going to be walking through. I'm actually going to the launch of M+ tonight, and that's one of the buildings we've been involved in the last number of years. But not just those, but also the consumer side and how all of that is affecting how we interact digitally. The online to offline continuum has changed completely. So in our luxury businesses, we have a lot of people kind of just research, like that ROPO effect, researching online, but wanting to purchase offline still. So we have to be able to do both and have solutions for both in those worlds. And then the third pillar of our activity is really about innovating our future, which is about changing our portfolio. It's investing in companies. We've invested in a lot of startups. So this year we've invested in one here in Hong Kong called Pickup because we needed to do quick delivery. They're an amazing company. I love the founder. She came from Uber. She's wonderful. And they have a great solution for us to get groceries to people in Hong Kong quickly. And we've invested in them and we're growing with them. And that to me is part of the passion of all of this, is to be able to reach out and grow with these startup companies, which is your scale-up side, right?
Absolutely, and I can really say you are walking the talk, and we're obviously looking forward on helping to create much more potential investment opportunities for you guys, through Angel Up and helping companies also to get investment, and then have actually very practical solutions that they can provide to companies that can help them scale. Which brings me obviously to Hack Asia. So Walter talked about Hack Asia. It was massive in 2020, and we're so glad it's back. So Hack Asia is the annual hackathon, right? That is part of your group's strategy. It is looking for technology-driven solutions to real-life problems that you provide, right? So, being a strategic partner, I know about Hack Asia, but maybe a lot of our audience does not know. So can you explain a little bit more to us, why is it, first of all, important to you?
Yeah, so we invented Hack Asia to be that liaison between core real life problems and the startup world. And the students and whoever has got innovative solutions. So our companies, as I say, they're out there every day dealing with consumers, dealing with customers, dealing with, honestly, real life issues. And they spot opportunities, but they don't necessarily know how to get the solutions made or done. And the Hack Asia really is that liaison where we go across our organizations and we ask them, what would you love to solve? Or what do you think, if we solved, would delight customers and create these amazing experiences? We often talk about exceptional experiences. And they have the ideas, they just don't have the solutions, and that's what Hack Asia is all about.
Yeah, which again is really great because you're getting genuine real-life problems that are worthy solving. And I like, that you talked about the diversity. I think if we just recall in 2020, it was arguably not one big hackathon. It was 10 hackathons running in parallel,
That's
right?
right.
And if you want to share some numbers from last year.
Yeah, it was. We did go across 10 companies. We had our own companies. We actually did also have Microsoft and HSBC and Accenture involved as well, who came up with their own challenges. But on top of all that, we got an amazing response. We had over 800 students. We had over 60 startup companies, and just from all over the world, which was the amazing part. The winners who won out at the very, very, very end. I think the guy was still in his dorm room somewhere in Boston.
You could see the dirty laundry behind him.
So it's really fun. It was great.
Yeah, so that really, I think, let me just, dig a little bit deeper into what makes this event so special. Obviously, the huge scale of it and the fact that it's open for students and startups, but tell us a little bit more, what makes Hack Asia so special and also to you so special?
Yeah, I really think it is that real life issues. And what we do internally, we do a lot of work. We're doing it at the moment. We go around to all of the companies. And this year we've gone a little bit further and we've asked them to originate ideas at all levels. So we have hundreds and hundreds of ideas coming up through the organization. We're going to have to curate those down into specific problem statements. And then we want to go out to the world and actually say, look, these are real. This is what we believe, that if we could solve this one, we really have a market that of customers, of whatever we have in our environment that can actually utilize this immediately. And I think that's the impact. That's the difference, is you're not hypothetically solving a problem or thinking that you have a niche. You're actually saying, if you can solve this, we've got a real opportunity here.
Absolutely. And what we always say, for startups, the most important part is to get feedback from the market, right? So sometimes it's negative feedback and we call that failure, but arguably it's really the learning that we need, and that's something that Hack Asia provides. Now, this year I understand it has a special theme, right? If you want to tell us a little bit more about the theme, because it obviously resonates so well with SIS 4.0.
Yes, so this year we're focusing on sustainability. This is a core pillar, has been a core pillar of Jardine's momentum shift over the last number of years. And we believe that bringing sustainability and technologies together can catalyze our ability to change the outcomes, basically, in the sustainability area. So we are looking for, we have focused, we've gone through the whole UN opportunities, and we have decided that there's 3 areas we need to focus on. One is responsible consumption. The other is social inclusion, because so many of our businesses affect, as I said, so many normal people's lives, not just here in Hong Kong, but in Indonesia and in Vietnam and in many countries, Cambodia and Myanmar, in which we operate. And then the third thing is on the climate side. So those are our 3 big things: climate, responsible consumption, and social inclusion. And each of our companies have basically given some thought and said, okay, what can we do in those areas? So that is our focus, and each of the companies that we have got a diverse set, but I can give you some examples of what's bubbling up at the moment. If I look at Mandarin and I look at our restaurant group and even our dairy farm group, it's really all about food wastage and what can we do to apply technology solutions in the food waste area. If you look at some of our engineering solutions, it's all about how we can do our engineering focused on things that will cause, you know, the ability to recycle and produce better buildings that are more ESG compliant. Hong Kong Land in particular is looking for data solutions such that we can work with the right types of suppliers all the way back up the supply chain so that we have ESG compliance at all levels. So, and that's just giving you a broad brush. As I said, there's hundreds of ideas coming to us which we're curating and we'll curate down to the ones that need solutions.
No, absolutely. And again, part of what we told and gave as a promise is really also sometimes really addressing the elephant in the room. So first of all, really great to see, you know, companies as yours taking on the responsibility on co-creating futures, which is a promise we have as well. But, you know, even if we think about the car industry, right? So I think with Chung Fu also coming on board again, they're looking into an area. I don't know if you want to talk a little bit about that, because we always have a very, very critical audience, which we love, and we get the tough questions like, okay, what does that mean? What are you going to do there in the ESG space?
Yeah, and again, the auto space is moving so fast, and particularly into EV. So we've had the launch recently here in Hong Kong of the latest models of the EV vehicles that we sell. And I actually did my own test drives this week of them. They're awesome. But to do that, you've got to get the right charging solutions out there. You've got to, and that network, as we know in Hong Kong in particular, has been kind of dominated by Tesla, but obviously Tesla doesn't support all the other cars that are out there. So now how do we work with the government? How do we get the right solutions out there? So a lot of the focus in our auto area is on EV and what we can do on the EV side.
Fantastic, yes. So the overall theme, I'm looking it up, is innovate the sustainable future with the 3 core focus areas that you just mentioned. So one of the things, again, obviously that makes Hack Asia special is the sheer size of it, is the diversity of it, but arguably also all the resources you put behind, because I would argue every participant is a winner, and I think you know what I'm referring to. Yeah. Can you give us some hints and kind of like give a call out for everyone to participate? What do they get out of Hack Asia?
Yeah, I mean, again, we have a lot of very excited people who are willing to act as mentors and coaches all the way through. So we have gathered people from internally in our organizations who are so excited about this area. A, they're huge on sustainability, but B, they really are interested in technology and they love to develop and co-develop with people, develop people. So throughout the entire process, we are going to have a series of coaches and mentors working with the students, working with the startups to refine the problem, refine the potential solution, revise the solution, look over it, look and assess whether it meets the criteria from a, you know, is the solution hitting the mark? Does it actually address the challenge? Is it going to be innovative enough? And beyond the actual process of entering the hackathon itself, after that, we actually then have people that say, okay, if you can do a POC or work with us afterwards, then we have dedicated teams who will actually work with you to bring the solution to the market.
Yes, absolutely. And again, having had the pleasure actually on being able to facilitate Hack Asia in 2020, I can really testify that through all these workshops that startups and talent that participated really walked away, even if it was maybe not the winning prize, a lot of great insights and connections to further their business. I'll just actually go a little bit off script here just to think about what internally on the other side did your business units take away. I know we had the chance to interview them afterwards. They seemed super excited. They really seemed to be really impressed by what the startups came up with and the students. But maybe, looking into the internal side for Jardins, what did the business units take away after that hackathon?
I think first big thing was speed and scale. They just could not believe that somebody could come up that fast with those kind of solutions. It really challenged some internal departments, some ways of operating. It was like, wow, we don't have to operate this way anymore. In fact, I remember one of the CEOs going, gosh, that means I could get rid of an entire department if necessary, right? Not that you want to, but you could make it work in a completely different way, much more efficient, much more responsive. And when I talked earlier about innovating our core, it's about making us more responsive and agile and responsive to the businesses we serve. So that is a great opportunity, and they loved it. They loved interacting with the startups, and I really think it changed the perspective on how critical the collaboration is to moving the needle forward and being able to be competitive in the market, quite frankly. It was this incredible realization that nobody can do it alone. We all need each other. So the collaboration was the big part that came out of it.
That is amazing, and obviously you could not talk more direct to my own passion and what is dear to our heart, right? One of the promises at SIS is to co-create futures, and already yesterday we talked about really a shared responsibility. So a lot of great things. I think also when it comes about what you are going to look into and how you are going to judge the companies, I think a lot of great learnings from last year. Yeah, tell us, what are actually, how are the judges going to evaluate the solutions that are going to be presented?
So we look at 4 things. We look at the solution itself, and we just say, okay, does it actually meet the need? We look at the technology underneath it and really say, will this technology take us forward? Is it the right adaptation of technology? We look at the business model, and that's where the business and the coaches will come in and go, okay, so if I applied that solution to my business at scale, will that actually take us where we want to go? And then we look at the team. And honestly, part of it is, can we all work together? We love to watch a team who really do gel and who have that good team spirit. And they're the kind of people we want to work with. So it's an equal weighting, quite frankly, on all of those things.
Yes, absolutely, because once again, even after the hackathon itself, you stay engaged with the teams, with the solutions, and are really looking forward to make concrete impact happen. Wonderful. If you would have 3 tips that you want to give out to the teams, what would they be?
Well, I think, again, on the learnings in the past, the most important thing is really to think with the end in mind. So really think about what you're actually pitching up at the end of the day. Because I think it's very easy to get distracted on great technology or get distracted on a great solution, but really you want to know, okay, if there are the 4 things I'm being evaluated on, what should I pitch, how should I pitch that up at the end of the day? So I think that's number 1, is just begin with the end in mind and know what you're going to pitch. The second thing is really a cohesive solution/strategy, so making sure that you are answering the solution that's out there, and I think that's important, is does this actually meet the needs of the challenge? Sometimes there's phenomenal technology, but it doesn't actually meet the needs of the challenge. And then I think the last thing I would say to people is really the teamwork is super important. Getting people to demonstrate that they are a cohesive team. You give a great speech on the 3 elements that you need in a great team for a great pitch, for a great startup, and I think those are very wise words. But you will always need the person who's good on technology, but you definitely need a person who can sell that technology and be out there and give the right messages and articulate how it meets the solution. So you talk to Corinna if you want advice on how best to pitch.
You're talking about the 3 H's?
Yes, I am.
Yes, well, we're not going to give it away, you know, we'll make sure you reach out to us if you want to know what it takes to build a successful startup, and the 3 H's you need to combine. Yes, come and talk to us. I'm actually super glad that we also have some time left to go a little bit onto the personal side of Anna Reardon, because not only are you very passionate to drive innovation within the group, but you are a huge supporter of women and women in tech, and I think it's really great, and I would like to give you the stage and the opportunity to share some of the amazing initiatives that you support, and also that, you know, people, and particularly maybe women, can reach out to you and understand. So if you would give us some shameless plugs on all the amazing initiatives that you support.
Well, again, I think we're very fortunate in Hong Kong to live in an environment where we have amazing people, women in particular, doing amazing things with great organizations to support them. So I'm a big supporter of the Women's Foundation. I think they do phenomenal work, and their work with women in tech goes all the way down through schools and high schools, and helping underprivileged children to find their voice in technology, and particularly young girls. And you see the most amazing things happen when you just turn these people on to what technology can do for them, gives them a whole new avenue in life. And pulling that all the way through, if you watch the Women Foundation, it goes through the mentoring for for women in the young parts of their careers, and then all the way through. Even for me, I still need mentoring, and the 30% Club is an amazing opportunity for people like me to constantly promote how you change the position of both technology, quite frankly, and women on boards, and make sure that every single board in Hong Kong and everybody who's listed on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange is really cognizant of the importance of how technology can diversity of opinion can really transform their businesses and make them relevant in society. So we have all of that. We have the Women of Influence group within the American Chamber, again, has just done their awards for this year. Were phenomenal, just phenomenal women were voiced throughout the community, just one after another. You can't say pick one out from the other. Just amazing people doing amazing things. And I think then the other part is women in startups in Hong Kong. And I think, again, we've got some fantastic examples of women leadership who have taken on the startup and those who are ready to scale up. And I think we just need to constantly support that.
Fantastic, absolutely. And I think it links a little bit also to what Micah had said and shared yesterday, and obviously a dear friend. I think looking ahead, and it's interesting to talk about Hong Kong, I always feel, because on the one hand side, we should say we're blessed in a sense that we have some pretty amazing women that have the opportunity to demonstrate their full capacity, but we're still not yet at full gender equality. So for me, maybe a bit the question of your own thoughts or crystal ball, what is still needed here in Hong Kong or in general in the tech and ecosystem, you think, for helping women to thrive further?
I think it's constant encouragement and showing the art of the possible. I do think it begins at school for many, and it's that confidence to take on STEM. It's that encouragement of women in STEM at a very young age, and then because once you get it and you feel confident in it, it's easy enough then afterwards to actually progress through university or through your particular channels. But I do think the exploration of technology and opening up people's minds at a very young age to its possibilities is pivotal. I really do believe in that.
Fantastic, very good, yes, because at the end of the day, it's the diversity that makes the difference and the success. So coming back to Hack Asia, I think we can close it probably with a real rallying. And I remember, Anne was like, are you sure you want to talk so much about Hack Asia? Sounds like a real hard sell. And I said, you know what, I really want to put it forward, not only because we're supporting it, because I think it's a real example of successful startup corporate co-innovation. It's a beautiful example of showing that creating our futures is a responsibility that we all share, and it is really a concrete opportunity. So I think applications are already open, right? Or opening next week?
Opening next week.
Opening next week, fantastic. Oh yes, and we have the wonderful Hack Asia team here in the audience as well. So opening next week, make sure that you stay tuned on Hack Asia. I think it's hack.asia, right? Absolutely. And if not, reach out to either Anne or reach out to the WHub team to understand how you can get involved. So last year we had 800 sign-ups from over, was it 40 or 60 countries? So we're obviously trying to top this time because, again, we should co-create our futures together. One last tip to anybody out there?
A rally cry for bring your most innovative ideas, because we have to create our sustainable future together. I think that's super important. The sustainability angle this year, I want people passionate about sustainability and passionate about applying really creative thinking to that, because that's how we all leave our impact on the planet.
Fantastic. What a wonderful closing statement. A huge hand of applause, please, for Anne O'Riordan, Group Director of Digital at Jardins. Thank you, Anne. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. It's getting to be the lunch hour, and so we've got some people coming in who are smart and taking their break at Quarry Bay. If you are available this afternoon, do come down and see us live and in person. We are ready to go back to the metaverse, but this time with real live people on stage. So what we want to do next is kind of deep dive a bit more into Animoca brands. Now, this morning we spoke with Yat Sui, the founder of Animoca brands, and now we have Evan Aoyang, who is the group president. Evan is going to be talking in depth about the latest trends in gaming and entertainment. But what I thought is really interesting is how Evan is looking at the ways of incorporating ESG into the metaverse. So how do we look after society and how do we provide governance in a decentralized metaverse? So Animoca is really leading the way in creating the right environment for the new world of tech. So please, you want to listen in on this conversation. The latest trends in gaming and entertainment from Group President Evan Aoyang with Animoca Brands, hosted, of course, by Karina Belin of W Hub and Angel Hub.
Okay, and we're here live back at the stage of SIS 4.0, offline and online, and I am so thrilled to have next to me a dear friend and amazing professional, Evan Aoyang, who is the group president of Animoca. We already had Yat this morning. We had the pleasure of, Yat giving a bit of a perspective of the internet of value and the importance of decentralization. We're going to dig even deeper into the topic. But I think the team has briefed you. We have this funny gadget competition going on. So tell us, you chose the sword. Why did you choose the sword, Evan?
Well, the sword itself looks kind of nice, right? It doesn't really represent what we do, but now through blockchain with digital asset ownership, which is what Animoca is about ultimately. So, remember you can own this now, right? If you go into our metaverses, so which is important. And the other thing is that, what our mission is there's a battle to fight for the openness of what Web 3.0 needs to look like. So, there's a sword.
Oh, fantastic. And that links really beautiful over to, the other thing that I asked you to prep ahead of this talk, which is, what is your bold statement actually when it comes to the sheer possibilities of blockchain or arguably, the mission that you are on?
Well, since you asked for a bold statement, actually, I was just, pretty slammed this week, but I was thinking about it last night. Okay, so it was a sort of a one statement thing. I would just recite it, but I actually write it out because it was like 4 lines, right? So, so
it's a very bold statement, right? A very big,
actually,
bold,
it needs to be a bold
statement,
right? So the bold statement here is that to kick it off, and we'll go more into it, is that, companies which focus on building open Web 3.0 ecosystem, such as Animoca brands, will positively transform how our next generation would live and work, right? And how this is going to be done is that netizens' creativity and time will be rewarded as meaningful jobs living and working in the metaverse. As we operate ourselves along the philosophy of shared value, this is something that we'll talk about, we'll also transform the face of capitalism as we seek not only to elevate shareholder value, but also community and social value. So that embodies what we are about.
Absolutely. And actually, just in the talk this morning, right, talked about the digital imperialism, right, that we're trying to break here. Fantastic. Now, one of the things also that I find fascinating behind Animoca is the people who are behind it. And a fireside always gives the opportunity to dig a little bit deeper into the personality. So you did totally not start off in blockchain, neither in gaming or entertainment. So tell us a little bit more about Evan as a person and your career path.
Yeah, so I'm actually one of these traditional career path people, born and raised in Hong Kong. So parents would expect you to do something that is more traditional, which is what I did, right? So I started myself with finance. So I was with Bankers Trust and then Citigroup for a number of years, and then I went into management consulting after again an MBA, right? So I'm the pretty, shall I say, traditional child who was just doing what I wouldn't say my parents wanted me to do.
First venture.
Yeah, but exactly. So I actually started with finance because I knew that I didn't want to stay in it, right? But I thought that was a good learning ground. I went into management consulting because I thought that I want to be an entrepreneur someday. So, you have to know management consulting. But actually, the people who choose management consulting are the most conservative people you can actually ever see. So actually after staying there for 8 years, I left for KMB, which is a counter motor bus company, which is run buses, which actually turned out to be one of the most fascinating jobs ever because it is about social value. It is the first time I actually get alignment, understanding how do you run something for profit, yet at the same time delivering a social good, right? Which actually has a lot to do with why I'm at Animoca, right? And after 6.5 years at KMB, I left for an expert network firm because I thought that I need to just broaden myself. So I was running Asia for GLG, and then went to take on international, which includes Europe. And we got to the pre-IPO stage, so now it's IPOing. So I thought the job is done. And I just got to Animoca in October, so I'm very much learning, right? But as you can see, my career is kind of like, well, there's no real sort of like, every time I change career, it's kind of like every time I move company, it's changed my career almost, right? But I can say when you ask more questions, the real meaning behind why all of this stuff actually exists. So right now, I'm actually on 4 boards as well. I'm on 2 listco boards. I'm on a statutory company by the government. And then I have 1 that is nonprofit as well. And all this stuff, I guarantee you, does fit together.
No, absolutely. And I love it that you also highlight really your work in a lot of NGOs as well, very meaningful ones that you support. I think the overall theme, though, is a little bit, you always join the best of the best in your industry, right? So, which probably brings us nicely to Animoca Brands. I know you all want to hear more about Animoca. Now, give us a bit more background on the company itself, right? And tell us a bit about the journey that Animoca went on. And I'm not sure, I think you also showed us give us some visual clues, right, in terms of so what is Animoca in your own words?
Well, Animoca is a true digital ownership company, right? So we facilitate the development of true digital ownership ecosystems, which is what Web 3.0 is all about. By the way, of course, Yat is the OG of this, right? But at the end of the day, we have many friends along the Web 3.0 space that believe in what we actually do. So it needs to be built on top of philosophy. This is the most important thing. So with blockchain, obviously, what it enables is true ownership of digital assets, right? And on top of that, because you have layers, you can actually freely compose on it. I'm sure Yat might have talked about earlier in the morning, and which then gives it a permanence, give it a tradability, etc. So NFT is a way to sort of enable that open web ecosystem to then exist, right? Now, you want to talk about a bit of history is on this timeline.
Absolutely, and even before you move into that, which is the timeline, I think it was interesting also we had then Francis from Christie's talk about what that means, that true ownership in the art space, for example. And I think, one of my questions afterwards was, tell us a little bit how diverse your ecosystem is, but I think we can get to all these applications in a second. So back to the history of Animoca, how it evolved.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I knew Francis for a while as well, and the art world, how it sort of all converges all at the same time. It's just wild world almost, right? So we the history of Animoca Brands actually is a gaming community, right? So sort of the gaming developing apps and app store was the DNA of the company, right? So co-founded by Yat, obviously, who has been in the space for a gazillion years, right? He's not that old, but he's been in there for
well, I call him the grandfather of the ecosystem here, but yes.
Well, he's also the grandfather of NFTs at this point in time, right? So at about 2017 or so, and by the way, it was actually through a YPO event you and I were both in, that I started talking to him about, what's going to happen with gaming, and he started talking to me about blockchain, using blockchain for gaming, and how that would really change the face of gaming itself, if not the internet, right? So, you know, one of the origins would be CryptoKitties, right? As we sort of all know, if you follow the space, right? With Dapper Labs to become a distributor for that, and as you know, the rest is history, right? The cats were sold for $100,000, right? About $100,000.
Yeah, one of the most expensive one, right? And I think it was the first attempt to make blockchain really mainstream. So we had Mick in one of the SIS talks as well, where he said, like, yeah, CryptoKitties was basically helping people to understand very simply the power of blockchain. Yeah, exactly.
And sort of the big application for blockchain is gaming, because you know folks in gaming actually really understand what ownership is, what digital ownership really is, right? So you know the rest is kind of like, you know, then there's a Sandbox acquisition. Sandbox is more like a Roblox type of game or Minecraft type of game, but it wasn't on the blockchain. And then for those of you who follow, then Sandbox became sort of the poster child of what Metaverse might look like, right, in the future. And then your acquisitions of Wax and OpenSea, because it's exchange. So it went on and on. Some of these become portfolio companies. Some of these become minority investments. But it builds the ecosystem around Web 3.0. So that's a bit of history of where we are.
Yes, and again, Yat already talked it in the morning, so we're not going to get back to that, but really about the overall philosophy, right, of Web 3.0 and what does that actually mean. And that actually requires mass adoption, that acquires a holistic ecosystem. I think looking a little bit about the portfolio, right, one of the things that I ask is maybe if there would be a way to explain the strategy of the overall portfolio, maybe you can give us some insights or structure all these over 100 portfolio companies by now?
Well, I don't know if you call it portfolio companies or you call it, you know, wholly owned companies, but this sort of describes who we are with a bit of modification. So we operate, we invest, and we also innovate, right? It's sort of important to have sort of these in mind, right? So operating side is the sort of what do you call majority owned or wholly owned subsidiaries, right? So a couple of them like Rev, like Tower, are the games that we actually develop in-house. And what we'll do is that we will tokenize the assets there and make the experience tradable, composable. Some of them metaverses, some of them racing, some of them are hyper casual, etc. So we operate, right? And from that point, because of the success of Sandbox and Ref, that particular ecosystem, also actually brought us a lot more opportunities into what we call the invest side of things, right? So right now, I think we're probably over 100 right now. In some weeks, we'll make 10 to 12 deals. Actually, it's pretty amazing. And now I think we get you were privileged enough to have a pretty unique pipeline of deals, right? That I think we'll get to see before other people get to see it. And some of them would come to us because they believe that if Animoca actually invests in them, then means that there's a stamp of approval on the ecosystem, which is great. But then one of the more important things also of what I'm trying to be, what I'm here for is to ensure that we continue to innovate, right? So there's what we are good at is obviously anything related to blockchain, whereas development of games and of art, of education, those verticals, it can actually exist outside the company and it can be acquired. The core of what we do and the philosophy of what we do, that remains with us. So the innovation part of it will keep the flywheel going.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think one of the things also that we really take away is that impact and purpose. And that is something that talked about. And I made the promise already yesterday that we're going to explain a little bit what is the relation to the ESG theme of the conference, right? And I think you started explaining through the ecosystem and your ecosystem approach. And I would like to shift a little bit over to that part, right? So if in your own words, you could describe what are the mission, the crusade you're on, and how does that link to the broader topic of ESG?
Yeah, okay, so let me step back because, about myself first, right? So, what am I trying to do in my career is to make myself to have impact as a business leader across for-profit, non-profit, and government sectors, right? So my whole career I've been trying to get myself to become what I would call a tri-sector leader, which is again, for-profit, non-profit, and governmental sector, so social, the business, and basically, the government sectors, right? So why do we need this at the end, right? Because the 20th century world has a whole set of issues in business, right? There's 1.6 billion in population, right? Planet Earth looks a little bit different. Now we're 7.9 billion, right, in terms of population. And the social issues that we have, the environmental issues that we have, and the way business exists within that context is entirely different. And leaders, such as, us, all of us here, really need to really think through how a business ought to exist to benefit the stakeholders around them, right? Now, that brings me to why I'm at Animoca and why Animoca itself exists. Because Animoca itself, that advocates true digital asset ownership, ultimately is about the community. And there are pillars that actually govern that, right? If we were to talk about 3 pillars, social pillars that govern Animoca brands, it would be 1, open metaverse, right? So open web 3.0, which talks a lot about. He's absolutely crazy about it, right? The openness.
The openness, yes, and making sure that Mark doesn't take over.
Exactly. Yes, that part, right? Second part is really about employment opportunities on the metaverse, right? Because this is going to be something that's become really real, right? Third thing is sustainability, right? How we opt sustainability? How can we positively contribute to the environment? Now, of course, the third pillar is kind of like, well, what people criticize the blockchain community about. But of course, we would find a way to do it, because at the end of the day, if we exist in this world in the context that we have, and we're community oriented, the first thing that has to happen is that the value needs to accrue to the community. We are facilitator that takes a part of it. It's about the piece of a bigger pie that we take and facilitate that matters a lot more than what we selfishly capture, right? And we talk about data companies, which talks a lot about all these walled gardens that we have with Facebook, Google, et cetera, right? Nothing wrong with these companies. They come back to sell the data that mined from you comes back in goods and services. Fine, right? There's some value delivered on that. But at the end of the day, the power of Web3 is really about us creating, right? And us being able to own what we own and monetize that creativity. We believe that if we're successful, no single company ought to dominate Web3, right? What we are is that we will facilitate, we'll deploy our capital, we'll work hard, we'll run fast, so that there's enough of this momentum that goes behind this force, so that it will always be open, so that creativity and monetization always goes to the builders and the creators, right? Rather than a single company. We seek not to dominate, right? So, that would explain why I'm here.
Absolutely. I love the passion. And again, it just opens up the mind in terms of the sheer possibilities it should be creating across industries. Now, let me pick out one again, because sometimes people make the mistake on saying Animoca is a gaming company. So yes, I think there was a strong belief from the beginning that gaming and entertainment has a role to play to make it mainstream. But I think really that true mission comes to life by explaining the difference. How is Animoca different from Roblox, or we just had the Minecraft sword at the beginning, right?
Yeah, well, a sword can be a sword. It's not a sword until you can own it, right? Because again, the whole way that blockchain can change how we are and how we live, and how sort of bridges into sort of a hybrid reality is sort of like it's just. We're just at the beginning stages of it, right? So the way we think about it is that what's sort of a difference, right? We don't look only at gaming, because gaming is just a first great application. We're looking into art. Art is obviously what Francis does, and it's already really big. And we're looking at education as well. If you look at the sector of education, how much creativity there is actually resides with each of the teachers, how passionate they are, and in most places, how actually undercompensated and underappreciated they are. You understand why we believe there's a big opportunity there as well, right? There are other sectors that we can talk about. But at the end of the day, the most important thing is to talk about, why is it that we are sort of so think about that we have to build it in a way that is open as opposed to closed, right? Because there are really some big differences between sort of what we are saying and versus what a Meta might be saying about their metaverse, because they are still talking about metaverse, right? In its own way, right? But it exists within a context of how Facebook or Mark actually sees it, right? And there are really, to me, it's important differences. One is that true ownership of assets is one of them. Second is composability. You're talking about free composable versus composable within a platform itself. Third is tradability. You talk about tradability that you can take to OpenSea, any other platform that you see, permissionless, as opposed to within platform, and if tradable at all. I mean, I'm an active player of Clash Royale. You can't take anything out of that system, right? Fourth is what you call interoperability. It's again, it's something that it's never talked about if you're existing in a certain walled garden, right? And lastly, is governance, right? What we talk about, when we talk about ESG, that last G part is important because everything that we're in, every project that we're in, every company that we own will become decentralized, right, in a way that seeks its governance from Animoca reducing its governance rights to below 50%. Because ultimately, the credibility comes from what you call what the community wants and the incessant focus on delivering a community value has to come first. So therefore, we cannot control it, right? If we control it, then there's no collective ownership that enables that energy, right? And it goes back to, why is the space going crazy, right? And a lot of investors go into it, look at it with money eyes, first day ICO, make a lot of money. Yeah, I mean, there's some craze on this, there's some excitement in this, but that's really not what this is all about. What this is about is real engagement. Why are CryptoKitties sold in that kind of way? Why have F1 Delta Time cars sold for hundreds of thousands of dollars, right? It is because people truly feel that they can be engaged and they're part of the community. Once you own it, all of these things that we're making, all of these metaverses that we're making, right? And there are 10 of them, right? And then 3 more coming in, right? Unannounced yet. Each one of them will exist on its own, becoming its own economies, right? And once you invest in the economy, there's a vested interest in not to let it fall, right? And that makes it much, much more powerful than a VR-based meta, where obviously there are applications, right? There are social good to be delivered in there as well as like a Microsoft type like metaverse where it's really for enterprise and all that. I totally see it. I mean, I could imagine that being a good experience and all that. But is that what Web 3.0 is about? Is that what metaverse is about? Yeah, within certain contexts it is, but within the context of how we see it, it's really about that composability and those five things that I talked about.
That's fantastic and really, really fascinating. I think in each and every talk nowadays, we talk obviously about data, access to data, quality of data, ownership of data. We already touched on that, right? And how Web 3.0 should really now be the breaking point for the, again, I'll quote, digital imperialism. But he also talks about time, right? And obviously as entrepreneurs, we know time is the scarcest resource that we have. And I think, again, it's very important to clarify, because that could be something misleading for a gaming company or a company that supports game, right? To say that actually time is an infinite resource. We all know that for those who try to cut back on sleep. But it is so infinite, so finite that it has huge value. And again, that ownership of your own time is important. I think if you can share a little bit again on how, when you say we are standing at a turning point, probably a one-time in life opportunity for anyone to change history. How do you take that forward? How take that mission and responsibility on, and how do you execute that?
Well, we create data every day, right? From, I don't know how you wake up or sleep, but the last thing that we sometimes do is sort of like, first thing is, okay, what messages do I have? What news is on? So you check on your device and you look on your phone, right? And you're creating data by doing that already, right? And as you talk about, time for all of us is finite, right? And you can actually measure it in seconds and minutes or whatever. All of our time is finite, right? What we create in this world is valuable, right? And whatever it is that we choose to compose, however it is spend our time, be with family, be with over internet browsing, whatever, or however we choose our time is valuable. It obviously shouldn't be mined for free, and then somehow it's then given back to you in a way that you have no permission to then compose on top of it, right? That's ultimately what we're trying to achieve, is that we believe that there's a genuine desire for all of us to express ourselves, right? And the difference between sort of like what Web 1.0 is and what Web 2.0 is that there is a degree of composability, right? Everyone can publish, right, under Web 2.0. But maybe the way it evolved must have been the only way it might have evolved is that, well, you know, to develop these platforms, you need to amalgamate people. I don't know if you talked about yet, and when you talked about data gravity, right? Because gravity, right, if you create data by yourself, your data is not valuable. But when combined with billions of data points, and by the way, these data is being created, you know, in billions per second, right? Then you can make sense out of it. You can look at, you know, reference how others are, how they create data, and they can make sense of it, and they turn back into goods and services that would get back to us, right? Again, it can be valuable, but it can also be manipulated, meaning votes, political views, you know, spread of hate crimes and all that. And the platforms has gotten so powerful that at the end of the day, if you were to ask me the question of, actually, are certain governments more powerful than, let's say, Facebook or Meta? I think you know the answer, right? Or Google, right? They're much, much more powerful, and they create the rules, right? Don't we need, at this point in time, again, stepping into deep into now the 21st century, a new way of governing, a new way of holding folks accountable, ultimately, than to send them in front of Congress and saying that, what are you doing? Why are you doing this? Why are there whistleblowers, et cetera, right? So the mission of what we're trying to create, and again, Animoca Brands really is part of it, of facilitating it, because we exist in a humble way to facilitate the ecosystem to develop, right? We do not want to be like the big boy there. However, what would exist, what we do choose to lead is the voice and the philosophy, right? That's the most important thing about it, because once you strip everything away, right, what exists, what ultimately needs to become part of this discourse as we go forward, and the legacy that this company will leave behind, is how we shape this metaverse. It's not just about shareholder returns, it's about returns to the community, which has to go before the company's returns, and it has to be about the environment, has to be about taxes and ecosystem. So we seek to bridge these communities, if you get what I mean. So yes, there are purists who would say that, hey, you know, the metaverse can never be regulated. You know, DeFi, cryptocurrencies, good luck. You know, don't bother. But that doesn't engage a lot of folks that exist in the physical world, right? You have to bring tangible good virtually, physically, so that, you know, there is tangible benefit for all, right? And we seek to engage in these areas to make sure that we get to the point where the bridges are then built.
Yes, absolutely. So again, it's by driving this awareness, also by role modeling, right? And be it you, you always talk about this open web. Yes, absolutely. You're not here to take the place from anybody. So yeah, being that role modeling, that educational awareness building type of power of good, talking about the ecosystem and enlarging it. And you talked about the fact that your portfolio, your ecosystem is growing. Everybody comes to you now and seeing if you want to invest, I guess, would have to say, well, that is the responsibility of a global leader in this space. Tell us a bit more about your investment philosophy. So we had the announcement, another beautiful Hong Kong-based company, Helix, just most recent one, right? That joined, arguably the most recent one. I think we're going to announce at 2 o'clock, so you stay tuned. It's not yet on the slide, I can see. But yes, so if somebody want to come and say, like, guys, I totally believe in what you're doing, I want to be part of the ecosystem, you want to put a ticket, you want to put some skin into the game, how do they go about it?
So given my traditional background, you know, when we go into deals, you know, where's my natural instinct to actually negotiate? It's kind of like, that's too expensive, or that, you know, that valuation isn't quite right. Your terminal value is too high, right? That would be my training, right? But the way we negotiate is entirely different, right? You know, and the first deal that I've done, right, which is yet to be announced, right, is a majority deal. I love that particular game. You guys will follow. So if you guys haven't followed Phantom Galaxy, please do so. It's going insane, right? And we're doing drops today. It's public. It's a mecha game. Anyway, we're bringing another sci-fi game into it. So that particular conversation was very interesting. It's kind of like, well, you know, we feel that at this stage, given our you know, our AAA talent, our background, and all that, we're worth like X, right? Which is big number, all right?
And I know in a talk with it, like founders obviously always believe that their company is way more worth than the investors, yeah?
Yeah, so, my old self, at least my ex-McKinsey self would be like, nah, you're not worth that much. No, but the way we looked at it, even just, this is like drinking a Kool-Aid even before I arrived, because I started this deal before I actually joined as president of the company. I was on that already. And I was like, that's interesting. You know what? I believe you. You're worth that much, all right? So let's structure it into a, this is the first initial tranche that we'll pay for, right? But then the rest is an earn out. So we really don't negotiate. If you think you're worth that much, go and prove it, right? And we believe that if it is successful, you'll be worth way, way more than that. So this is really about share value. Tell us what you're worth. So when we look at even the way we hire talent, the way we look at companies' founders going in and the team itself, is what is your motivation? Tell me why you're here. Singularly, the most important thing to people join us and join our ecosystem, to be part of the family, is about tell me about your passion, why you're here. Is it convincing, right? So at the end of the day, that is the singularly the most important thing. It's kind of like, well, how do you create these deals where there's real mission alignment, right? And then they see what you have, right? Which is kind of like, well, what is that? By the way, I get asked this a lot by investors, right? What is it that is unique about Animoca that others can emulate? You're building on an open system, blockchain, white paper, all that stuff, tokenomics. People can figure it out in due course, right? So, yeah, that's true. But, first of all, it's a system of things, isn't it? It's not just one thing, right? By the way, anyone can start a management consulting firm as well. Anyone can do an accounting firm as well, right? That is really not the point.
On the other hand, looking at the sheer value of your portfolio company, I think you do need a lot of money to replicate Animoca overnight. But yeah, you want to make another point.
Yes, and by the way, you're getting there early, right? That's also
important. Even Access, Infinity, OpenSea, all of these, and that's, I think, the fascinating thing that really started with the mission and a passion, investing into these companies that are now, really their own global leaders. Yeah, and it has about the mentorship as well. And by the way, there's some certain degree of reverse mentorship because look, at the end of the day, Yat really is the OG, right? So at the end of the day, he knows a lot, but then he is also very humble, as you know him, right? At the end of the day, all the ups and downs you go through as an entrepreneur. At the end of the day, what kind of person are you after that, right? And that's why that's why I'm here. That's why the company is where it is. It's because at the end of the day, it's the mentorship that he provides to others and the mentorship that others would then provide back to him, and he learns all the time from that, right? And that makes the ecosystem because it's now, we're no longer in a world where we can only look in ourselves and say, how much am I getting on this, right? Yes, it's important, right? I don't want to, overlook that aspect of, livelihood, basic income and all that stuff, right? Which, by the way, if we're successful, perhaps, right, we could actually change the face of the world and how it looks like. Because, we're right now about sharing. It is about more egalitarianism. It is about access, right? For me, it's employment access as well. If you look at the Philippines and where Axie Infinity is, right? As you know, the guilds, right? What are guilds, right? The guilds are the ones that actually hire the players for asset owners to then, hire people to then play these games for supplementary income. And for some of them are not supplementary income. So that's why you said, arguably, you're the future of work, right?
Hopefully, that's part of it, right? Because in the Philippines, SLPs, what you earn in playing Axie Infinity, you guys can search it right now on your phones. It can be used as car down payments, right? So it's no joke. This is real, right? And there was a certain particular individual who played F1 Delta Time, and he earned enough to make a down payment on his house, right? So
got laid off, right, due to COVID, and then actually earned a better salary through playing.
Yeah, and by the way, my little girl, my 10-year-old, right? Very good friends of your little girl.
Myra, yeah.
She plays Roblox, right? And she sort of like wanted me to join her and all that stuff. So we paint the house together and all that kind of stuff, right? It's really cool. But, but in the future, why do it for entertainment only, right? If I can paint a house for somebody in Sandbox building a house, I'm painting it nicely, and I get compensated for it, then why not? That's part of the economy. So the way we look at it is that, the Roblox, the Minecraft, etc., it's sort of the school, the primary school, for what play to earn would then become, right? So, that's for sort of like the training ground, if you will, for that, right? But as we go into the future, the openness of this will create lots and lots of jobs. And we already have governments, smaller governments, approaching us because of unemployment problems, asking us, can we go in to provide some degree of economic opportunities, right? So think
Absolutely,
about
which
the
comes
access.
back to the G part, right? Absolutely, yes.
All you need is a phone.
Obviously, as parents, we dream that our kids will not ask us for money to purchase Roblox, but come back and says, "Mom, today I earned $1,000 in the metaverse." Absolutely. We're soon running out of time, but I just want to throw in maybe one more question because we have obviously a global audience calling in from around the world. Do you see any geographical differences on thinking about how not only the metaverse, but in general, the overall ecosystem and Web 3.0 will develop?
Well, I think the Web 3.0 community is really like a meta citizen where there really isn't that much of a difference. I think the shades of gray that you see, or you can say, shades of yellow or whatever, it's sort of what they're driven by ultimately, right? The purists, would be driven like, oh, I make a lot of money, so, I don't care about that. They don't change at all. How they behave, how they carry themselves, what they buy is exactly the same as they were. Those are purists, right? And then once they're like, oh, I really want a piece of it because it's like FOMO time, right? Let's, am I too late to this, right? So there's that. But then the purists of Web 3.0 really builds open, right? How countries think about them. We're in a state of discovery, shall we say. It ranges from China to the US to different places of governments where they don't really even know what it is. I was with Yat yesterday with FSDC, really good guys, right? Looking to see how we can actually develop this into more of a core of what Hong Kong is. But the government right now doesn't understand it, right? And we have to build the bridge to make sure that there is healthy development of this ecosystem.
Brilliant, fantastic. That was a wonderful outlook on what might come in the near future. So thank you so much, Ivan, really for taking the time. I know you guys are super busy because, yes, your phones are ringing. Everybody wants to get in touch with you. We are so thrilled to have had both of you here with SIS, and all the best. And yes, stay tuned for the 2 o'clock announcement, by the way. Very good. Thank you, Ivan.
Thank you, Karina.
If you're interested in ESG, you're definitely going to want to pay attention to our next speaker. Look, we all want to make influence. And if you can influence and make change in ESG within your own company, you're doing a great job. But what if you had the possibility of influencing the ESG in other companies while doing your job at your own company? So we're going to hear from Julian Martin. He's Managing Director and Head of Digital Data and ESG at the Hong Kong Exchange. So not only is he responsible for ESG within the organization, but then setting the ESG guidelines for companies listing on the Hong Kong Exchange. So please give a warm welcome to Julian Martin with the Hong Kong Exchange.
Good afternoon. So I chose the Baby Yoda. I think a lot of people chose that, I heard. I chose it because I think it represents the little green business that we're trying to develop in the exchange, which is eventually going to become so powerful. We all know it. So I think it's a good representation of our ESG business as I look into it. Now, I'm very happy to be here and to represent HKEX in this aspect. Obviously, Hong Kong Exchange, we're in Hong Kong. We are at the center of the financial markets here in Hong Kong. But even beyond that, we are at the center of Asia's global capital creation. HKEX is fully committed to ESG. We are just joined the Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero alongside 160 plus large financial institutions committing to a 2050 net zero target. That is a corporate target, but obviously this is also a target we expect to implement within our market. We obviously a China connector, and as such, we also committed to the 3060 target that the Chinese authorities have been put together with Hong Kong being such an important China capital creation. We believe it's really where we're going to be impacting. The second thing is we are obviously highly committed to technology. So I know today is about probably one of my most favorite topics is really about green tech, how green and technology are going to be reconciling. And when it comes to capital market, I'm an absolute strong believer that this is going to be the case. So as an example, we just joined a couple of days ago an alliance called, under the PDS Group called ESG Book for global disclosure of quantitative ESG data for listed companies. Now, as HKEX, we have three roles. One is obviously we are frontline regulator. As a frontline regulator, our listing division is going to implement or has implemented over the few years ESG reporting for all our 2,500 listcos. The second role we have is we are a market operator. As a market operator, we're here to make sure that our markets stays very efficient for global investors when they go and buy any kind of securities that they want to purchase out of Hong Kong. They need to also be very, very keen on coming and participate in IPOs that happen in Hong Kong. So as a market operator, we need to set standards and set the right taxonomy for green and sustainable, but also governance that will attract a lot of the global investors to continue coming to Hong Kong. The third part is obviously we are a corporate ourselves, and as a corporate, we are committed to, and as a listed company, we are committed to our ESG community partnership here in Hong Kong through our direct involvement with the community or through investments with the HKEX Foundation. Now, for me, the importance of an exchange as it is comes initially with data and disclosure. So I want to insist on first the importance of having the right level of disclosure and facilitating this disclosure through all the security products that we will be listing in the exchange. It starts with thought leadership, and I think this is something we've been doing over the last 2 or 3 years alongside a lot of other stakeholders in Hong Kong, alongside the government, alongside the HKMA, alongside the SFC. We've really positioned Hong Kong in the green finance industry. And it's been recognized by even the Chinese authority, putting Hong Kong as the GBA hub for green finance. So thought leadership is very important. We will be publishing books. We will be publishing a lot of guides in order to guide all our listed companies, whether they are to come or the one that are already going for IPOs, to actually follow the ESG reporting. This will bring best practices because by improving data, transparency, disclosure, we actually improve quality. We avoid greenwashing, and we create peer pressure on all our listcos so that the baby Yoda becomes stronger and stronger when things are coming to place, especially in terms of capability for action. Technology is going to be absolutely critical. And no one wants to fill in tons of paper in order to do their ESG disclosure, their Scope 1, Scope 2, and Scope 3 calculation, and using multiple layers of consultants, of intermediaries to do that. So we want to be in a market here in Hong Kong where we promote those best practices of facilitating qualitative and quantitative reporting on all ESG aspects of our listcos. Now, out of data will come actions. So once we have done the work on improving our data, then it is time for us to act. And obviously a lot of financial institutions globally have already committed for banks, for instance, making their loan books green. What does that mean? And what does that mean for an exchange? So we are participating a lot of different projects around that. Well, the latest one being the one pushed by the BIS and HKMA on the tokenization of retail green bonds for Hong Kong retail, which is called Project Genesis. These kind of initiatives is for me a real path to action, meaning we actually are starting to not only assess the quality of our existing products in our own exchange and securities in our own exchange, we actually even transforming those products into immediately climate action or ESG, ESG positive products, if you want. So this is where I feel there's a big impact from HKX. Second one, obviously, is carbon market. And I think Hong Kong has a place to find in carbon market after the COP26 and all the other commitment and engagement by global institutions, global government. Carbon market becomes something which should be at the centerpiece of a lot of our strategy. Now, all of that leads obviously to product creation, indices, rating, but it all starts with data. It all starts with our ability to make sure that the products we have on shelf selling to our clients are actually compliant, whether it's a piece of clothes, whether it's a toy, or whether it's a securities. For me, at the end of the day, we will go through the same problematics. Now, financing. I want to push back on this whole idea that you know, with the COP26 commitments, we need to turn our actions into acts, or words into acts, sorry. And that means that we need to start financing sustainable and low carbon future. That implies that Hong Kong capital markets needs to become greener and needs to finance part of this 100 trillion or 150 trillion that have been committed by the COP26, or the $20 trillion that we've assessed will be needed by the Chinese economy to attain carbon neutrality and eventually net zero. So this is a whole lot of capital, and Hong Kong is very good for that. Hong Kong is a very great place for matching this capital with the right products. And that's where, on one side, we will be facilitating the fundraising through the data transparency, through resilience of the data, and that's also one place where green tech is going to be different, meaning we're not talking about a one-off reporting, we're talking about continuous reporting. I was always given these examples of people financing reforestation, nature-based solution projects, making sure that the trees were still there, you know, 3 weeks, 6 weeks later, 2 years later, 4 years later, and all the carbon credits that are issued about that. Well, there's a lot of new technology that comes up about monitoring this real time, making sure whether it's on the chain or out of the chain, that this kind of technology is going to be embedded into overall monitoring in terms of products. The second part where we feel like we are going to be making an immediate impact is through the usage of an overall database of our products. And that's why in last year, roughly around this time, we launched Stage, which is our green financing platform, in which we've initially listed a whole bunch of green bonds. And the number of green bonds that we initially listed was very few. It was a few tens to start with. Now we have more than 83 bonds in there that have raised more than 125 billion Hong Kong dollar of liquidity and going. And it's not only coming from international capital, it's also coming from Chinese capital. We have a lot of new issuers coming on stage and really advertising all of their different initiatives through this platform. The next step for us is going to be ETF, structured products, but eventually we need to go also into assessing the greenness of our 25,000 listcos, which I hope later today you'll see in our latest release of Stage. We'll be adding more information about our listed companies, greenness, and ability to be invested, because we feel that global investors, out of Europe, out of US, or out of Asia, right now take this as a very important factor for their investments. I want to talk a bit more about carbon market, because I think this is also an extremely important place where Hong Kong will need to be doing things. So first of all, we need to facilitate carbon reduction, even though there might not be that much carbon creation out of Hong Kong. With the help of the power of our capital, and all the VC capital, all the liquidity providers, all the family office, all the money that comes in Hong Kong needs to get and more involved into those net zero targets. And that implies that we offer them products that are aiming at these targets. With the help of the HKMA and the SFC, we're now participating in this cross-agency steering group on green and sustainable finance, which hopefully will come up with a conclusion by the end of December, with providing actionable items. And we feel that carbon market in particular is places where the world needs to just come to terms about an overall taxonomy, an overall agreements on how we're going to be treating all those carbon offsets on one side, and eventually as well on anything which has to do with allowance market. We also need to find a way of bridging, for instance, Asia, China, and most active ETS markets such as European ETS or North American ETS. So again, I think the opportunity for Hong Kong is to really become this international green hub, potentially for the Greater Bay Area, but even more for the world, both for voluntary market and for mandatory market. Facilitating project financing is also something that we need to do. Obviously, we are mostly an IPO market at the moment, but green debt, green loans are things that we need to help facilitate. Again, the capital is there, the product needs to be happening. And the lack of standardization is something that only technology can help us address. So in other words, I think to conclude my talk, as a HKX, as a trusted exchange here in Hong Kong, we want to use the weight of our trust to make a greener market, a more sustainable market, and facilitate investors' access to products that they know will have an impact on climate or on governance, with the right level of governance as well. So we are committed to that, and the only option for us is really technology. So technology is things that we are going to be investing. We're going to be teaming up with technology partners, making sure, with all the FinTech that exists in Hong Kong or in Asia, there are hundreds of people that are working towards the same goal, and we need to come all of us together. And if anybody's interested in working with HKEX, please contact me, and we'll do more together in order to make this market more sustainable and towards a net zero target. Thank you so much.
And I am thrilled to now announce the next part of SIS 4.0, something that is really dear to our heart and at the center of everything we do at WHub, which is giving the stage to the scale-ups that are part of SIS. So some of them had the great chance and opportunity to expose, and they have their own booth here at SIS on the virtual platform as well as the offline platform. And now we just want to make sure that for those who cannot join us in person, have the opportunity to tell you what they are doing, the wonderful solutions that are building, that they're building on problems that are impacting our world. So let's give these startups the opportunity to showcase how they are co-creating our future.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is Angie. I'm the Business Development Director for Alpha Grace and ArtTech. In short, we are called H. H designs and builds smart mobile and ArtTech solutions that enables our customers to achieve lesser waste and greater green in their business operation. We were incorporated in 2019 with Singapore as our HQ. The founders of the company possess more than 17 years of industrial experience. In 2020, we began our marketing activities to overseas market, and have appointed local partners in 10 Southeast Asian countries. This year, despite slower market conditions due to COVID, we are still actively seeking expansion through partnerships, collaboration for test bedding of our systems, as well as investments. One of our key strengths is being able to offer proprietary, customized enviro solutions for multi-sector, thus allowing customers easy and seamless integration into their business operations. Waste to us is not a waste, but a valuable resource that can be converted to byproducts for reuse and for recycle. We create disruptive solutions and offer a different concept of waste management to the market. Each solutions are tailored and can be divided into 4 main verticals. Please look forward to a short video that we prepared of our individual solutions. Thank you.
Let's take a look at the first vertical, bioorganic treatment. AGE uses specialty mix formulated microorganism that can be applied for treatment in agriculture, farming, F&B, river and lake, soil generation, and landfill. The microbial can be used to carry out natural composting or added to composting systems to carry out rapid fermentation of waste at heated temperature. The recovered compost can be mixed with our soil reversible products to transform dry damaged land into fertile green farm land. It is a 100% sustainable and close-the-loop solution. Next, our solid waste treatment system is a smart, mobile, plug-and-play unit that processes up to 5 tons per day of organic waste. It can be deployed at places where incineration capacity is lacking or used to prevent landfill hazards. Waste management can be made accessible to any waste generator. The Alpha AMP uses plasma assist technology for 100% reduction of waste into 5% recyclable ash. It provides end user with savings to waste storage cost, trucking cost, and landfill or incineration cost. The third vertical is the waste-to-energy system. It is a mid-scale 50 tons per day waste operating plant that can generate up to 1 megawatt electrical per hour. It is suitable for district or township decentralized waste-to-energy management. Lastly, AGE wastewater treatment consists of customized advanced solutions to purify and recover water for reuse. The systems are designed for continuous operations and requires only 20% footprint of traditional batch processes. Key features of AGE wastewater solutions include containerized and mobile treatment. It reduces chemical usage, hence lowering operating cost. The system produces high-quality product. It can be run continuously without residence time. At AGE, we believe in creating forefront enviro solutions that are beneficial to the people and the earth. We welcome all corporate partnership that seeks to implement sustainable waste management. Choose green. Thank you.
Due to time constraints, we were not able to share more, but do feel free to contact us should you need to discuss on your enviro needs.
Thank you for your time and stay safe during this COVID period.
Disruptive innovation in green energy is the only way to counter the climate emergency. AlGreen aims to use algae technology to produce renewable biofuels, and I believe that our innovation can drive us into a new era of sustainability.
Algae can absorb more carbon in a day than most trees can in an entire year. This makes them an outstanding source of biodiesel. Furthermore, they do not require any agricultural resources to cultivate.
We at AlGreen aim to create groundbreaking technology by combining biotechnology, chemical engineering, design, and phycology. Our proprietary energy generation technology has the potential to shift the paradigm in renewable energy. From genetically modified oil-rich algae to automated vertical farming techniques, we strive to disrupt the energy industry.
Our aim is to sustainably change the energy consumption paradigm in industries like aviation and shipping, where there are no current alternatives to oil-based fuels. Our journey has just about begun. Let's rethink energy.
Millions of calls answered at call centers every day. Organizations want to find out the customer sentiment, but most of the call centers of theirs are just getting the call statistics and getting back information back to the organization. So what our product Colovice is about, getting the sentiment from the customers in terms of intelligent analytics. So we can detect fraud detection, lead generation, things like that for organization, and we can customize for different scenarios, and it will be helpful for organization to identify these kind of insight from the customers and can be used for further analytics as well. So organization can use valuable data that provided by our system, and they can gain more insight about their customers.
Ikot lang, ikot. Tapos siya na ang bahala mag-supply ng kuryente sa mga ilaw. Mas maganda yan. Malaking tulong dahil unang-una yung konsumo ng krudo. Tapos pakinig mo sa ilalim ng tubig yung ingay ng generator. Magkakabirya ng alangang oras. Halimbawa, alas 3 na, alas 4 na. Ay, wala ka nang magagawa. Eh, uuwi na lang. Walang uli. Kaya minsan, nagdadala na lang kami ng battery pag in case na nagkabirya. Eh, kung medyo matahimik lang, hindi masyadong magtatakbuhan ng mga stock.
So, good day. My name is Louis Villalon. We are Vortex, and our startup goal is to give energy one revolution at a time. Firstly, I would like you to meet Kuya Marcel. Based from his statement, no light means no fish, no food for a family. He is a typical fisherman from Batangas. As a fisherman, he goes out to fish at 2 a.m. in the morning. And when he goes out, he uses a light to attract fishes at a shallow depth. The light may seem an effective strategy, but it is powered solely by a diesel engine. The noise of the engine repels the fish away, thus reducing yield. And lighting up the lamps adds to fuel costs. Other than Kuya Marcel, there are over 4,000 fishermen in his vicinity that does the same strategy. Other than that, Kuya Marcel is not just a fisherman, but also a citizen. There are 10 million Filipinos that have unstable or no access to electricity. 70% of that totally has no access to electricity, and they are typically found in rural communities or in remote islands. As a startup, our goal is to light up fishing communities. Our initial focus is in Batangas, where many areas in the islands have access to electricity. Our company is also in line with SDG 7, which provides affordable and clean energy. With that, our solution is Vortex. Vortex stands for Versatile Offshore Recyclable Turbine for Exergy. It is a vertical-oriented wind turbine which provides clean and renewable energy. Here is a representation on how Vortex can be installed, which are marked by lighting icons. It is a communal off-grid power station in communities which provide electricity. It is not only uplift the lives of the citizens, but it can also generate income. Because it is also mounted on fishing boats to charge batteries and power their lights. Thus, it lessens the engine noise and reduce fuel costs. Vortex can provide electricity from harnessing the wind, and in the Philippines, there is a huge potential of wind power. Our product aims to achieve 50 watts to 300 watts of usable power per unit. And our goal is to reduce 30% of fuel costs from fishing activities. Our product is not only portable, but also weatherproof. Our product is focused on 3 A's. Vortex supplies accessible electricity in remote locations. It is an affordable solution and has a functional package. And lastly, It is an adaptable plug-and-play system that anyone can use. Before we move on with our product launch, firstly, we will install Vortex in fishing boats. This will be a small-scale version, wherein we prepare our development for a large-scale product. Then, our end goal is to install a land-based power station to tap the household communities. With this plan, we are aiming to partner with LGUs, NGOs, and private institutions for funding the product development and installation costs. We are hoping to have key partners in this endeavor. And after the power stations are fully ready, our final target will be the end users. Our MVP was already reaching 50 watts of charging as our minimum target, and we have been rigorously testing our product since the start of September. So these are the benefits and contribution of Vortex. There are 3 options: contribution to carbon credits, innovation in energy production, and education campaigns. On our current timeline, we have been able to visit 3 target areas: Tingloy, Lemery, and Tabangao. These are towns situated in Batangas province in the Philippines. Our mission here is to understand the difficulties in their livelihood and the feasibility of Vortex to their community. For the business model, our key stakeholders will be the CSRs, LGUs, and NGOs. The payment method will either be postpaid or prepaid, and the generated by Vortex will be supplied towards the beneficiaries. This will be our pricing model. The postpaid options is 700 pesos upon consuming 100 kilowatts of electricity. The unlimited plan is a 1-year program priced at 500 pesos per month. The down payment of 6,000 pesos must be paid. Lastly is the prepaid plan, which is priced at 160 pesos, which will deliver a 20 kilowatt hour of electricity. And these are roughly our proposed installation in off-grid areas. And this is what it would look like in urban areas. We have been continuously developing our product. Hopefully by next year, in January, we will be conducting our product launch. Our startup is already in partnership with Save the Philippine Seas, WeVolver, US Embassy, USAID, and Shell Livewire. And of course, these are the persons behind Vortex. We are comprised of researchers, innovators, and engineers to make Vortex a reality. We are looking forward to have collaborations and partnerships with you to further develop Vortex. And again, our product is Vortex, and our end goal is to light up communities one revolution at a time.
我係 Jack Lee， 出糧快嘅創辦人兼 CEO。我喺傳統金融同埋創新金融科技行業有超過20年嘅業務發展同埋風險管理嘅經驗。我創辦出糧快係希望改善打工一族嘅財務健康。香港嘅基層勞工如果要獲取私人貸款，往往要承受較高嘅利率嘅。舉例，呢間有過萬員工嘅公司，佢會將佢嘅員工轉介去財務公司攞所謂嘅特選客戶私人貸款，而實際年利率係高達48%嘅。事實上，香港有超過60萬嘅基層員工面對緊高息嘅信用卡同埋私人貸款嘅問題。我哋嘅解決方案出糧快係一個普惠金融平台，員工可以喺出糧日之前提取當月佢應賺取到嘅薪金，而無需借貸。員工所付出嘅費用只係市面貸款利率嘅1半，甚至1/4。點解我哋可以咁平？因為我哋嘅直接客戶係信用良好嘅僱主，咁我哋嘅優勢就係風險會低咗，自然我哋可以將費用降低，直接令用戶得益。我哋嘅手機應用程式連接僱主嘅出糧系統，員工可以隨時查核佢可以提取嘅金額。舉個例子，呢位員工 到今日為止已經賺取咗4000蚊嘅薪金，佢選擇提取2500蚊，咁我哋嘅系統會即時將呢2500蚊減去費用，直接入落去佢出糧嘅戶口度。到出糧日，佢嘅僱主會歸還翻呢2500蚊俾我哋，而將薪金淨額直接發放俾員工嘅出糧戶口。僱主提供出糧快呢個零成本嘅員工福利，除咗可以推廣 CSR 同 ESG 之外，對招聘同埋挽留人手亦都會有幫助。出糧快除咗令僱主同僱員受惠，亦都令到我哋嘅資金提供者得益，因為出糧快係一個低風險，亦都有一個具吸引力回報嘅影響力投資產品。喺科技方面，除咗運用流動應用程式同 API 之外，我哋亦都利用 NFT 技術，將我哋嘅投資資產代幣化，藉此擴大我哋嘅資金池，令到我哋嘅用戶隨時可以提取到款項。我哋好榮幸喺2021年香港金融科技周嘅比賽入選 ESG 領域嘅全球10強，晉身準決賽。我哋誠意希望得到投資者同埋僱主嘅支持，一齊改善受薪者嘅財務健康，推廣聯合國永續發展目標1、8同埋10。多謝。
Hello everyone, I'm John Rampat, CEO and co-founder of PDS Group, a food tech startup company. And today I'm going to present you our breakthrough solution that can solve the big problem of food industry. Our chemical-free edible coating solution that can prolong the shelf life of fruit and vegetable up to 5 times longer. And along the past few years, we have successfully increased 11x number of buying customers, 6.9x value of the coated fresh produce in 9 countries that our applied fresh produce we exported to. And more than 80 organizations already validate or apply our solution on their supply chain line. The problem that we try to solve is the food loss that occur along the food supply chain. And our customers have to lose their fresh produce around 20 to 50% in every transaction they trade, and it damages them around 1.2 billion US dollar per year. More than that, it also creates difficulty and costly to manage fresh produce SKU and limit them to grow their portfolio, as shelf life is a key barrier to expand market coverage to nationwide or internationally. We propose our chemical-free edible coating solution with Thai FDA approved to be the solution to solve that big problem. By just simply spraying or dipping our solution on the surface of fresh produce, it will create invisible film that calibrates the flow and outflow of gases and water. And the result, any fruit, vegetable, and still produce can be extended shelf life up to 5 times longer. It can also delay the microbial occurring and maintaining the nutrition and quality of fresh produce. And it's the 5 example of the time lab testing for the current 30 type of the use case that we can apply to. On the left side is the normal condition, and on the right side is the fresh produce with our technology protection. And you can see that on the top right, even past to more than 3 weeks, the mango is still in good condition, and that means our customer can distribute this mango to anywhere in this world. And when compared to our competitor, we are not only superior in terms of the capability, but we are more easy to use with more safety from Thai FDA certification, and we are ongoing process to get more FDA approval from Japan, South Korea, and the Philippines. And for the strategic segment, as today we have 4 strategic target market as exported fresh fruit and vegetable market, domestic fresh cut fruit and vegetable as the vendor of supermarket, hypermarket, dry fruit and vegetable producer, and cassava industry. And the value that we can give back to customer when compared to the cost that they have to invest in us for the export scenario, the customer will get about 12.9x in return, and the domestic scenario, the customer will get about 7.2x in return. For the business model in Thailand, we then earn the revenue from B2B direct sales to our strategic partner network as the leading supermarket and hypermarket that they can enforce or introduce us to their supplier or the key influencer partner as the leading government organization or the leading association that can refer or recommend our solution to their exporter, food factory, and fresh produce server in their network. And for next step, we want to go regional by appoint authorized distributor model. And we are already started discussion with some of the leading conglomerate who already set up the business footprint in Asia Pacific. We also want to uplift our solution capability to the next level by inventing a new application journey as automated machine and concentrate SKU, and also the use case of the extending shelf life to the meat, poultry, seafood, and flower shelf life extension market. That is Eden Architect. Please feel free to visit our website or reach us via the email. See you.
My name is Shauna Gavron, and I am the CEO of Endangered Wildlife. The world is facing a mass extinction event. So before we can actually help people, we need to help the planet. While we intrinsically understand this, it can sometimes be difficult to grasp the true financial value of biodiversity to us and the impact we are having on biodiversity. So this is where we at Endangered Wildlife come in. We are an Estonian tech for good that is developing a software solution that allows users to calculate the financial value of individual species of biodiversity in any specific location. With changing reporting requirements and the growth in ESG and biodiversity awareness and interest, the market needs new solutions. While there are many carbon solutions out there, there is nothing actually directly addressing biodiversity. So to address this challenge, we are developing the Biodiversity Valuator, a machine learning software which calculates the financial value of individual species of biodiversity in specific locations, based on a methodology that combines pure finance, pure statistics, environmental statistics, and environmental economics, and has already been applied to 110 species in around 30 locations. The Biodiversity Valuator is therefore directly solving the challenge relating to how to incorporate biodiversity into strategic and investment decision-making processes, or how investors and companies can report on biodiversity impact in a simple, understandable manner without the need for expert knowledge. This offers more than mere metrics and measurements such as mean species abundance, and is more accessible to both internal and external stakeholders. We believe biodiversity is the next big ESG topic, and our software is the ideal solution to meet this future demand. We have already developed the light MVP of the software using advanced algorithms, and we've developed the proof of concept for the machine learning, and plan to expand beyond our current consulting by launching the full Biodiversity Valuator within 12 months, offering both SaaS and licensed product options. We are the first to develop such a practical, scalable solution for biodiversity and stand alone in this new impact niche that we are forging into the $1 billion ESG analytics space. To date, we have received interest already for the solution from the real estate, infrastructure, agriculture, renewable energy, and finance sectors. We have made significant progress over the past 12 months in terms of valuations, pilots, software development, the white paper publication, which has already been reviewed by over 80 academic and industry peers, being invited to join the TNFD Forum, and being accepted as an official supporter of the UN Global Compact. We have also begun to generate revenues proving the demand for our solution. We are a multi-skilled professional team of 13 and 3 advisors with relevant experience in finance, environment, statistics, IT, and marketing. Personally, I've been working on this since 2004-2005, and I have a double master's in finance and currently completing my second biodiversity-related master's. Our team has come together with a unified passion, drive, and motivation to have as great an impact as possible. We are endangered wildlife, and we value all life. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Max Ward, and I'm pleased to introduce Libera to you. Our mission is to liberate emerging Asia supply chains with data. My career is Asia supply chain, starting with more than half a decade at DHL, looking after multinational consumer goods accounts, and founding OpenPort, a digital logistics company that worked with those brands in 6 different countries around the region. I'm joined in the management team by Benj Roberts, our CTO, with 20 years of technology and with big data and finance and startups, including a couple of exits. At the board level, we're joined by Jack Gillette from Cambridge Analytica, Wolfgang Lehmacher from the World Economic Forum, and Gabriel Fong, a well-known investor in Hong Kong. The problem, simply put, is that supply chains in emerging Asia don't work because retail sales data is missing. This leads to a very weak understanding of demand that leads to the wrong inventory being put in place and lost sales for everybody in the supply chain. Ultimately, this lack of data leads to a lack of trust, coordination, but perhaps most importantly, a over $1 trillion trade finance gap. The market we currently focus on, Indonesia and Pakistan, has upwards of 500 million consumers. Longer term, we're looking at closer to 3 billion and a growing addressable market already in excess of $1 trillion of annual consumer goods sales. Our unique solution makes supply chains more profitable and sustainable for all stakeholders in the supply chain and uses the power of emerging enterprise, artificial intelligence, and blockchain technologies. First, we acquire a superior retail sales data set, then use this data to predict demand, and then ultimately finance the supply chain. We've recently closed a $1 million equity round and are starting a private pre-sale on a $15 million token sale, which will give us the capital for micro incentives company that we're joined by Jack Gillette from Cambridge Analytica, Wolfgang Lehmacher from the World Economic Forum, and Gabriel Fong, a well-known investor in Hong Kong. The problem, simply put, is that supply chains in emerging Asia don't work because retail sales data is missing. This leads to a very weak understanding of demand that leads to the wrong inventory being put in place and lost sales for everybody in the supply chain. Ultimately, this lack of data leads to a lack of trust, coordination, but perhaps most importantly, a over $1 trillion trade finance gap. The market we currently focus on, Indonesia and Pakistan, has upwards of 500 million consumers. Longer term, we're looking at closer to 3 billion and a growing addressable market already in excess of $1 trillion of annual consumer goods sales. Our unique solution makes supply chains more profitable and sustainable for all stakeholders in the supply chain and uses the power of emerging enterprise, artificial intelligence, and blockchain technologies. First, we acquire a superior retail sales data set, then use this data to predict demand and then ultimately finance the supply chain. We've recently closed a $1 million equity round and are starting a private pre-sale on a $15 million token sale, which will give us the capital for micro incentives.
Hello everyone, my name is Lanan, CFO of Mimosa Tech. Mimosa Tech is a leading ArtTech company in Vietnam since 2014, and we are building a sustainable agricultural trading business, which I am very excited to share with you today. First, let's start with the problems of the agricultural supply chain. There are two main problems, intermediary and profitability. There are so many layers between the key players in the supply chain, such as the farmers and the wholesale buyers, which reduce the efficiency of the chain and the profitability of the chain. Traditional farming practice and business have low yield, low quality, high cost, and high waste. Therefore, Mimosa Tech wants to increase the value and the profitability of the chain by direct connection. We replace the multiple layers of middlemen in the chain by connecting the vegetables directly from the farmers to the wholesale buyers. We use data-driven in farming practice and business to work with our contract farmers to increase their yield, quality, reduce cost, and waste. Our target customers include three segments: the wholesale buyers, the farmers, and the agricultural input supplier. Therefore, the revenue streams come from the sales of agricultural produce, sales of data-driven farming practice, and the commission from distributing input materials. The target market is vegetable markets in Vietnam. Vietnam has a domestic vegetable wholesale market value up to $3.6 billion per year, and the export market value for fruit and vegetable is up to $3.3 billion per year. Therefore, Vietnam is a large market for us to start our business. The competition is intense in this market. However, most of the competitors only focus on the intermediary problems. They increase their profit by trying to buy low and sell high. They're not interested in working with farmers to increase the yield. Our business model is better and more sustainable than the traditional trading business because we're solving both the intermediary and profitability problems by working directly with farmers to increase the yield, quality, and reduce the cost. This is based on the foundation of our long-established technology. We have been building agricultural technology such as Internet of Things and data-driven farming practice since 2014. This sets us apart from other competitors in the trading business. We started the vegetable trading business in September 2020, and we have been seeing the significant growth in this segment. Our monthly revenue in September 2021 increased 3,000% compared with the monthly revenue in September 2020. Our founding team is very experienced and passionate in agriculture, technology, and business. Cathy Venture is our lead investor since 2016. The company is valued at $10 million US. Therefore, in order to grow our business, we would like to call for the fundraising amount of $1 million US for 10% of shareholdings. And I'm very happy to discuss with you all about the investment opportunity in Mimosa Tech. Thank you very much for your attention.
Existing solutions like Wi-Fi or Ethernet are not suitable for emerging real-time, low-latency applications needed in smart city or smart industry. And undoubtedly, 5G would make a difference here. 5G will connect the unconnected. And without 5G, the digitization of smart city or smart industry using emerging technologies like AI, IoT, robotics, drones will not be able to scale. But let's face it, 5G is complex, 5G is expensive. Hi, my name is Abhijit Chaudhary, and I am the co-founder and CEO of Neural Networks. For companies that want to adopt 5G for the last mile connectivity, simply and affordable, we provide a comprehensive open source platform that allows people to use and manage 5G with a click of couple buttons. Our open source platform can disrupt the last mile connectivity similar to how Linux and Android disrupted the server and the mobile device market. Our open source 5G platform is called Neural OS, and it contains three key components: the IP MPLS backhaul that carries the 5G traffic within the enterprise. Secondly, the 5G Edge that manages the mobility of all IoT and mobile devices within the enterprise. And lastly, the SDN controller that provisions the private 5G network end-to-end within an enterprise. Neural OS software stack is integrated with commercial off-the-shelf hardware and radio to create a private 5G network for the smart city, smart industry, smart stadium, or rural networks. Neural's private 5G as a service is software-centric, cloud-native approach that would enable even the small and medium businesses to digitize their operations using our zero capex software subscription model and manage the network from a single dashboard without the need of specialized IT staff. As opposed to Huawei and other big complicated providers, our private 5G software platform will be provided as a service using the cloud similar to AWS and Azure that makes it simple, easy, and approachable for organizations large and small across the globe. We have 4 paying customers and 10 partners worldwide with a revenue pipeline of 11 million USD and a service obtainable market of $1.5 billion. And we can impact 1 billion people in rural and semi-urban areas by providing a good and affordable connectivity. Our go-to-market is to go global using our partnership with system integrators, IoT providers, and ODMs. And in the long run, we would provide our private 5G as a service from the cloud similar to AWS or Azure and look at a revenue of $110 million by 2026. The company was co-founded by myself and Dr. Inder Gopal. We have co-founded 4 startups earlier in the telecom and networking space and have a combined experience of 50 man-years. We had previously worked with companies like Ericsson, Cisco, Motorola, Huawei, and have 20 plus patents and 70 plus technical publications. Neural Networks has offices in India and in US. Looking forward to partner with you all to disrupt the last mile connectivity using private 5G as a service. Thank you.
Hi, we're For Future. For Future is classifieds and venture investing via tokenization for companies solving humanity's existential risks. Our community includes ventures like Scaleup Systems and investors like Draper VC Partners. The social impact problem we're tackling are existential risks to humanity's future, such as climate change, asteroids, and harnessing AI and biohacking for the benefit of all. The markets we address are existential impact ventures looking for resources, such as funding, talent, advice, and research participants, and the people who want to support them, such as investors, talent, and companies. The market problem is that interested parties who want to contribute to these ventures have no platform to do so. In other words, interest is not being translated into action. And this is for reasons such as limited discoverability. There's no easy way to discover these ventures. Second of all, difficulty contributing directly to these ventures at a smaller scale. And finally, for professional investors, these ventures are high risk with difficult due diligence requirements. Our solution is classifieds and asset tokenization for existential impact ventures, similar to AngelList for Impact 2.0 ventures, with job boards, crowdfunding, and tokenization. What differentiates us is tokenization tailored for the space, granular search filters customized and sanitized by industry experts, a network of experts to help us better understand and evaluate these deep science and technology ventures, and finally, our ability to empower the masses to contribute in a variety of ways and scale. We have interest from ventures such as Scaleup Systems, Futuramic, and Paragon, as well as interest from experts such as NASA scientists and VCs like Draper. We estimate that over 43,000 existential impact ventures are spending $14,000 per year on fundraising and talent acquisition. Media, talent, and investor interest is at an all-time high, and ARK Invest predicts 10x growth by 2030. Our team has experience from large corporations such as Accenture and Amazon, with additional deep entrepreneurial expertise and know-how. So to recap, we're for future, and we're building classifieds and tokenization for ventures solving humanity's existential risks. We look forward to hearing from you and working with you. We're open to partnerships on the platform, network, and investor level. Thank you very much.
Welcome to the pitch of Smart Farm Sensing about holistic agriculture intelligence. My name is Laurens Bierens, and I'm founder and CEO. What we do. Pest and water scarcity are by far the main threats for the global food production. So to feed the increasing world population, we need to transform the global agriculture system and improve its productivity. That is why we developed AgriIoT, a one-stop shop data analytics and decision-making platform for food producers to increase their agriculture productivity. To date, an overwhelming multitude of data sources is available for food producers. From satellites, IoT sensors, drones, field observations, etc. Because of the massive data amounts, it is impossible to distinguish the right data from different sources for desired purposes. AgriIoT fuses individual data supply chains, including apps and dashboards, and enables food producers the full control of the data analytics and decision-making supply chain. And unlike our competitors, AgriIoT is non-discriminating in sensors, data, and vendors, and eliminates the need of many platforms and many apps. Our initial target market is the high-value fruit tree sector in the Middle East, which is already a multi-billion market on its own, constituting more than 1 billion fruit trees. Fruit trees are capital assets. Water scarcity and pest are the biggest threats to these valuable crops. And AgTech innovations are in an early stage in the fruit tree sector, so there's a lot to win. But if new business opportunities arise, we extend the scope to other crops and regions as well. Our business model is based on a base service subscription, with additional subscriptions for pest monitoring, weather data, irrigation services, sensor data, etc. And in addition, we sell equipment with a 20% markup. Our main go-to-market strategy is to focus on food producers who source their production to SME farmers and government organizations who service the national fruit tree sectors. Typically, our clients operate or service tens of thousands of individual farms. This strategy already resulted in impressive pilot projects and launching customers, such as the Abu Dhabi Agriculture and Food Safety Authority, servicing 24,000 SME farms. The Bahrain Ministry of Agriculture for nationwide integrated pest management service, and recently Terviva, a global food tech company producing sustainable proteins from Ongamia trees. I founded Smart Farm Sensing together with my fellow co-founder and Chief Information Officer Joost van der Gaag. After several years of developing precision date fruit farming innovations in the Gulf region, we decided to found Smart Farm Sensing to commercialize our innovations with a grant from the European Space Agency Business Incubating Program. We operate lean and mean and work with contractors and sourcing partners. Recently, we expanded our business development in the Middle East. We have a renowned heritage in our market segments and a solid technology base, including code-based patents and products. To date, we funded our product and market development ourselves. With business is increasing, we are currently looking for €300,000 seed funding to strengthen our organizations and to increase our marketing and sales activities. We expect to be ready for follow-up Series A funding within 1 year. I'm happy to invite you to join us in this transformation process of the global agriculture system, so that together we can feed the world of our children.
Hello everyone, my name is Ben. I'm the founder and managing director of Stacks, a Singapore B2B FinTech company. Our team is led by industry veterans, each with more than 20 years experience with the largest banks and institutions, while I have been a successful FinTech entrepreneur before this, and we came together with a vision to empower the financial industry in a sustainable manner. Financial markets today are fragmented. This results in close to $900 billion stocked up daily, high transaction costs of more than $600 billion annually, and it's not even effective with a $2.5 trillion annual gap in sustainable finance today. At Stacks, we provide a common blockchain platform for financial institutions to now be able to enjoy same-day clearing. By enabling real-time reconciliation, we eliminate costly errors and the failed trades, which make up 6% of all trades today, so that more capital can now be directed to new opportunities like sustainable finance. And we are ready. Our live platform covers multiple asset classes, including both traditional and sustainable finance. Our platform is modular and interoperable with existing systems via API. We support the workflow of financial instruments with a blockchain that is perpetually reconciled in real time. This means removing the risk of costly errors, providing smart contract automation for more effective launching of products, and increasing liquidity for newer asset classes. We have also scaled up our platform to support ESG finance with a common ESG registry powered by the blockchain. This industry-wide registry is part of the project Green Print, led by the Monetary Authority of Singapore, MAS, and it contains ESG certifications and records from corporates across various industries, thus helping to facilitate Scope 1 to 3 emissions tracking, tokenized carbon credits, and ultimately empower financial institutions' ESG financial products. We have won numerous accolades from our clients, which include national stock exchanges, global banks, and top-tier asset managers. They now enjoy up to 90% improvements in efficiencies and risk management, greater revenue capacity, and are well-positioned to capture opportunities in strategic verticals like sustainable finance. Recognized by the industry internationally, we are an award winner at the annual MAS Global FinTech Awards for Sustainability and Green Finance, a 2-time awardee of the FSTI grant by the MAS for Innovation in the Financial Sector, and received other global industry awards from Gartner, DSET, UBS, and more. Having achieved our targets for 2020, we are on track to achieve our targets to be the platform of the future for the financial industry, scale up within APAC and then globally. And this is all available via a platform that is scalable, interoperable, and nimble. The platform can handle complex business logic for the financial industry, while API connectivity allows existing systems to interface with it flexibly. Our SaaS business model allows you to get started on a quick pilot to validate your business case with no risk, with very low implementation costs to go to market rapidly with our ready ecosystem partners. With our live platform and ecosystem, we hope that you can partner us to unlock massive value in the financial industry together. Thank you.
Beautiful. I loved all these pitches, and I hope you are getting in touch with these startups either through the platform or connect with them here offline in Hong Kong, Quarry Bay, where we're having part of the conference live and in person. Now, I also have the great pleasure to introduce Oriane Riquier. She is the Executive Director of Maker Bay Foundation. We will shoot a first video to give you an idea on a very impressive project that Maker Bay is working on. So without further ado, please have a look on Maker Bay Foundation's project.
How can you use the power of technology? How do you flip the power of capitalism, not to destroy the environment, but to empower people and to improve the environment? My name is Cesar Jong Harada. I'm French and Japanese, living in Hong Kong. I'm the director of Scaleup. It's an ocean robotics company, and director of Maker Bay, which is a maker education and entrepreneurship company. The way that corporations work nowadays is that, say, I come up with a cool technology, I will patent it. Keep other people from using technology. I think we have to be past that. There's a real urgency. We have to develop better technology that everybody can build on top of and improve. Ego has got to go away. Like, we have got to share. This mindset of making something and sharing it is going to be a fuel of the new industrial revolution. A Maker Bay is a makerspace. A makerspace is basically a workshop where anybody can come and build whatever they want. What we are building here is an ocean drone. It carries a camera that takes a picture every, say, half a second. We stitch them together to map large areas of coral reef. And then the idea of that is then to assemble those pictures into a map that can measure the health of the ocean. If we keep polluting the ocean, we essentially destroy our future. If you want to make any progress, you need to expose yourself. I learned this because my first master in judo, he trained us to fall. He would basically take us and throw us on the floor, and throw us on the floor, and throw us on the floor. But then, I fall on the ground, I know how to stand up. If you're a scientist and you make a failed experiment, it's your duty to share that failure so that somebody else doesn't have to repeat the same failure. There was a moment where I realized that the stuff that I do is more important than my life itself. If I can pass those ideas to my son, he can push them further to improve human condition, to improve world condition. I'll be very, very happy.
Yes, and of course we could not run SIS 4.0 with a focus on ESG without having our friends from Maker Bay and Maker Bay Foundation with us. So Oriane, welcome. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for being here.
Us.
Absolutely. So we saw one amazing project, I think that is called Coral Bot. But tell us a little bit more about all the wonderful things that you do at Maker Bay and Maker Bay Foundation.
Yes, so what we saw in the video was really the starting point of several projects that Cesar had led with Maker Bay Foundation. And one of them is a Coral Bot. So with this Coral Bot, it's really about trying to find technological solution to support environmental conservation. So in that case, it was a robot that goes underwater and takes pictures of corals in order to then create maps of all of the corals. And later on, and we don't see that in the video yet, but later on we developed an AI that can recognize the different species of coral. So that's a tool that we want to make affordable for scientists and conservationists around the world so that they can have a faster understanding of what's happening under the water. So recently we went to Hoi Ha 1 actually to test it. The results were very interesting and we keep developing the technology. So both the hardware and the software parts because we see that as really a tool that could be a game changer in the conservation. One aspect of it also that we find very important is how we integrate youth in this part of the work. All the programs at Maker Bay really integrate youth, and so this program, we plan to continue it with their support in order to continue developing it. So That's one way that we will be working with them, integrating them in the building of it, in the treatment of the images, in also the reflection of what else could we build on top of that and how could we further develop it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know, knowing Cesar from way back and his passion really for education, awareness, building open ecosystems. I remember, you know, Prote, I think, was the first robot that was actually really the open source hardware project with makers from around the world. And now that focus on youth as well. Fascinating. So tell us a little bit more, I think, on other programs that you run. It's now integrating kids into AI and AI technology. How can people get involved with you?
Yes, of course. So this year we've been very fortunate to launch an AI community program. That's a program that is supported by the Hong Kong Jockey Club, to whom we're very grateful. And in this program, we're going to work with underserved youth in Hong Kong to allow them to participate in in AI technology. So the way it's going to work is through workshops. They're going to be able to learn about the technology, get more familiar with it, and start learning how to use it. So we want to show that it's not a technology we should be afraid of or to feel like it's reserved for extremely technical people, like the high spheres of universities, but that is something we need to all understand because it's going to be part of our daily life. It's already quite part of our daily life. So we really need to understand it and learn how to best harness it. So in the program, we're going to be teaching youth about this, but we also want to involve their families. So their parents are going to be really welcome to join also these activities. And we want to get the support of educators and industry professionals, such as probably many of yourselves, to work with these youth along the way. So just to help them to keep this inspiration, keep this motivation, and share with them your knowledge, whether it's an AI or tech-based, or whether it's more about how to lead a project, how to develop an idea, how to work on a business plan. So this is a program we're very excited about, of course, because it's the first AI community program that is going to be developed in Hong Kong. And we'll be kickstarting our workshops in early of 2022. So at the moment, we're looking for mentors. So we really welcome anyone who would be keen on helping young people to get the best out of themselves, to reach out to us, and we would love to welcome you on board.
Absolutely a fascinating space. I remember bringing one of my kids over there to build a drone. That was a few years back. Yeah. Now, you talk about AI technology, and do you want to give some examples in which areas you're encouraging the children to apply it on? So we saw an example with the sea, right? So for understanding the life underwater, very important SDG goal. Do you have some other case studies or areas?
Sure. Well, you know, Cesar is very keen on the sea, and we will definitely keep working on that. Recently, we also work with some students to work on that with the ocean park. So also bringing other actors in environmental protection related to the ocean. And well, we also want this to be integrated in society and in the rest of the environment. So it could be also about recognizing other species of animal on land. It could be a very nice app that we use also as a great tool is iNaturalist, not developed by us, but by great people around. So you can recognize different species, so also a great tool for conservation. We're also going to encourage the students to look into topics very close to them. So it could be about can I use AI to better do waste sorting in my home? Or how can I use it to support my grandparents at home who may struggle to read a book because now, you know, it's like very, very tiny. So we also want to show them that it can be about solving smaller issues next to them. Of course, the end goal for us is to see how you can help your community, how you can help with climate change and all of these big issues highlighted by the SDGs. But the first step is also to see what is around me that I can have an impact on. And why is that important is because this is something you know very well. And to develop an AI, you need to really understand this problem. So we're not going to ask you to solve an issue that is happening very far away. But let's start with what is happening around ourselves. And this is how a lot of great ideas actually start. So Cesar in the ocean, that's how it started, right? It's like something he knew very well, like living near the sea, what can I do about it? So that's what we want to tell the students who are going to participate, is look around you. There are so many things you can get inspiration from, and we'll help you to build this. So I actually can't tell you what else is going to be there because I don't know. And that's what is exciting about it, is we don't know what amazing ideas could come out of the program. But we really, really hope you're going to be there to watch them.
That is beautiful. And again, taking the essence of true entrepreneurship, right? Becoming very passionate about a problem that you would like to solve and then take it from there. Fantastic. Maybe just let us know for this specific program, is there any age limitations? How old do you have to be? How old can you not be? So what is the age range?
Yeah, so we're welcoming youth from a wide range from 8 to 18 years old, and we're going to be mostly working with different public schools and different NGOs that we've been partnering with. And for mentors, there is definitely no age limit. The younger or the older you can be is perfectly fine. We just really welcome people who are keen on supporting youth. You want to share your experience, please do come around. Of course, we will be having a strong focus on Cantonese speakers because we also want to make it easier for our students to feel comfortable with them, but just do reach out and we'd really welcome your experience.
Ngoisai, and with that, thank you so much. Actually, that was Oriane Ricky.
Thank you so much.
Executive Director of Maker Bay Foundation. Thank you, Oriane.
Thank you, Karen.
Actually, I should not say that this is now one of the favorite parts of the entire conference because I get to interview a very, very special guest here next to me. So I would like you to give a big hand of applause to co-founder and CEO of Angel Hub and co-founder and CHO of W Hub, Karen Conte. Hello.
Oh my God.
Yes, of course. I mean, Angel Hub is one of the key partners of SIS, always has been, with the mission on really making a difference in the fundraising ecosystem. So Karen, tell us a little bit more about what does Angel Hub do?
So Angel Hub actually democratizes tech investment. It provides the opportunity for professional investors to create their own venture portfolio. So basically what we do is that we vet tech companies and we offer them for investment opportunities to professional investors.
Fantastic. So that solves the problem for the investors, but I guess also for the startups, right?
Yeah, I mean, we all know that fundraising is really daunting, right? It takes, on average, I would say, 9 months, 100 times you have to pitch in front of investor. Most of the time, you don't hear any feedback. And actually, the problem is that for entrepreneurs, it takes you away from your business because actually, an entrepreneur is not meant to do fundraising, for 90% of their time. What they have to do is to focus on their business in order to scale their business. And actually, we are here, to help them to raise funds so that they can focus on what really matters.
Fantastic. Absolutely solving the pain points of time, access, and know-how for both. And I can give you a good tip. It's good to have a co-founder because then you have one who can focus on fundraising and the other one can focus on running the business, and you can swap that. Now, coming back to the type of companies, do you have to be from Hong Kong to be able to raise funds on Angel Hub?
No, actually, the thing is that we are helping companies not only from Hong Kong, but companies that have either established in the region or that are scaling in the region. So actually, on our portfolio companies, we have one company that is coming from Israel, another one that is coming from Dubai, another one from Europe, and then after all from Southeast Asia. So no, we are taking companies that have this Asian angle because this is also where we can add value because we are not only here in order to help for the fundraising, but also after to help them to scale.
Absolutely. And I do have to make a shameless plug again on Hong Kong. We also funded companies from Singapore. So if you want to fundraise, you can come to Hong Kong and successfully fundraise in Hong Kong. So even Singaporean companies come to Hong Kong to fundraise. Fantastic. Tell us a little bit more about the philosophy in terms of the diversity of startup investing. That is with regards to geography, to stage, to technology. Yeah, give us some more color on our portfolio companies.
But that's the thing, so Angel Hub is actually built on the strong foundation of W Hub, where we really help to foster and to help to enable this amazing tech community. So we are sector agnostic. So we invested in a food tech company, FinTech, EduTech as well, blockchain and gaming, health tech. So any type of sectors is welcome. We are looking for companies that are scalable
and that are tech, right? And in terms of the stage of the companies, it goes from like 70%, I would say our companies are more like Series A type of companies raising from $1 to $5 million US. But also, what we want to provide to our investors is the opportunity to invest into later stage company. So actually, we are very proud to have invested in WeLab and into Animoca brands that are already unicorns, and also in Pomelo Fashion, one of really the growth stage company that is actually headquartered in Singapore.
Fantastic. I think by now, a lot of startups and investors are super excited to understand how they can get on the platform. So how do you get on Angel Hub?
It's so easy. You just do it online, and that's the beauty of tech, right? You just have to subscribe online, and then you can access all the tech investment opportunities that we provide you directly on the platform, the magic of tech.
Fantastic. And if you are a startup, so you have to go through a very diligent due diligence process, nevertheless, right?
Yes, exactly. I mean, what we do is that we are not a directory of companies that are raising funding. What we want to provide to investors is highly vetted tech companies. So you go through a really hard but necessarily due diligence process and vetting process. And we only put on the platforms the one that we believe have the potential to scale and to grow.
Yeah, fantastic. And obviously a lot of it is done by the in-house team, but I think it's also a time to say thank you and put a plug on our wonderful investment committee. So tell us a bit more about the wonderful Angel Hub Investment Committee.
So it's true that W Hub, Angel Hub, it's all about the power of the network, right? If you think about it, and we were talking about it this morning, time is finite, right? So you only have 24 hours in one day. So we do have the help of our external investment committee. Actually, some of them were actually speaking at the conference, such as Micah Steinbach, such as Benedict Nolens, that is going to speak right after. So it's a CEO of big corporates or successful investors and entrepreneurs that are really helping us, in the due diligence process into vetting all these companies.
Absolutely. And with that, also, the geographical footprint, right? And I really appreciate all the shout outs on W Hub and how important it is actually in the overall value proposition. Now, again, tell me or tell the conference audience a bit more about the benefits of equity crowdfunding, right? So it arguably goes beyond just the money.
Yeah, we were also talking a lot on the conference about Web 3.0, right, and the whole democratization. And it's true that in terms of fundraising, it doesn't have to be limited just to a few, right, to just a few VCs that actually have access. So the benefit of crowdfunding is actually that you get vetted by the crowd as well, by the people. So you get the help of the entire community. And I think that's really key in terms of opening up the ecosystem and bringing more capital power into the ecosystem as well.
Absolutely. And with that argument on the investor side, there is then no more excuse, right, to not be on the platform. So because that sign-up process is just an email.
Yes, exactly. And the thing is that actually, because we're talking about time, right, and how important it is. And it's true that if you have, as an individual, to make investment on your own alone, it takes at least 70 hours of vetting, of due diligence. And do you have access actually to these tech companies, right? So that's what we provide. Actually, we at Angel Hub, I like to say that we do 95% of the work. And as an investor, you arrive and you have actually all the information that you need in order to make your own decision and to build your own portfolio. So you actually decide on which companies you invest.
So truly taking out the pain out of fundraising, but you still get to do the fun part, right? To pick and choose the winners that you believe in.
Yes, exactly. And I'm so proud that now we have invested into 11 companies. By the end of the year, it's going to be 13. And also that in less than 2 years, we managed to get our exit.
I was going to ask that, exactly, because there's still a lot of myths around fundraising and also startup investing, right? So does it necessarily have to be super illiquid? I was going to say, talk a little bit about the recent success.
So it's true that, now everybody is talking about NFTs and, it's becoming the big thing, the metaverse. But so we invested into the sandbox 18 months ago because we're already a true believer, in the space, and we wanted to provide this type of opportunity for our investors. And just a couple of weeks ago, ago, we managed to exit actually the sandbox, providing 19x return to our investors. So that's really a great next step for us.
Fantastic. And we're already here talking about announcements. But before we talk announcements, again, just a little bit back in terms of the power of equity crowdfunding. So we said investors probably will become your best ambassadors, right? And for companies that are in the B2C space, I mean, what could be better than having more and more and more investors that also turn into consumers, or vice versa, give consumers the opportunity to turn into your investors and benefit from your value creation. Fantastic. Now, tell me a little bit more again in terms of, you know, moving forward. So continuously, don't say the announcement yet. We still have a few times. So tell me a little about, you know, moving forward. So what are some of the sectors we're looking into? What are some of the current deals, without really saying what it is, because we all want you to go on the platform and check it out? Some sectors, technologies, geographies.
I think, you know, so in terms really of geography, we are continuing to focus really on companies that are scaling into the region. I have to admit that despite COVID, travel tech could be actually a huge opportunity, and definitely FinTech as well, that continues to be quite strong.
Fantastic. Okay, so I know that most of people are actually just calling in to hear about the announcement. So I'm not sure I got a virtual drum roll, but I would like to give you the pleasure to shoot away the announcement that we are happy to make.
Yeah, so I mean, you know how we have always been like inclusive, welcoming more and more partners in order to grow. So we are actually very pleased to announce that we have received, you know, a new round of funding. So we have raised $3 million, which is great.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. And this investment is coming from Animoca brands, actually, so that's even better. And this is really key for us in terms of development, right? Because as what they want to do is really to democratize, you know, gaming and giving back the powers to the gamers, right, through NFTs. So I think it's really a way actually for us to open a new stream of blockchain investment on the platform. And this is a key partnership.
Thank you. And I also would like to give a big shout out to our existing investors that continue to truly believe in us. So thank you for Caris Capital for continuously, you know, following on and backing us, and also helping us to extend our geographical footprint. But we're not going to announce things that we cannot announce yet, but stay tuned for sure. I think one of the other things that I find really thrilling with that is you heard Yat this morning, who's also part of our IC. You heard Evan a little bit later, you know, during the day through Animoca brands that true believe in the power of ecosystems. And obviously, again, the funding round benefits Angel Hub as well as W Hub, who continues to build the ecosystem here to help to connect startups to all other stakeholders, except investors. We leave that to Angel Hub because you do that very well. And with that, you know, really helping to drive these win-win connections also between corporates and startups. So we had Anne here, again, happy to continue with Hack Asia and other thrilling hackathons and open innovation challenges and ways in how we can co-create our futures together. And also with that, happy to announce that we have a geographical expansion that is going to take place, as well as us further venturing also into the impact space. So we have given birth to a foundation, W Hub Foundation. You will hear more about that very, very soon. Just to make sure, as you could see, with the theme of the conference, the ESG angle, and the partners that we have on driving also youth engagement, youth education, and youth empowerment to take part of creating the future in which we will all live.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's a whole ecosystem here, and it's the best way to move forward.
Yes. And with that, actually, we're super thrilled to continue bringing SIS to you. I think as we are in the announcement space, happy to already say that SIS 22 will be taking place in May again. So stay tuned for that, of course. And in true SIS spirit, we will make sure that we involve all stakeholders in this new conference in May. The theme of SIS 22 is the universe meets metaverse. So I'll let your imagination and creativity to go on how do we evolve SIS from an offline conference to an online conference to now a hybrid conference, and what's going to happen in May when the universe meets the metaverse.
I'm looking forward 2022, actually.
Absolutely. But until then, SIS 4.0 is not over. And I know we have another rock star panel lined up. And I will hand it over to our lovely MC of these 1.5 days, Walter Jennings. And thank you guys for tuning in. And I think for us, it's an opportunity to thank the entire ecosystem, all believers, all stakeholders, and most importantly, our team. So a huge hand of applause for the most amazing team any entrepreneur can wish for. Thank you, W Hub and Angel Hub team. You rock, guys.
Now, Karen Kotet just mentioned she's looking forward to 2022. I'm looking forward to the next panel. It's 2:30 and we're kind of streaming along and in day 2 of our conference. During the course of the last few days, you've heard a lot of acronyms, but one that's come back again and again has been CBDC. It is not an oil that you can buy at a health food store. CBDC is central bank digital currency. And joining us next will be Mushar Ahmed coming back to lead a panel with the leadership team of the BIS Innovation Hub. BIS, Bank of International Settlements. It's actually the central bank for central banks. So each country has one, a central bank, and those central banks will need to coordinate with each other and sometimes clear payments through each other. So that's where the Bank for International Settlements comes in. Well, the BIS Innovation Hub is a multinational network of innovation hubs that works with central banks on a number of projects. In fact, 2 days ago, on the 29th of November in Washington, D.C., the head of the U.S. Federal Reserve, Jerome Powell, was launching the New York Innovation Hub and announced that the U.S. Federal Reserve will be working with BIS Innovation Hub to look at central bank digital currency in that market. In a recent survey, BIS Innovation Hub found that of the central banks around the world, 86% were actively researching CBDC, and 60% of the central banks around the world were experimenting. About 15% had actual projects going. And of course, right across the border in China, you've got one of the largest rollouts of CBDC occurring that I'm aware of. But I'm sure the panel will have more. So please join me in welcoming to the stage Benedict Nolans, Daniel Adan, and Assad Khan from BIS Innovation Hub, led expertly by their moderator, Mushar Ahmed.
Mic testing.
Check.
Yes, check. All check for a change in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to a session that's going to be discussing about CBDCs, green financing, as well as how blockchain is being used for trade financing. It's my absolute honor to have the team from the BIS Innovation Hub in Hong Kong, led by Ms. Benedict Nolans, along with her colleagues Assad and Danielle. We will be talking about the topics I just spoke about. But before that, as is the case with SIS, it's a lot of fun, right? So we brought in our toys, and I'm going to ask each of our panelists what the toy represents for them. Danielle?
God, I get to start. Oh,
yeah, of
no.
course.
Okay, well, the toy I chose was a harmonica, and the reason I chose this toy was because when I came to Hong Kong only a few short months ago, I was stuck in a room with my 6-year-old son for 21 days. And I made the mistake of bringing a harmonica with me. So this is the next time I've seen a harmonica since then, and I had this like adverse reaction to the harmonica.
Well, You can embrace the music.
That's why it took you 5 minutes to choose it, right?
I was like, no, don't
like he
touch the
was
harmonica.
taking it, he was putting it back.
Asad?
So I was really thrown for a loop with this. I'm not used to this. It's my first year in Hong Kong. I picked the sword because I'm thinking of all the innovative disruption that's happening. And it's cool to be on stage with a sword.
Swipe, swipe. Bene?
So as usual, I couldn't resist but focus on the academic part of this. So I brought CFI with me, and today we're doing CFI as in centralized finance. But I brought some DeFi with me as well. And as many know, you know, CFI and DeFi, it's a little bit like two sides to a coin increasingly. Or sometimes for people, it's a split personality issue. So today, I'm this side on this panel, okay? If you want to talk about this side, then you have to come after and talk about that.
And I have the master with me who's going to ask, to be CBDC or not to be CBDC, that is the big question. So that's where we're going to start off with.
Well done.
Right, so without much further ado, with the short time that we have, let's deep dive in. But let's start with more CFI in some senses. We
will go to DeFi as well.
How about you give us a little introduction to the innovation node, which is not that old here in Hong Kong. It's been around for about a couple of years now, and you've been leading the project, and you've added some amazing colleagues with you. But what is the main focus of the innovation node?
Yeah, so today I brought my two key colleagues so that I can pass this question to them, right? Because if you hear it always from the boss, I'm always going to make it look like it's all great. So I'm going to pass it to my two colleagues to tell you what we're really doing. So over to you, Danielle.
Okay, I'm going to get marked on this afterwards while I answer this question. So I guess the BIS is a very interesting organization. It's kind of colloquially known as the central bank of the central banks. It's been around for 90 years, so it's a little bit kind of ironic thinking about the BIS doing innovation. For the last, almost for the entire existence of the BIS, it's been doing banking services and kind of policy coordination between central banks. And 2 or 3 years ago, if I'm not mistaken, the BIS made a conscious effort to open a third part of the company called the Innovation Hubs. And this was led by Augustin Carsons, our general manager. Benoit Correa became the head of the Innovation Hubs, and our first 3 hubs were opened in Hong Kong, Singapore, and in Switzerland. And there's more popping up all over the place. The core idea of the Innovation Hub is really to partner with local central banks and to promote innovation. I mean, as we all know, financial services are increasingly becoming digital. So the role of central banks and the role of banking is becoming increasingly digital as well. And what we essentially do is we partner with central banks and with the banking sector and try to incorporate some of the amazing innovation that's happening maybe outside of that perimeter and bring it into traditional finance. You want to?
Yeah, just to add to that, I think a little bit of the way we work, Mushir, is that we really are the innovation engine for central banks. So we work with partners in the market. We talk to people in the cryptocurrency space. We talk to people in the payment and settlement space, and whether it's traditional finance or more innovative mechanisms. And we really try to just bring them into the fence, have real honest conversations about what they're doing and how we can help them. And then I think we bring a little bit of the agile edge, right? Everything we do is on the cloud. We have a different way of working. It's very unconventional from a central banking perspective. And we really try to be a little bit of a culture change inside.
So taking the central banks into the Web 3.0 layer, right? Or the Industry 4.0.
That's certainly one way to say it.
Straight way, right? This conference is about 2 things. One is Industry 4.0, which includes Web 3.0, and ESG into tech, right? And we, both Daniel and Asa spoke about the partnerships that you have with various central banks. So I want to talk, to kick start, about one thing that's on top of everybody's mind, which is sustainability, and how central banks and governments are responding to it. You've recently released a report on Project Genesis. Could you shed some more light on how Project Genesis was conceived and what's the main goals of the project?
Yeah, so as we tried to start off and explain, we start from central banking, right? Which means we start from CFI, but we do want to incorporate regulated elements of DeFi. What I mean with that is that as central banks, obviously we could not support things that are not KYC'd, where, for example, money laundering is not being controlled. So with this project, as said, we actually took DeFi principles, blockchain, and we did apply KYC, and we, in some, did a project around tokenizing government green bonds. So again, for distribution to KYC investors. So the blockchain element is obviously the tokenization element. The reason why we chose the blockchain element is because we thought for retail investment, specifically in Hong Kong, tokenization allows you to bring it to much smaller fractions. So currently, Hong Kong government bonds get distributed in a minimum denomination of 10,000 Hong Kong dollars. We thought that if we can fractionalize this to $1, or in our case, we set the target at 100 Hong Kong dollars to be realistic, we thought it could be a real attractive product for the community at large, and especially for, frankly, probably the younger generation who all care about the environment a lot more than some of the prior generations who should have cared about it more, frankly. So again, we decided we would focus on tokenization of government green bonds. As mentioned, then we thought it should be available on an app, so you should be able to click on an app and then buy 100 Hong Kong dollars of a Hong Kong government green bonds. Of course, to be able to buy that, you need to be a Hong Kong citizen, so that's where our Hong Kong ID holder, actually. So that's where the KYC comes in. So aside from the app, we have the KYC app on that app as well. You know, there are a lot of apps that are commonly used in the innovation sector, like Jumio, Onfido. But also in Hong Kong, there is the IM Smart system, and the idea is that in the future you can directly verify your ID versus that. So we explored that in this prototype. And then in some we use two vendors. One vendor built on a public chain, the other one built on a permission-based ledger. So Standard Chartered Ventures, which is a subsidiary of Standard Chartered Bank, built on a public chain on Stellar. Whereas the Digital Assets Group, of course, did what they're specialized in, which is the permission-based chain. Digital Assets also worked with Octopus. And here in Hong Kong, we all know the Octopus app and the Octopus card. My staff laughs at me because I still have the card, but anyway. So in with the app now, it would be really easy to integrate such things. So in an ideal world, you'll actually be on the Octopus app and you can buy $100 of a government green bonds. But then we also thought, as an investor, for you to be feeling that sense of having accomplished something on the green end, not just as an investment, but on the green end, that we wanted to give full transparency as to, for example, as to the renewable energy outputs that are being created through the investment of this bond. And we can come to that later, but again, we use blockchain for that. So again, the concept of blockchain throughout from start to end, and that obviously is an element of DeFi. The strongest element of DeFi in this project is the use of a public blockchain, which was in this case Stellar.
I think that's one of the things that, with the work that you've been doing, in particular with BIS, is starting to break the myths about how central banks and regulators are looking at blockchain versus cryptocurrency or the digital asset ecosystem, right? Which is, on one hand, there's very clear acceptance and, dare I say, embracement of the technology, while on the other side, there's regulations and there's a variety of regulation when it comes to DeFi, but I think that's clear message to everybody that blockchain as a technology, and that's what it is. It's a technology. It's underpinning a variety of different applications, and it doesn't need to be regulated, but it's being embraced by governments because of its efficacy, right? And I want to move from, this is on an individual level, it's just great, and I'm sure there would be more advancements from using smart contracts for dividend payments, and others, but the other element that has been growing in Hong Kong and also in Asia has been on trade finance, right? And the HKMA has been doing a variety of different initiatives in the region looking at using blockchain for trade finance, but BIS has also been looking at that, and you're also building something. Could you shed some more light on that, please?
Yeah, and there's a few threads here, actually. I'll come back to what you just said in the beginning as well, before that. But, trade finance for us started in 2019. We had a tech challenge that we ran. We learned a lot about what the different opportunities were out there. We learned about what the different pain points were. It was actually the first project out of our hub. And two of the things we took away from there, Mashir, was about corporate identity was the first one, or let's say identity in general, right? There's so much work that needs to be done in the KYC and AML space, so much paper-based processes. It's so hard getting information in the right hands, and we're doing a research report to talk about how digital identity can actually help the corporate identity space. On the other hand, some of the other items that we took away, maybe one of the bigger ones, was SME financing is a huge need. I think SMEs make up 90% of businesses globally, 50% of employees around the world, and in emerging markets can be as much as 40% of GDP. And it's a huge underfunded area. It's a high priority for both emerging and developing markets. Even in the developing markets, SME financing is always so tough. So then to tie back to what you said, right, about breaking some of the myths around blockchain and cryptocurrencies, we wanted to take a look at, how can we address SME financing in a more holistic way? There's a lot of different ways to approach it. We see a lot of individual companies and fintechs and banks that are really doing good work in this area, but
I think even Angel Hub is a
even Angel Hub, exactly, right? Yeah, I mean, truthfully though, right, why we're here today, right? But there's this idea of, can we help kind of I guess the holy grail in innovation, can we allow innovation to grow in a way that's safe and regulated as well? And so from that, we're looking at this angle of how can we take some of the characteristics that exist in the DeFi space and apply it to a platform approach to SME financing. And so that's where we're looking at ways of saying international funding, aggregate funding across from many nations, targeted into an economy in a regulated, licensed, and certified way. And can that really help solve some of the problems, and how can governments think about things like smart contracts and global blockchain networks, and what's the right way to bring them into society and allow them to really solve a problem that they have today?
If I may just push you a little bit more on that, right? One of the things with international projects, and I'll speak about MCBDC with Daniel soon, but is about the variety of different blockchain protocols we have, right? You had Stellar here, and you also had a permission ledger. Interoperability is becoming a massive issue. That may not call it a problem yet, but it is a massive issue as the technology matures and there's more adoption. How is BIS looking at that element from interoperability, specifically around the trade financing element?
Yeah, I think interoperability in general is a lot of the work that we do as an international central banking institution. One of the biggest challenges we have is how do we connect different markets together. So Daniel will talk a lot about the Enbridge project, and you can argue that's a interoperability project from a sovereign state perspective. From this particular angle, I think what's important here is developing a good understanding of what the different services are doing on each individual blockchain. And if you have a regulated, legal way that fits into your framework, you can then start to look at a variety of technical solutions that allow those projects to interoperate and connect into different markets and different businesses.
Thank you. Daniel, coming to you now.
Same question?
No, we'll go down that path soon, but we'll probably talk more about the CBDC work that you've been doing, right? In particular, I would love to hear more about the MCBDC, the bridge. That was the report that was released 2 months ago. But generally, what has been your experience working with central banks? Walter mentioned some of the stats with regards to the amount of central banks who are looking at CBDCs. 2 years ago, it probably was at an exploratory stage. Now it is more of actually doing pilots. Now China's done with most of their pilots, looking to go live in the next few months. India's coming out with a bill in the next few months to actually initiate their CBDC process, right? So now that's basically half of humanity covered, more or less, with CBDCs in the region itself. So how are we seeing CBDC evolve, and what's the work that BIS is intending to work on?
Yeah, so I'll try to answer that in as short a time as I can. I think it kind of splits up into two mandates. One is kind of regional and domestic, and the other one is kind of cross-border. So maybe if I start from the latter one, I think it's pretty well understood that a really good chance that we have to improve international payments is going to be with CBDC arrangements, right? This kind of, tokenization of an asset and moving it around borders on a blockchain seems to be the best way we're going to be able to solve this international payment problem. International payments are still expensive and slow and opaque, and all those things. But it's interesting, you mentioned, it was mentioned before, over 80% of central banks are working on CBDC, and central banks' mandates is first and foremost going to be domestic, right? So every central bank has a domestic mandate within their jurisdiction, and that's a little bit more of a retail agenda. So what's really going to happen is a lot of these central banks are going to build out their domestic capability, making sure that their citizens and their retail payments are up to speed, and then hopefully those will all connect in a way that's interoperable to enable these kind of cross-border-like payments. If I think about the mandate for retail CBDC in a domestic context, Generally, it's about the cost of digital payments. So right now, credit card providers and card providers in general take about 3%, depending on how we look at it. That's a huge tax on the system, right? I pay you digitally $100. You don't get $100. You get 97, and the next person gets less, and the next person gets less. And if you think about that, that's actually a part of a country's GDP. It just goes into digital payments. The next one is access. So if you don't have a bank account, if you're not KYC'd, you don't have access to digital payments, so you're actually, by default, only participating in part of the economy, and that part of the economy is shrinking as we advance with more digitization. The last thing is also a little bit about privacy, right? There's a lot of people that think about cash as the ultimate privacy of payments, and even though there's, you could say, well, CBDCs may not be private, I would ask the question of, today in a digital payments world, where does your data actually lie? And the reality is that it lies in a lot of these third-party services that actually kind of resell your data to other people and make a business model out of that in general. So privacy may become a mandate. Digital payment privacy may become a mandate of central banks. And then last but not least, it's about innovation. All the innovation that we see in payments today are all layers on top of layers on top of layers. And as you add more layers, you can be able to innovate less, you're adding more and more cost, and CBDC has this idea of actually creating kind of a fertile ground of public infrastructure that you can innovate on top of. And the idea is that this tokenization of a central bank liability will enable more innovation in the longer run. And if you look at kind of the DeFi and the crypto communities, I mean, we're seeing that play out, right? So central banks are really looking at that and saying, what is the role of a central bank money in this context? And I think that those are really, really important questions to ask. With the mBridge stuff, so I'll just end on the mBridge. So yes, the mBridge is a joint project between the Hong Kong Monetary Authority, the Digital Currency Institute of the People's Bank of China, the Central Bank of Thailand, and the Central Bank of the United Arab Emirates. And the idea there is to focus on cross-border transactions for large payments. The driver for this is primarily trade, but there's actually a huge list of use cases around capital markets and financing and things like that. And really it's about connecting these central banks and the commercial banks and fintech players and enabling broader access to the central bank's balance sheet for the purpose of these cross-border transactions.
So I'm going to just come back to you on one point in particular. A lot of questions are asked in the DeFi world when it comes to transaction costs, right? For example, sometimes you may be paying very high gas fees when you're using the Ethereum network if it's very crowded or there's a lot of activity happening, especially with Ethereum, right? So with NFTs, right? So, for example, when the Constitution tokenization was happening, some of the fees was almost $200 and people are putting in $200. So it was like, so how are CBDCs going to be different from that perspective? Because you also mentioned about the card fees being 3%, but that's fixed. You know what your cost is, but with crypto, sometimes it can be very variable depending on how the mining process and is. So how would CBDCs change that?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I think, so when you think about the costs of transactions in a public blockchain space, it's really a consequence of having a two-sided market, right? You have people that want to use the ledger, you have people that are operating the ledger, and the costs will fluctuate depending on how in use the ledger is. So that example that you gave of the Constitution's NFT, you know, the ledger had more people wanting to use it, so the cost went up, and it's balancing that two-sided market. You don't really see that type of construct in private ledgers. And when I say private, I don't want it to be binary. Either you're totally public or you're totally private, right? There's a gray area in between. And I think when we look at a lot of the CBDC infrastructure, there's going to be almost like layer 2 and layer 3 solutions on top of public networks. You'll have something similar to that, but those layers will be layers in between something that's totally private, maybe a central bank ledger that's only for central banks, and then commercial banks, fintechs, and then the general public after that. And the costs will go down as those layers get added. So the cost of a transaction in that sense actually won't be kind of the technical operating cost of the ledger. That will likely be subsidized by the provider. The cost will be more in terms of, you know, access and regulation and things of that sort.
Asad, I'm going to come to you. I'm going to kind of draw from there on another element that a lot of people talk about. We have a lot of conversation around how crypto mining can be, you know, extremely energy consuming, and not all of it is necessarily from renewable sources, though there's a move towards it. Now, when we're looking at crypto in general, that's still maybe a few $100 billion, right? Let's, from a realistic perspective, the market cap is much more, but generation is much lower. But when it comes to CBDCs, now we're talking about going to trillions of dollars of transactions on a daily basis, right? Can you explain to people how that process in, you know, the minting of a CBDC is going to be different to a process in a public chain?
You know, one thing that's really interesting about the work we did in Project Genesis was we picked a public chain that actually was able to alleviate some of these problems right out of the gate. So working with the Stellar Network, they've recently published a report on this where they use let's call it a proof of authority type of model of consensus, so it's not proof of work, and their energy efficiencies there are almost as good as the Visa network from what their initial research has resulted in. And as well, the transaction costs are quite low, and that's because they set them low, but there is, to Daniel's point, a matter of trying to keep the network economically viable, right? I think one of the things that we're trying to do with our role in playing this whole innovation hub is we're trying to reach into the space where there are really good ideas, and we're trying to pull them backwards into the, let's say, the more traditional way the world works, more traditional institutions, more traditional policy models, and we're trying to find the middle ground between innovative, new, low cost, low speed, but energy efficient processes. So if we look at something like the Stellar Network, which doesn't have to do a proof of work, it has kind of fast finality, fast transaction speed, we start taking some of those processes and we start implementing them. In the most recent Enbridge prototype as well, we were using the IBFT consensus model, and that too, again, is completely energy efficient. It's getting away from the proof of work style, and it's very fast transaction finality again. And we're starting to apply them now in different regions and different models and different ways of approaching it. And I think the lack of using too many other good words for it, innovation buzzwords, the innovation synergy is really good. It's starting to become really strong.
I'm going to tie that back, and I'm bringing this to you, Bene, now. It's in the sense, now we're looking at, central banks doing a lot of work around CBDCs. We're talking about energy efficiency as well. And we had COP26, which has been front and center of a lot of conversations in the last month or so, right? One of the key elements is about carbon offsetting, which has been around for 1.5, 2 decades now. But how do you see, as an innovation node, CBDCs has taken, kind of focus for now, but I'm assuming there's a lot more that you're doing, right? So how do you see, what could be the key elements for, as a CBDC, you may want to offset your carbon generation and others. What do you think about the carbon trading market, and what is needed for standardization or maturity for central banks and large players to get into it?
So maybe to just close out the CBDC topic, no CBDC will be built on mining. So in that sense, we won't have these energy footprint issues, right? So I think that element is controlled. In terms of carbon markets and carbon trading, in fact, the history is very long on this. It's been going on, I think the first carbon exchange, if I remember well, actually, one of my friends actually co-founded that one, and she's now in her 80s. So you go figure, right? So in sum, that's how old this idea is, and it just didn't take off. And the reason it didn't take off is because people had a complete lack of sense of urgency, a misplaced lack of sense of urgency, I dare say. And secondly, probably because it was very hard to determine the carbon price. And so I think where we're now is that the sense of urgency is absolutely there. With the country obligations under the Paris Agreement, people are going to have to do offsetting, right? So it's the latter point that is still outstanding, is how do you price this properly? And then the other aspect is, how do you not reuse carbon offsets? And that's actually where the blockchain thing comes in, right? So in this Genesis prototype, as said, we showed to the investor that if the bonds, let's say 1 billion, is invested in X renewable plants, then on IoT you can track the renewable electricity generated, right? That can be reflected in turn into carbon offsets and carbon offset certificates that actually become tradable products. And to go back to our learnings from DeFi space, I think if we learn a couple of things from DeFi, it is the 24/7 yeah? I hoped I wasn't reversing that one. 24/7 activity, indeed. And secondly, super easy, right? I mean, a lot of these exchanges, it's super easy to trade on. And maybe I think the carbon markets coming so late into the financial evolution, maybe they can actually benefit from all these learnings that we've seen in the crypto markets in terms of, I said, 24/7, ease of trading, tokenization, blockchain, IoT, and combine it all and frankly make it successful. But I would say we're still at the beginning of that. So for anybody in the startup space, this is really a space where you can still make a difference.
Yeah, I think one of the concepts that Ben was talking about is permanence when it comes to carbon offsetting, which is if somebody plants a forest, right? If they then go and burn it, then the carbon offset has not really worked so well, right? There's limited use of that, and there are multiple other things on that. But this has been a very fascinating and very, very informative panel. I've learned a lot today from this. So thank you all for taking out your time and coming in this busy schedule for SIS 2021. And we look forward to having you on the next event as well. So thanks once again. A big round of applause, please.
Thank you, Michelle.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'll hand it back to Walter to carry this forward.
One of the unintended consequences of COVID-19 has been the great supply chain disruption. No doubt we've all read the stories of the boats backing up at the harbors and the containers piling up at the shores and the lack of drivers and workers. Well, the next guest has solutions for that. We're going to talk now about, we're diving deep into the granularity of Industry 4.0. And we're going to talk about robotics and smart warehousing. Now, I had the good fortune earlier in my career to work 3 years for Huawei in Shenzhen. And attending their factories and seeing their warehouses, these are enormous facilities that have very few humans working in them because it's all automated. Our next guest is Rahul Nambiar, and he's the CEO and co-founder of BotSync. BotSync works specifically in smart warehousing, autonomous pallets and warehousing solutions. He'll be interviewed by Kenneth Kwok, back on stage and a big supporter of Scaleup Impact Summit 4.0. We look forward to hearing more about robotics and smart warehousing.
Hello, Rahul. Can you hear me?
I can. Hi, how are you?
Great. Well, nice meeting you virtually again. Let's start off with a very simple question, Rahul, right?
Mm-hmm.
Every time I talk to a startup, I love their aha moments, right? It's like, what got me starting? My impactful startup. So can you share a bit of your founder story, Rahul, to the Hong Kong audience, as well as those listening from abroad?
Absolutely. I think I can go back to how we started as a company. So I knew my co-founders from university, doing research on robotics and self-driving cars, very into the research space, trying to find new tech, essentially to make what we were doing commercial. I think at a point we, I guess, got the startup bug, decided to make a company around what we were building. So good year and a half, we spent time talking to different companies in the warehousing space, trying to understand specifically why these facilities in Malaysia and India and Singapore continue to operate manually, while certain facilities in Europe and US were highly automated. So that got me quite curious as a person in terms of, can we actually address this particular problem? And that's how it started. So we started building this very early stage prototypes, taking these facilities. I remember walking into a warehouse every other day, trying to figure out what it takes to get these systems deployed in a way that made it easier for these facilities to automate. So I think it was a very year-long research process, being in warehouses, starting from a robotics background, trying to figure out how could we take what we knew and what we had worked on and make it relevant for the facilities in Southeast Asia and India in order to make automation accessible for them. So yeah, it was not one moment, but I think a series of being in various warehouses that led us to forming this company.
Thank you. I mean, Rahul, you may not know because, we briefly met earlier, but that was it. A few of my business partners in 2016 actually started a logistics company in Hong Kong called Gold Logistics and Storage. And we wish we met you then. Because, between our warehouses in Hong Kong, smart warehousing is very important, especially when our business grew like 8 times during the pandemic, right? So let's shift quickly to some of the questions that I think through feedback we got from some of the audience members earlier. Starting with tech and innovation, of course, being Scaleup Impact Summit 4.0. Why do you see Asia in the most recent years finally and aggressively adopting robotics as part of their business model?
Got it. I mean, I think I can probably share a few reasons why some of the customers have been reaching out to us. Off late, I think e-commerce has taken off significantly in this part of the market with companies like Lazada, Zalora, out of Southeast Asia. In India, we have Flipkart, Myntra, and so on. I think a lot more of these companies coming up. Customers started to expect a lot more as well from the market. Same-day delivery, within a week delivery has become the norm. As a result, logistic operations have to start adopting latest technology for them to be able to deliver what they promise. So that's been one growing trend we have observed. Second has been manufacturing starting to move to this part of the world as well. Companies started looking at diversifying the supply chain, setting up more manufacturing facilities. And as a result, both of these have started coupling together to create a new demand for robotics. Companies today look at robotics in this market not just as a demonstration piece, but something critical for business continuity. And of late, COVID has made that a lot more obvious, where people struggle to find labor resources from coming from overseas. As a result, it became something on the forefront of everyone's minds. How do we ensure continuity to meet this increased demand that e-commerce migration and manufacturing growth into this part of the world has created? And that's been the reflection from a lot of the customers. We had customers who early on were interested in POCs, pilots, now coming back to us to say that we're really struggling to maintain continuity. What can we do about it? So that's been the general observation we've had. And I think that's across the market now, that this has been driving adoption of robotics.
Yeah, well, no, absolutely. It's I think this is a trend that's not really going to go away anytime soon, Rahul, right? It's
absolutely,
it's part of the future that we live in. And frankly, even when we all get back into the new normal, as I like to call it, we're so used to the convenience of e-commerce and shopping from home, and these type of solutions, hopefully, will also scale. And on that note, let me pivot slightly, Rahul, to a bit on sustainability, because after all, Scaleup Impact Summit, this particular theme is on the intersection of ESG and tech, right? In your humble opinion, how do you think automation through robotics actually advance sustainability in some of the countries where you operate right now?
Got it. Great question. I mean, we have been thinking about this as well a lot more now as we start having more deployments. One general observation we've had is a lot more efficiency in terms of movement of items, control of what actually moves, starts cutting down losses of inventory. So you have less wastage of resources across these facilities as everything is a lot more digitized. So companies have better awareness of what exactly is going on in the particular facility. What we have observed, especially working with these SME centers who are not as advanced in terms of digitization as MNCs can be, when we go into these facilities, start designing automation for them, it's not just introducing robotics, we start introducing processes for them to better track how their operations actually work. This leads to them understanding, okay, this is something I need, this is something I don't need. So it's a lot more better optimization of resources, better resource allocation, which means they have less consumption of things which they typically would not really need. We're working with this facility out of Coimbatore in India now, where they used to have tons of packaging material just because they were not really organized in terms of how they control their production process. And by implementing automation, the side product was that now they have better traceability of what items are going in. And across the month, management can start seeing that I only need this much amount of time and this much amount of resources to deliver what I need to. As a result, we start helping them save from packaging material, manpower resources, additional equipment. Apart from this, I think the other thing, this is in terms of consumption resources, resource optimization. Secondly, I think a lot of these facilities still use diesel-powered vehicles, which are highly inefficient. And by moving to a lot more efficient robotic systems, which actually move based on certain logic throughout the day, highly optimized, they end up saving overall energy consumption within that facility. And I think that's a general trend we're seeing as well. A lot more companies starting to phase out the diesel-powered forklifts, starting to use these robotic equipment, electric-powered systems which are a lot more efficient in operations. And I think those are the two things we have observed for a lot of the facilities we are working with, especially the ones who are trying automation, trying digitization for the first time. And these are the side products which are being improving their sustainability, apart from just helping them improve their productivity and cutting down costs.
No, absolutely. The points you mentioned essentially addresses the E and the S, right? For me, of course, less packaging, more environmentally friendly alternatives would be great, especially when automated into the supply chain. And of course, you have social, right? We have around 100 workers in our very small and budding logistics company. And we're like, hey, if you just save 1 second every step of every day, that amounts to a lot of seconds. You can actually go home and take some mental health break, right? If not, it actually gives the founders some breathing room to innovate as well. Because, again, so I think automation really is not just from a financial point of view, but also from, a staff and well-being type of point of view. So that's great. Thank you so much, Rahul. I'm going to jump now to my favorite topic, which is future of work, right? I work with a lot of secondary school students in Hong Kong, university students through Polytechnique. What do you think they're afraid of, Rahul? They're like, oh, we got founders like Rahul. It's going to wipe out the future of my job, right? I mean, I'm going to graduate unemployed because someone should have told me to, study automation instead of, a lot of other things, right? So on that note, Rahul, what advice would you give university students or young professionals to stay upskilled and ready for the new normal 4.0?
Yeah, great question. Personally, I'm quite interested and passionate about this topic of reskilling and advancement of robotics knowledge. Maybe I can answer this in a few ways. I think there's different parts of supply chain technology which are relevant. And anyone interested in that career should start staying updated in terms of what is happening. I mean, supply chain is always known to be something of a less interesting space, but of late, we've been implementing a lot more advanced systems into that entire supply chain space, from tracking of parcels, from when they leave the facility to the minute it goes passes into the hands of the consumer. It's a lot more interesting technology nowadays in the market, and I think staying aware of what is available is one big part of this. I feel the end point, the eventual steady state or singularity is when you can literally track and see what's happening from a robotics point of view, moving different items, to the minute your parcel leaves those warehouses and comes all the way into your hands from a single tracing app. That's eventually what the idea is and how we want to digitize the entire supply chain. I think a few things. From the different kinds of labor for parts of this. In a warehouse, you have blue-skilled workers working within the facility, driving the forklifts, handling basic pick operations, and then you have your other jobs, slightly more skilled, looking at overall processes. I think on the workers within the facility itself, what we personally believe is today what we're doing is helping them complement their work. Instead of them spending a considerable amount of time on mundane activities, we're trying to optimize what they do so they can focus on something more critical. And I think the eventual point will be that the idea will be, instead of people moving things around, you would rather have people monitoring robotic systems moving things around. And I think that's the transition of an upskilling that needs to happen. And personally, we've been working on this space as well. While introducing robotics, we've also been spending time training and helping people upskill by providing them understanding of what robotics will be and how it can be used in that particular workforce. And moving forward, we are looking to create an independent division where our industrial division focuses on providing robotic solutions to customers. And we have a training division which focuses on training workers to understand how to use robotics. Because the way we think is, while we are optimizing resources within the facility so that they can need less mundane workers in the field, at the same time, we're creating an equal amount of opportunity for robotics technicians. And this has started happening a lot more in the US, where there's sufficient demand for robotics technicians that companies started creating reskilling centers just focused on doing this. And I think Asia is eventually going to catch up, where as automation gets more commonplace, there'll be an equivalent amount of market for robotics technicians to also create jobs. And we also want to play a part in reskilling, creating that new workforce, which is not present today. I think apart from that, I think in other ways as well, people going in supply chain space, it has become a lot more exciting of late. There's a lot more technology in place. So staying up to date and focusing on and kind of being aware of all this goes a big way in being part of the new normal and the new supply chain of the future.
Sounds like a great company to work for. Are you hiring, Rahul?
Absolutely.
I think of me next time, right? I'm always a good hard worker, at least. Not the smartest, but definitely hardworking. You're absolutely right. When, before I talked to you, Rahul, today, I did some research, and apparently it takes $3 trillion a year to get us back on track to net zero, right? 1.5 degrees. But a lot of people don't remember, actually it takes also 10 plus million man hours to deploy that capital for us to achieve net zero. So what you're doing essentially is upskilling, right? To get students or young founders or youth ready to face the world that we being older has kind of selfishly ruined for them. So they have to pick up the mantle. But empowering them to use those hours wisely is also a solution. So I definitely applaud you for that, Rahul, for leading that change in future of work. So yeah, next, as we have 10 more minutes left, I have 2 rounds more questions for you. Number 1, and again, this is off script because I kind of like to keep it a bit more dynamic. Are there any companies in Hong Kong, for example, that you think could honestly benefit from your company being a part of their integrated solution suite?
Great question. Definitely. I think there are multiple companies like your companies like Lala Move, etc., working on the last mile fulfillment space. Your companies further up like Quinn & Nagel, LNF, working higher up in the warehousing distribution centers. I think these facilities are starting to adopt state-of-the-art technology, and I feel robotics is one part of the supply chain which they can optimize even more. And like you said, create more time for employees to focus on more higher value activities and focus on improving themselves as well. So yes, I think distribution centers, last mile fulfillment companies would be a good partner for us to work with and for us to contribute to their long-term strategy to upskill their workers as well as upskill their facilities. Those are, I guess, the 2 things on top of my mind, but generally that's the kind of facilities you work with.
Yeah, well, count our startup if we're big enough for you to even bother to use as a testing point. But yeah, let's move on to my new favorite buzzword, ROS it. Right? I hope I'm pronouncing it right. Let's ROS it. What does ROS mean? R-A-A-S. Okay, I'm not going to explain it because we have the expert of ROS here. So, Rahul, hit us up. What does it mean?
Yeah, I think ROS is something which has now become the most popular aspect of robotics. I think historically automation has been something which people pay upfront, spend a few $1 million as investment, and then recover it over 5-10 years, depending on how they use it. Of late, especially as companies have started trying to make it a lot more affordable and reduce the entry barrier for adopting automation, robotics as a service is a new business model which we have been trying to implement as well. And what that means is instead of paying a fixed fee, even on a monthly basis, you essentially use the products as if you're employing variable labor. You use the products, deploy the robotics in your facilities, and you only get charged based on how much you use it. So on a pick basis, let's say you move a pallet, we charge about 50 cents, etc. And across the quarter, that is tracked and that's what you pay for. So the idea is that instead of having a 3 to 4 year ROI, we're essentially bringing that ROI down to day 1. From immediately on usage, you're basically saving money. So that's the idea of RAS. And I feel as automation becomes more commonplace, and I think that's eventually what's going to happen, most facilities would have some form of automation. I feel this is going to be the business model for the future where companies only pay for these as and when they use it, giving them very quick access to automation, and at the same time making sure that it delivers and gives value from day 1 and not have to wait for 3 or 4 years for them to recover the investment. So personally, something I'm very excited for. I'm pushing a lot for this to be our primary form of sales as well. But yeah, I think it's going to be a while, and we want to be able to drive that change in Southeast Asia and India.
No, absolutely, right? Robotics is a service, right? We've all heard knowledge is a service, software is a service, and suddenly it's like ROS, right? But let's take a deeper dive, Rahul, right? How would a new e-commerce operator actually benefit from using ROS, right? I mean, how would you start the process of onboarding them? How could they pay on a monthly basis? Like, you know, what are the potential financial savings, right? Because I know there are a lot of companies in Hong Kong, in the Greater Bay Area, in smart warehousing. So yeah, definitely give us a guidance on how to work with BotSync.
Absolutely. I mean, there's a few ways this can be done. Typically, let's say you need 15 robots for a facility during an average throughput. And I think automation has always been designed to meet your peak requirement. So let's say during Black Friday sale or Cyber Monday sale, you need 40 bots. It doesn't make sense to hold 40 bots throughout the year just for those points of peak average throughput. So a very good way to start using RAS as a or robotics as a service is you can, let's say, buy bots for your average throughput and have a contract with companies like us to provide you those additional peak 25, 30 bots on subscription basis during those peak periods. So what that would mean is you would have a very minimal investment based on what you actually need. And anything beyond that, essentially we make sure we support you during that requirement and you only pay for it as and when you use it. So a simple thing, instead of spending $5 million on an automation system where 60% of the capacity is basically for 1 day or 2 days of the year, you can rather spend $1 million and then the remaining ones you pay a few $100,000 only for those few days you use the robotic systems. So that's one way, which is a very simple way to deploy it. Another way is, let's say you're starting out in automation. You don't want to spend $500,000 or a few $100,000 to buy a few robots. What you could do is you can install one system, and essentially you're paying maybe on a daily basis, 3 bots, you would pay about $2,500 a day at most, based on how much you use it. So the idea is that, again, if you don't want to spend cash upfront, but you still want automation, robotics as a service is for you because it allows you to deploy products and still pay it only as you use it. So the cost savings are from day one. You're basically saving money immediately and optimizing your resources while not having to spend a significant amount of money upfront. So that's what RAS is for and how we want that to really enable more adoption of automation into facilities.
Very clear, thank you. No, as I said, this is a very fascinating industry. Some of you in the audience may know, all right, another similar player in this field just became a unicorn company in the Greater Bay Area this year. All right, so, and it's backed by Polytechnique, and again, bright future for this field. So my last question for you, Rahul, and I appreciate your sharing, is what are some of the exciting plans in 2022 that we can expect from your company, as well as anything, you know, the SIS community in Hong Kong can support you with? Please let us know.
Got it. I think firstly, biggest thing for me is launching out the subscription RAS model. So that's one thing we're working hard on, both from a technology perspective, as well as from a financing point of view internally. How do we enable this for our customers? So essentially, we're moving our primary software stack to the cloud, where customers not just get the benefit of RAS for one facility, but they can start controlling multiple facilities from one side. So essentially, they have a dashboard from which they can see all their bots on all their sites. It gives them a better way to control it, better way to work with us, better way to manage all their robotic inventory. So we're essentially creating a robotic workforce for these facilities to deploy and use. Apart from that, we're starting to introduce new products. We're expanding now as well. We're expanding aggressively in Southeast Asia and India. So apart from just moving materials across facilities that we do today, we're starting to create stacks to help customers also move items into racking at 10 meter, 20 meter heights. So that's just going to help us provide more end-to-end services than what we do now. So we're planning to start releasing this to select customers from late next year. And that's something I'm excited for as well, as we start moving towards providing more end-to-end services than what we do now. So yeah, those are some of the exciting plans we have ahead. Really looking forward to it.
Well, I got to ask this question, right? Any fundraising plans in the new horizon? I mean, right? You're growing leaps and bounds, as I saw, right? So you got to give us investors a bit of a, you know, appetite, right? At least whet it so that, you know, we get ready for you guys.
Right. So yeah, I mean, we have been fundraising for our latest rounds. We're just wrapping up a pre-series A round now. I think we will be announcing the result, the details in a couple of weeks, early Q1. So that's something we just wrapped up to primarily fuel expansion. But we're also aggressively looking at our Series A raise by late 2022, early 2023. And that's going to be to start providing these additional robotics as a service, providing more products so that customers can handle the entire operations. So yeah, that's happening simultaneously as well. So to summarize, just wrapped up a pre-Series A raise, definitely opening up a Series A raise in a few quarters to really expand.
I was definitely waiting for the Series A call. So in 2022, let's make that happen, right? So yeah,
Absolutely.
Final words from you, right? I mean, we covered quite a bit of topics, right? Any last words you have to share? I mean, my focus, of course, is always on, future budding entrepreneurs and youth ready and willing to engage, in the robotics and the automation industry. So yeah, last words of advice for the next generation, the Gen Zs, as we like to call them, would be fantastic. Thank you, Rahul.
Right. I mean, I think there's one quick one. I mean, people have always said hardware is hard, but I think it's very fulfilling to go through that journey as well. I think building up this company, having a great team around you really makes a big difference in even making hard things a lot more easier to bear. So yeah, I think there's nothing is impossible. I would say it's a very common cliche, but I think going through the last few years, despite hearing the fact that hardware is hard, managing to bring it to this point is something I've been proud of having the team around me and being able to build to this stage. So I think last word, I think as long as you have a great team and people you love working with, there's a lot you can achieve despite where you are and what stage you're at. So yeah, that's a few words from me.
No, absolutely. Again, I have amazing co-founders with me on all the businesses, and trust me, when push comes to shove, you want to love them and feel like they love you back, right? Because in the end, that's what matters, relationships. Well, once again, on behalf of Scaleup Impact Summit 4.0, thank you so much, Rahul, for joining us today virtually from Singapore. All the best to you, and let's give a big round of applause to Rahul. Thank you so much.
Thank you all. Pleasure to be here.
Okay, quick show of hands. How many here got their carbon-based NFT? Come on, there's a scan QR code here in the building that just over on the side that will allow you to scan, enter your wallet address, and download a carbon-neutral NFT, which will help offset your experience here. Where our next guest is actually also created an NFT, but made an NFT out of a musical performance. So Hanjin Tan's song Nobody Gets Me sold on OpenSea for 7 Ether. That's about 35,000 US dollars based on the price of Ether today. So it's quite a good achievement for an NFT in the musical industry. So let's learn more about how music, like art, is moving onto the token. And we'll listen to Karina Belin speaking with Hanjin Tan.
Hey, Karina. Hey, guys. How's it going?
Hi. We're going to be live very soon. Here we are. Hi, Hanjin. It's so great to have you back, my friend, a loyal speaker at SIS. How are you today?
Bonjour, ça va? Bien?
I said, how are you today? We're so glad to have you back at SIS after have given a performance during our May conference and now back on stage at SIS 4.0. How are you today?
Super good. Can you hear me?
I can hear you very well. Not sure if you can hear me because you seem,
Awesome.
You can hear me well?
Yes.
Fantastic.
Perfectly.
And I'm so thankful that you're actually taking time out of your super busy schedule. I think you're calling us from your studio. You are right now in the midst of creating some other impressive new art and songs, but we'll talk about that in a second. First of all, I know here in the region, you do not need any introduction, but we have a global audience. So if you could just quickly introduce your impressive background to our global audience, Hanjin.
Hi, guys. I'm Hanjin. I was born in Singapore. I live in Hong Kong with my wife. We've been married for over 10 years. It's been a good run. I'm a musician. I'm an actor. I've done a lot of albums as a producer and as a recording artist, done concerts, and acted in movies and TV shows. I've won a Hong Kong Film Award. That's the award my parents are most proud of. And now I'm doing NFTs.
Absolutely fantastic. Well, don't be so humble. So you're not just doing NFTs. I think so you were the first Chinese songwriter who actually had the guts to bring your music on an NFT, to really set out with this mission of disrupting the music industry. Tell us a little more about how did you get into this space?
Sure. For fear of falling behind in the social media curve, my wife signed me up for Clubhouse earlier this year. And after using for Clubhouse for about 3 weeks, I stumbled in a room where I got invited on stage, got given the green clover, and got sandwiched between MC Hammer and Tiffany Haddish. And Fanboy decided not to leave, and the room happened to be about NFTs. It was a eureka moment for me because I've been trying to figure out how to work the issue of musicians not making enough money to pay rent, and how something could be done. And evidently, until NFTs, nothing could be done. I thought NFTs was the way out. I still believe NFTs is the way out. So, but I didn't start thinking of making NFTs. I just thought like, I'd study this thing and share with the industry and have people come on and do it. Because like, you know, I thought like, yeah, this is beyond me. I'm super untech. But the response was so poor. And I thought like, wait, something's wrong. So I decided to make some demos. The first one was a simple demo of one song. And I made a graphic because like NFTs had to have graphics with iMovie. And I put the song up on auction on OpenSea. And that was the easiest thing to do. And therefore, that was the easiest thing to show and share, and for any musician who wants to make an NFT to copy. That sale went through at 7 ETH. I had some response, handheld some people, and had a truckload of questions. And to answer these questions, I made a second drop. The second drop was on the only alt chain available at that time, which is BSC, and it was to show like how musicians can, instead of just doing one-of-ones, they can do copies. I did 77 copies. You can do it at fixed price. So a fixed price, the fixed price was 7 BNBs. It sold out in a minute, and that was 540 BNBs. And that followed with another string of hand-holding experiences. So up to right now, I've handheld like maybe, well, not over 100 people, I think. And the third drop was another experiment to show that, because PFPs are so hot now, it only makes sense that musicians should put out PFPs. But how do you put out a PFP if you don't have a coding team, a dev team behind you, or a marketing team behind you? So I thought a good demo would be to put out a small PFP. So I put out a tiny PFP, a 48 piece, 48 hamsters, which was like, okay, you buy a hamster and you get to follow my journey, my musical journey. Really, really simple idea for my fans who were complaining that they couldn't catch the second drop at 7 BNBs. So I made this drop 48 hamsters at 1 ETH, which is about 7 BNBs for them. It sold out in an hour, but to my surprise, not to the fans who were complaining that they couldn't get it, because even by then they had not set up their MetaMasks. There are inherent issues here to be tackled and understood, and that is most people have difficulty when they start a MetaMask or when they get onto a platform and to transact.
Absolutely.
It's scary for them.
Absolutely.
It's also,
we'll get into that in a little bit, right? Because I love that true entrepreneurial spirit in terms of learning by doing, right? And by now, I think you have proven your thesis to be validated. Now you're evangelizing it. But let's go back to the very beginning, right? The reason why you started off, and you talked about that, famous Clubhouse moment. But for those who are not in the music industry, first, describe some of the pain points that artists face? Because to your point, the technology now is an enabler to drive the solution, but let's get back to the original pain points of a music producer and singer.
Awesome. So NFTs have two main functions. One, it represents digital rights. Two, it represents membership rights because it is unique, unlike fungible tokens. Now, every application of NFTs up till today is an extension of these two properties. The music industry, since the moment I entered the industry until today, I witnessed the death of the CD, death of the MP3, and the birth of streaming to solve piracy of MP3s and CDs, which in turn made it the incumbent medium for music distribution. But unfortunately, it has also succeeded in making music free. Free in the sense, I'll quote Raoul Pal, if you subscribe, then you are paying a subscription to enjoy a buffet of all catalogs available on the streaming platform that you have subscribed to. And if you have not subscribed, which most people have not, you just listen to it for free. And the ad services will pay for your subscription. And what happens is the desert island analogy. A man runs a desert. He's given, for the first 2 bottles of water, he would pay through his nose for it. But the 12th bottle of water, he would reject. In fact, he'd pay you to walk away because he's full. It's saturated. And that's what's happening in the music industry today. A couple of stats. 99.8% of registered professional musicians in America, the biggest industry in the world, make below the income, the poverty line from doing music professionally, and the rest of us are definitely worse off than America. 2020 stats: Chinese musicians, 70% of us make 0 from music distribution. There are 8 million artists supply music for stream on Spotify. Only 8,000, less than 8,000, are making enough from streaming to pay rent, to make a living. That is the music industry for us in a nutshell today. On Spotify, 90% of income goes to the top 1% of IPs. And a large part of this 1% of IPs are not music. They're podcasts that talk about finance, health, crypto,
how to bring your music on an NFT, right?
but it makes sense because it makes sense for them to do that because they don't have to pay music royalties. So what does that leave the musicians with? It leaves the musicians really, really stranded. The 2 biggest forms of income for a musician are performances and production income. In performance income in the COVID era, everything's all shows are closed. They're starting to open up now, but they're in a very minor scale. So, like in a nutshell, without like going through the whole gamut of stats, it's a 50% drop. But with production income, it's a 96% drop. 10 to 20 years ago, an average artist would put out 30 songs a year, and now an average artist puts out 1 song a year, not every year as well to boot. So that's 96 or more minus in income. If you bought a stock and the stock fell 96%, you would be crying. And that is the state that the music industry is in. And I feel that initially I thought, like, just get everybody in, get a movement going, and and let it grow in a niche manner and let it snowball organically. But after 3 demos and all that hand-holding, I realized that it's too slow. There are too many pain points to solve and can't solve them quickly enough. So I'm starting a platform, and the platform is called Nafidi. It will be IDOing in a month on DAOmaker, and the platform solves one problem, and mainly, and that is to finance careers and businesses. Musicians are a business. People who draw, people who make visual arts are a business. People who make software are businesses. There are a lot of Gen Z and COVID Gen businesses that are suffering. And also a lot of businesses that are Web2 relevant that have been around for a minute but are unable to grow, and they might have to give up and go back to day jobs. So like in order for all these businesses, we want to help these businesses by NFTifying them.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to talk about the platform a little bit more. I think I just want to interrupt you here for a second, because obviously one of the reasons why we invited you back to SIS and this SIS 4.0, which is all about talking about industry disruption and also the ESG angle, right? In terms of, you know, we had Animoca's founder Yat and the group president then Ivan talking about the power it unleashes, right? To give the creation, the capturing, and not only the creation, but the capturing of the value that is generated. So the monetization piece back to those who are at the source of it. And in your industry, really the artists, the songwriters. Before we get to the platform here that you're doing, which is obviously a very important part of this talk, because I want to spread the news and the know-how for others to come on board, follow you in your footsteps, and benefit from your learnings. I want to touch a bit on the geographical aspects, because you talked a lot about, you know, also the US and the US market. You were the first one here in this part of the world, the first Chinese songwriter to put a piece on an NFT. How much of an adoption do you already see in the US? Or in other parts of the world, you know, are they already much more advanced than what we're seeing here?
Okay, quick recap. I'm sure these are familiar stats. There are these are all estimates, 100 million crypto wallets in the world, of which only 30 to 60,000 maybe are active NFT wallets, both creating and buying. So it's less than 1%, a lot less. So that says a lot about the liquidity. There is not much. Most of this liquidity is in the US and maybe in Australia, but we cannot ignore there are small pockets of extremely active NFT buyers in Asia and in Turkey and in Russia and in Singapore and in Dubai and in India. And these markets are growing very slowly. Slowly in the sense that over the past, since the huge boom mid-year, it hasn't grown, it has grown at a slower rate. And so market-wise, that's kind of the big picture. But in terms of demand, like what is tracking? In the earlier part of the year, we have a lot of memorabilia, music memorabilia, graphic memorabilia, social memorabilia. Today, it's all about PFPs. And PFPs are popping up not just on the main, not just on ETH and BSC. And now Tezos and Near have had active communities, albeit niche, for over half a year now. There are a lot of new smart contract chains that are NFT enabled. ADA on CNFT, and Luna, Tron, Phantom, and of course Solana. And I've missed out a couple, but you get the idea. So basically today, in the music and the art industry is obviously jumping onto this bandwagon hard and fast, because in IRL, royalties are very difficult for artists to receive. So NFTs give that to artists where it was never possible IRL. In music, royalties are have been around for 70 years, 80 years, and so it's not a new thing. However, the incumbent systems are outdated. They have been outdated for the past 25 years, since music became a full-on digital asset. And the easiest way to understand this is music is now intangible, it's fully digital, but the systems that govern it and collect money for it or from it are systems that worked for analog assets, jukeboxes, vinyls, cassettes. Yeah. So change is required, and this change will be what most people like to call disruption. But I don't want to like per se disrupt anything, because the huge record labels and the huge organizations still have their purposes. For instance, it's really hard for any new organization or Web3 organization to bring an artist or musician from mid-level status to superstar status. However, the decentralized community is perfectly capable of allowing new musicians and struggling creators to put out and go to market as many times as they want and go from 0 to mid easily with close to 0 barriers of entry. It's a different story today as it was like 6 months ago. So,
absolutely. And we're going to get back to your platform, because again, that's a part that you enable. I loved that you put a little bit into perspective the geographical aspect for one, right? And, you know, talking about the very active, you know, players in the market. You remember probably in May, we had Tubadur, so Meta Coven's co-founder of the Metapers active here, right? So you do have some players. I get you in terms of, you know, quantity-wise, where the shift still happens more towards the West. I also loved that you actually highlighted that we're still far away from this being a mass type of market. I think when we get the questions about are we in a bubble, we would argue, no, it needs more than a few million to create a bubble. So we're hopefully still see more growth. Absolutely agree. I think coming back now really to the enabling part, because again, you have a huge mission on evangelizing, on sharing your success with other artists. Tell us more about the platform now that you created.
Awesome. Well, we're probably going to hit winter before we get to any sort of a real bubble. And I think that's a good thing, because it gives us time to build. All builders look forward to winter more than the bull. And I'm looking forward to winter. I say that, I know a lot, I probably get slapped for this, but like, this bull might last long. It might not, but it could. And if it lasts long, it means there's a lot of room for newcomers to come in and get a quick glimpse of what it could be like in the next couple of cycles. What it could mean, NFT could mean for their careers. And the platform that I'm building is basically to create NFT collections. They don't have to be PFP collections. They can also be collections like Art Block, whereby a musician or a creator can create a series, and these series can be unique generated series, or they could be copies of a single art piece. And it's these forms of delivery have good track record, some better than others, PFP still being the king. And therefore, to help businesses build PFPs or collections to finance their endeavors. And by doing so, innovatively creating core communities, which will support and grow with these creators and their endeavors or the businesses. And this is extremely important, because most PFP collections sell through and then think of what utility to do, or they sell through and then they start building that utility. These guys are not game makers by training, or they're not comic book writers by training. And to have that is like, it's tricky, because like utilities sustain the value of an NFT collection or any NFT asset. And it only makes sense for me to flip it, to have utility, which is the businesses, build collections that they will sustain through their business, which they're going to continue anyway. They're going to ride this till it cannot be written anymore, or until it IPOs. So NFTs will work for all creators and all businesses. And to do this, I managed to get, I am now the only NFT accelerator for Cyberport. And in Cyberport, there are 1,700 companies and startups that are looking to grow. And through NFT-Fi, we can help them grow faster, because NFT-Fi NFT-Fi is a bull market product. When all the retail excitement has died down and only the hodlers are left after the tree has been shaken out, these hodlers can use NFT-Fi to increase their value of their holdings. But at the same time, these businesses can use NFT-Fi to make their businesses grow better and faster. And the great thing about NFT-Fi is that, unlike IDO, you can go to market as many times as you want, and you could fail once and succeed the next, and fail again and succeed again, and it's okay for now. And so that's one. Two, I like the idea of NFT-Fi, and we're going to create an automatic setup system for these businesses and creators. There are three steps. First, help them auto-generate their collections. Two, help automatic deployment of these collections. And three, automatic setup for their marketing things like the TTDM aspects, Twitter, Telegram, Discord, Medium.
That was actually one of my questions. You're already going ahead is like the exact how-to. I think the thing is, I'm just conscious in terms of time, because we're unfortunately running out of time very quickly. But obviously all our attendees, and particularly artists that are watching us right now, I think understood that the best way to go forward is to get in touch with you. Again, as you are very, very graciously sharing your learnings. So how do people get in touch with you, and how can they benefit from your platform?
You can DM me on my IG, or you could just sign up for the accelerator at Cyberport. The program is open for signups now, and all are welcome, whether you're an incubatee or not. And if you'd like to be an incubatee, we can help you get it. We can help you put you in touch and get that happening for you as well.
Fantastic. That is really, really brilliant. And I know this time, unfortunately, we don't have the opportunity to hear you, but I'm very much looking forward to have you back on stage at SIS in May, when the universe meets the metaverse. And maybe one last question for you is, are you looking on playing music in the metaverse already, or where are we on that front?
Okay, you can look to me playing music on my Sandbox Land, which will be launching soon. The first, round one is after alpha will be Snoop Dogg, and we're preparing for a similar Asian version of a musical entity, which is my Sandbox Land. And another thing about the metaverse is we will be doing, just don't know when, musical concerts and experiences in other communities as well, other than Sandbox. So I'm looking forward to sharing these events with you guys.
Fantastic. So next SIS, you will playing to us from the metaverse. I'm looking forward to that. Thank you, Hanjen, for joining us once again at SIS, and all the best. Thank you, my friend. Bye.
Ciao.
Initializing. New campaign initializing.
Well, welcome back. I didn't hear the applause for that great video by sponsor HashKey Group. No, thank you. Yay! Thank you, technical department, and thank you, HashKey employees. It's very good to hear the love. Well, throughout the course of the last 2 days, we've heard a lot about tokens and tokenization. And the next panel is hosted by our main stage sponsor, Algorand. So we're going to welcome back to the stage Sean Lee. And I will actually be the host of this, the moderator of this panel, and we're going to try peeling back behind the tokens, how companies are using them, how companies can use them, and how you can think about tokenomics and ways to explore the new technology and make it useful. I find that the more we talk about new concepts, the more muddied they become until we talk about ways people can use them. So I'm going to welcome to the stage Sean Lee, Lucy Gazmarian, and Jeff Choi. Lucy is with Token Bay Capital, Sean Lee from Algorand, and Jeff is with Toko, which deserves a little bit more of an introduction. So first, before we begin, everyone was encouraged to grab something that spoke to them before they walked on stage. And I'm going to go to Yoda and see what was the inspiration there.
The inspiration is very simple, actually. Those that actually follow me on Twitter and social media knows I'm a huge Star Wars fan. Very often when I do my podcast, I even have a little Star Wars thing in the back. So this just speaks to me.
Fantastic. And Jeff, you've got what attracted your interest?
I actually have a whiteboard here, but before I do that, I want to say my last name is Chewie, and everyone at the office calls me Chewie from Chewbacca. So when you took the Yoda, I was like, no, why'd you take it? But anyways, anybody who works with me knows that I always go to the whiteboard because blockchain is complex, and how do you share your ideas? It has to be visual as well as verbal. Yeah, today I'm really excited to talk about not just BCW, but Toko as well. And with this whiteboard, hopefully I can actually add additional color as people are talking, so I don't have to actually interrupt them. Cheers.
Fantastic. And Lucy, a little bling?
I stole the most valuable piece in the box, diamonds, gold, and Bitcoin. So 3 things very close to my heart. You know, not trying to be too deep and meaningful in this moment. And, you know, I might forget to take this off.
Okay, and I thought I grabbed a grenade, but it turns out to be a keyboard cleaner. But the reason I grabbed that was, first off, wind is my favorite element. But second is I really find tokenization is going to blow things up. It's a real disruptor. So with that, and thank you for sharing your stories and your mementos, you can put them on the stage or you can hold on to them as you see.
I want Yoda with me.
Yeah, well, I'm going to
We're all
toss
taking them home.
I might take it home, actually.
Oh, sorry about that. Toss the grenade into the audience. Not a very good thing, but okay. Well, look, Sean, as the host of today's panel, I want to kick things off. And what I'm trying to do is help the audience understand real-life use cases of ways companies are using blockchain and tokens today, and was hoping you could kind of tease out for us some of the ways Algorand is working within corporates today and some of the applications and uses.
Yeah, certainly. And I would probably, the only thing I would change from that statement or question is the corporate angle, right? I think there are a lot of organizations or teams that are leveraging blockchain and tokenization technologies, but they're not necessarily institutional. You have lots of DeFi, which is decentralized finance, for those that may know the acronym. You have lots of NFT projects, and of course you have real assets tokenization projects as well, and then everything else in between. So I think the reality is anything that has some sort of transactional value that needs to be transacted in a ledger, that needs to be somewhat transparent, somewhat public, and also done in a meaningful and fast manner. A lot of those use cases naturally are starting to pop up on blockchain. And the interesting aspect is that based on what we do, which is really a global organization, we see a lot of use cases around the world. What we're seeing now, even the same use cases, but done in different parts of the world, are done very, very differently. And I don't mean it from a regulatory perspective. I just mean because of regional culture, business practices, and also just some of the nuances around how things are, how monetary value are transacted. You see same use cases on paper, but in practice, the implementation are quite different. So I find it very fascinating.
Fantastic. Well, Jeff Chui, Sean has been introduced running Algorand. Could you perhaps introduce yourself and a bit more about what your organization is involved in?
Sure. Jeff Chui. I'm actually a partner at BCW. We're a FinTech-focused consulting firm. A couple of areas to our business, but I look after the consulting business. We work with Fortune 500s. Specifically, they may have a service or a product that they like to bring to market with DLT or blockchain in mind. And we would go deep and figure out, okay, what is the use case? What is the problem statement you want? Productize it, and then help them with their internal organization to figure out what's the best way to take this to market. There's many other advisory pieces where we do workshopping with the clients themselves to figure out, okay, what is the right technology? Who on your team is adequate to be a champion of this? How do we build the right apparatus around it? And then lastly, change management, which is the biggest thing for a corporation. I think that's the unique and key differentiator of what is a successful program versus a successful project.
Okay, and Lucy, lastly, you're with a fairly new fund. Do you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, sure. It is new, and it's a fund that I founded. So I was previously at PwC's crypto team, so I was doing a lot of the consulting work as well. And you know, your solution at Toko is really what we needed about 3 years ago, which is so interesting to see you brought it to market. No, but I spent 3 years at PwC really helping a lot of the big blockchain and crypto companies in Hong Kong build out their business and make it a reality. And before joining PwC, I used to manage traditional money at Goldman Sachs in London and Credit Suisse in Singapore. So it came to the point where it made sense to combine my traditional finance background, corporate background, with my crypto network and knowledge from PwC here in Hong Kong. So yes, Token Bay, I have the joyous task of investing in all these incredibly exciting new companies, building the future of our economic and social lives, and just could not be more thrilled to be at the cusp of this incredible decades of innovation that we have ahead of us.
Sean, when we're looking at projects that are ripe for tokenization, how do you position Algorand versus other chains, and what is the benefit of your infrastructure level offering?
Well, I think there are a couple of factors to consider. One of the things that I shared yesterday in my keynote is that we all want to live in a sustainable and green world, right? So if you're using technologies that carries a heavy carbon footprint, I think that's probably not a very good starting point. So by design, our chain had been carbon neutral. We're also doing a lot of work in the green and sustainability area, and that's something that we're very proud of. We don't want to be a check mark on the list that says, hey, yeah, is this a technology that kind of fits a certain criteria in the annual report? We want it to be by nature, at the core, to be everything that we do, because then every applications, every platform, every token that are launched on top of Algorand automatically inherits that characteristics, and I think that's very important to us. Now, of course, having a technology that is green but not fast enough and not cheap enough to run becomes something that prohibits the growth in this industry as well. So we are one of the fastest chains, but more importantly, we can settle any transactions anywhere in the world in under 4 seconds. In our next upgrade, it'll be around 2 seconds. So think about, going to your Starbucks, going to, any type of a 7-Eleven. You don't have to wait minutes or hours for transactions to close. You can do that in a very, very rapid manner anywhere in the world. I think that enables, that characteristics enable for a lot of use cases that we know of today to be able to be done on blockchain, but more importantly, to be done in a very decentralized network. That by itself also carries a lot of characteristics as well. So I would say kind of carbon neutrality and the technical performance capability, the throughput, is probably something that we stand out for.
And Jeff, when you're working with, as an advisor on projects, how do you kind of begin the tokenization process? What are some of the kind of stepping stones that projects need to look at and consider in order to kind of begin a successful journey of tokenization?
Well, I think the first piece is to understand which persona is coming in. Now, if you are an asset owner, maybe you have a specific problem. You want to be more green in terms of offering a product to the market for financing that's ESG related. So let's actually deep dive into that. Or let's say you want alternative finance for mezzanine financing, syndicated loans, etc. Whatever that problem statement is, there's actually a series of compliance steps that need to be, addressed before you get into a tokenization event. We normally do that with feasibility studies from a legal structuring perspective, along with a technology feasibility assessment of which network, which platform, which partners you would need to actually move this along the token lifecycle, which is very important, understanding the full end-to-end token lifecycle. Now, with Toka, what we've done is, because of these complexities, we have a hybrid public and private architecture. So the private architecture is really meant to meet these compliance requirements. As you know, with financial institutions and with financial products, there are regulation and compliance requirements that need to be met. So these rules are defined, set into a smart contract parameter, and then that actually governs the permission of the token as it moves along the various different stakeholders, you call it, within this tokenization event. And then comes the public network. So, of course, faster transaction, cheaper transaction, better efficiency. That's basically where we end up with. So the key takeaway to that is technology comes last, compliance comes first. And that's I don't know if Sean doesn't agree with me, but when it comes to these real world assets, that's something to take away. So.
And Lucy, with the fund, you're always looking for exits. Can you tell me about how kind of an STO or a token offering compares to an IPO, and what are the benefits that one might bring over the other for when you're looking at exiting some of your situations?
Yeah, sure. Actually, I wouldn't invest directly in one single STO. I'd invest in the platform that enables STOs, but happy to talk about STOs versus IPOs. Essentially, what we have with this new tokenization technology is the ability to make things far more efficient, much cheaper, and much quicker. So if you think about the requirements that a company has to go through in order to list on a national stock exchange in an IPO, it's enormous. The barriers to entry are enormous. It's army of bankers, it's huge costs, it's a very long checklist in terms of how long the business has been running for, and profitability in a number of different aspects have to be fulfilled. So it's a pretty onerous list, and a lot of companies have to be incredibly mature to get there. What is interesting and super exciting about STOs is that we're going to be able to see liquidity events for companies way earlier in their life cycle. And that's going to be good for everyone. That's going to be good for those companies that are growing. That's going to be good for investors that don't get... How many of us have taken part in an IPO? None of us, right? It's down to the asset managers, the institutions. Well, that's going to change going forwards with this technology. And we can become effectively stakeholders in companies by buying tokens on these new digital asset exchanges. And that's what everyone means when they say democratization of finance, because this technology is making these opportunities more accessible to each and every one of us. So that is what is so incredibly groundbreaking about STOs, even though the name doesn't really do it justice, because STO, it just sort of bypasses you. But basically, it's going to enable us to take part in wealth creation of a global economy, and that's what's so transformative about this technology.
I've mentioned that if in the past, if you were a shipping company, you could IPO. And today, if you're a shipping company, you can tokenize a ship or a route or the cargo on the ship or the receivables due for that shipment. So it's a lot more flexibility. Sean, the killer app that has really brought tokenization to everyone's mind has been art and NFTs. First off, tell me about the NFTs on Algorand, and also let's peek around the corner. What comes after art? What is the next big kind of use case that will drive further adoption of tokenization?
So that's a great question. You know, NFT sounds like it's something new. NFT's been around for a bit. Those of us that are in the industry, right, you know, we know what it is. But I think it's now climbing the buzzword kind of cycle. And naturally, because of a lot of the publicities that we're seeing out there these days. And you're right, a lot of that is around media, right? Whether it's art, or you know, LeBron James doing a dunk for 10-second video clip that you can openly Google online, but somehow is worth $3-5 million. These things are very interesting, right? And it's speculative. Now, I wouldn't say they are real or not real. The reality is, you know, when I was young, I collected, you know, baseball cards and whatnot. And if you see value in it, there's value. If you don't see value, there's no value, right? So I think it depends on your view around that. But the notion of NFT is actually much more than just a digital representation of something, right? It shouldn't be looked at it that way, because the NFT itself can carry with it a lot of characteristics that live along with that piece of asset. Whether that asset is a digital art or physical art, or in some cases, I think I shared a use case yesterday, it could be live animal, right? We have a project in Latin America that are tokenizing livestock, right? As a way to not only keep track of the livestock in terms of the characteristics, the vaccines that have taken, and are they grass-fed, and so on and so forth, but it also provides some visibility into traceability from a supply chain perspective, right? So NFT can be really, it can be used in a lot of different areas. You know, obviously, you know, with the Toko projects, we're also talking about, you know, some very complex financial products that can be tokenized as well. And if you think about the possibility of what that can bring, and the notion that you're now taking the legality of contracts, you're taking the programmable aspect of what that is, and then putting that onto a public network that can run in a very rapid manner, well, actually, a lot of things in this world can actually fit into that paradigm. So I think in a few years' time, once we get over this kind of digital art phase, you will see many, many, many use cases. And in time, I don't even think we're going to call it NFT anymore, because it's just going to become, you know, it's a box.
Art or collectibles.
Yeah.
And I think you give the NFT boom a further horizon of, when you say a few years. Oh. Lucy, you were going to add something? No. Sorry, Jeff, you've got your whiteboard out and you've used it, so you've misspelled pigs.
No, Pogs. I don't know if people actually remember what Pogs are. Is it with the slammers and everything? When you were saying that you trade baseball cards, I used to trade Pogs. No, but
I don't think anyone, does anyone know what Pog is?
A Pog.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
Pogs, yeah.
You got some serious fans.
Yeah, I know.
What does Pog stand for?
We'll go to YouTube later.
I don't know, yeah. So, no, I do have something to add on top of Sean's comments, specifically about the complexity of these tokenomic structures. So one key takeaway for the audiences to really understand is that it doesn't, if you have a project, it just doesn't mean it's only one token. You can have layers on layers and layers of tokens. For example, your use case for cattle or livestock, it could be that the cattle farmer has their token. Then there's the other token for fundraising for feeding that livestock to a certain kind of milestone of their life. And then that could be a utility token or a fungible token. And then there could be another series of tokens as they move along the life cycle. You know, I was speaking with somebody earlier today about wine and wine futures, and specifically sustainable wine. I think it was Belinda from Dew. And I was telling her, like, you have to be very careful legally, because if you go too far back, it becomes a futures contract on the grapes themselves. And after it specifically turns into a product, then you could probably do provenance tracking on that product itself. So you could, for compliance reasons, I'm sorry, legal reasons, you necessarily might need to have multiple different tokens. So it's these levels of complexity that actually tokenization allows. Versus today, it's a series of different paperwork that you have to do with different regulators and different organizations. So.
Lucy, earlier we talked about the difference between an IPO and an STO. As an investor, what's the difference between equity and tokens in terms of visibility, transparency, ownership, knowledge, etc.?
I think, the jury is still out as to whether you go for equity or tokens. I hedge my bets and I like to invest in the tokens and equity of companies because I think they bring two very different aspects to the value of a company, if you like. For regulatory reasons, some VCs will only do equity or some just focus on tokens. But I do think, when this technology first came out, it was very confusing for shareholders of companies to incorporate a token issuance when suddenly these tokens would do 1,000x and the shareholders are sort of sitting there going, well, hang on, what's happened to our share price? That increase in value in the token and that whole distribution and network effect is not being reflected in the stock price. And so there was this friction, if you like, and I think it did hold quite a few companies back, for example, shopping malls that wanted to have a token that moved through its ecosystem, like huge malls with, restaurants, shops, etc. But then the shareholders of those malls were like, well, hang on a minute, how is that going to work? So that was the early days. I think we've really moved on since that point, and I think tokens have found their own niche. And I would say that we're getting to a point where tokens are complementary to the corporate structure, and they are their own thing, if you like, almost like a parallel system. Whether the two remain in tandem or whether we eventually all migrate to a token economy, including tokenizing corporates themselves so that shareholders become redundant effectively. We will wait to see. But I think what is very clear is that tokens are bringing something very new to the party. And it's incredibly powerful. And it means one vote, one token. On top of it, you've also got utility. You can use the token as payment. Actually how we define a token is not even set in stone at this point. It's still an experimental phase. So I think it's quite challenging, actually, as an investor to know which route to go. But as I say, I like to invest in both because I'm supporting a team and projects. And right now, I think they do sit side by side.
Before Sean, I know, has an additional comment, I do want to give a shout out. Over at the Hashkey booth, we have issued a report on kind of tokenization. Kind of takes you right from the beginner's manual right up to kind of a master's level, written by my colleagues Angelina Kwan and Ben Elbaz. That's available on our website, but also there's good old-fashioned paper copies near the entrance, but those are very limited due to ESG reasons.
Well, we can tokenize those, though.
Please
then we can print more.
Well, actually, at our we provide an NFT minted with Jeff Choi as an incentive to download.
So the only point I wanted to add on to Lucy's point is, from an investor perspective, you'd like to hedge your bet, right? Because it represents two economic models that represent different things. I think from a company perspective, many are investigating that as well. One of our ecosystem partner is the World Chess. Chess, right? It's a company that's over 100 years old. They're about to go IPO on the London Stock Exchange. But rather than go the traditional route, 100% equities into that, they're planning to be 80 or 90% IPO, and then leaving the rest to do a IEO, ICO, IPO, I don't know what they're going to call it these days, but a token launch. Now, you might think, okay, well, so that's basically taking all the equities and dividing it up. Well, the reality is not, right? Because what they're actually doing is taking let's say it's 10% of the value of the company, but they're now using that to drive the ecosystem, right? So the economy around how that ecosystem will behave and utilize that token will be entirely different than how World Chess, just the organization, may be valued. So so you can almost think about it as equities being representing the company and the token representing the ecosystem. And those are not necessarily the same thing.
Jeff, how are regulators around the world keeping up? Because tokenomics and tokenization represent fairly new approaches to fundraising and others. So how is the regulatory framework?
I don't have a crystal ball, and I will not speak for the regulators themselves. But I will say this, there are different jurisdictions that are moving on more progressively than others. And what it presents an opportunity and a little bit of a challenge. As we are looking for routes to market, with regulated products with our licensed partners. It ends up being a game of regulatory arbitrage, right? And it's really understanding, first and foremost, like I said in the beginning of the talk, it's compliance first. And who are we targeting? Professional accredited investors, of course. And then specifically in which jurisdictions are they actually coming from? And that actually starts the conversation. And from that point, a feasibility study is done by, of course, legal professionals to give a path. And then the technology comes in, Sean. So I would kind of say it like that. But in short, there still needs some time and patience and work to be done from that space. But what we can do is provide the options for the market to understand what's possible, and regulation will come.
Now, before we started, my fellow panelists thought 30 minutes was going to take forever to pass, and now we're down to 30 seconds. I want to end on a slightly lighthearted note and ask you, what would you like to tokenize? And what would you personally like to tokenize? And I'll go first because I had time to think through the question. I'm waiting to tokenize all YUU and my Cathay points and all of my various loyalties, because I am never in the same place with the same card at the right time in the right store. So all of these various little pools of points are just a pain in the neck. I'd love to tokenize all of them. Any others know what they want to tokenize yet?
Well, I would like to tokenize Token Bay Capital eventually. I think that makes sense. So that would be an ultimate goal. So found a company and then invest in the technology that creates a new token economy, and then tokenize my investments.
Well, I'm saving up for Lucy coins.
Lucy Inc.
Oh, Lucy Inc. coins.
There's probably a Lucy coin already. That's why they're different. I think I mean, I'm already in the industry, right? So I could see literally everything getting tokenized. What I like to see more of is renewable energy being tokenized. Now, I look at it this way. The more it can be tokenized and less owned by centralized parties where they control everything, where community members like all of us here can participate in that ecosystem, the more interesting it would be. And I think it will give us more an opportunity to contribute to being in a greener world. So I think the more that aspect can be done, I think the better.
And Jeff, other than POGs, what are you going to tokenize?
Actually, I'll probably call this out to someone in the audience I was speaking to that was pretty interesting yesterday. Was they represent a nonprofit organization, and I think tokenizing real-world issues such as disaster relief is very important. And specifically, having structures around that for governance is really important as well. So how do you deploy capital to people in need? I think more of that needs to happen.
Well, on behalf of our Platinum and Main Stage sponsor, Algorand, thank you for your contributions, Jeff, Sean, and Lucy. And thank you for those in the audience that have been enjoying our conversation, whether in person or online. We'll next hear from, allow me to introduce the next panel while we're here, Sandy Lau, speaking with Anson Bailey and talking about shaping the future of global trade. So thank you all to our panel today.
Thank you.
And we'll look forward to the next speakers.
Oh, we're ready. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon. Welcome to day 2. We're on day 2 of SIS 4.0. My name's Anson Bailey. I'm a partner at KPMG. But I'm not here to talk about myself, obviously. I am here to talk with my very dear friend, Sandy Lau. Who is Sandy Lau? Well, Sandy is the Chief Growth Officer at Serai. Hey, Sandy, how you doing?
Hi, Anson. Great to be here.
You know, it's great to be here. Now, I know you and you're my friend, but obviously, not everyone knows you. So how about this? I'm going to ask you some very quick fire questions, and I want you to think the first thing that comes into your head. Okay, quick fire, because we want to get to know you a little bit more. Is that okay?
Okay.
Okay, well, let's try this. Okay, question 1, quick. It's got to be quick. Quick, okay? Ready, get ready, go. Your preferred role, corporate or startup?
Startup.
Startup, okay, cool. Education, I know you were in Australia, so Melbourne or Sydney?
That's not even a question. Melbourne.
Melbourne, okay, well, that's okay. We'll just go with it. Asia's world city, Hong Kong or Singapore?
Hong Kong, come on.
Hong Kong, gotta be Hong Kong, yeah? Okay, this is going well. Future of work from home or in the office?
Hybrid.
Hybrid, okay, fine. Should we be thinking about CSR or ESG?
That's a tricky one. I would say ESG.
Okay, ESG. Climate emergency or green washing?
Climate emergency.
Yeah, hello, climate emergency. How about trust versus transparency?
You kind of can't have one without the other. So.
Yeah, you can't. That's right. It's a trick question. You've got to have
I
both.
knew it. I knew you were give me a trick question.
Ow! Don't hit me with the sword. Okay, how about this?
That's why I chose this one.
Tell me about your boss. Dictator or collaborator?
You're trying to get me fired. Collaborator, always.
Always. You sure? Not a dictator?
If he was, he'd be a very friendly one.
Okay, friendly dictator. Are you saying friendly dictator?
Collaborator.
Okay.
Have this on record.
Collaborator, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, drink of choice, gin or vodka?
Gin.
Gin, okay, cool. And tell me, favorite Hong Kong restaurant or bar?
Oh, I don't have one. Anything that serves hot pot. Hot pot's my favorite.
Hot pot. Okay. Da Bin Lo.
Da Bin Lo.
Da Bin Lo. Okay, that's cool. So, ladies and gentlemen, you now know Sandy Lau. That's great. Now, Sandy. Now, by the way, I'm wearing a bit of bling. See. Yes. I'm wearing a bit of bling here because obviously I'm also heading up consumer and retail and consumer and tech. So, gotta have bling.
That's where all the money is.
And I've also got Baby Yoda here as well. He's supporting me, protecting me against you, Sandy Lau. Baby Yoda's protecting me against Sandy Lau. Okay.
I can't attack you now that you're holding a baby if you're bad.
Now, that's right. Just remember. Now, can you give us a quick elevator pitch on Serai? What is Serai?
Okay. Well, Serai is a B2B platform, and our mission is to simplify global trade. We were founded in 2019 when we launched our B2B network platform, which helps companies around the world connect with each other, build relationships, and do business together. And then 2020 was an exciting year for us when we launched our supply chain solutions, which is all about helping companies understand, gain visibility over their supply chain, and to be able to build transparency and trust.
Ooh, cool. You've rehearsed that one,
They're two very exciting propositions.
Now, it is. But listen, you are the Chief Growth Officer. Now, that sounds really cool. But what do you do?
No, I just have a cool title. I don't do much.
Okay, so you just have a cool title. But come on, tell me, what do you do? Because your boss is probably watching this.
Yeah. So Chief Growth Officer, it's a title, but it's really what I'm focused on is helping to devise strategies that can help us drive both customer and revenue growth, which is obviously very key KPIs for a company in order to be sustainable. So we cut across, from my team, we cut across looking at devising and implementing digital marketing strategies, partnerships, looking at communication strategies that help us access new customer segments, open new markets. But ultimately, we really also want to build a very trusted brand for Serai. So our team works very closely and collaborative with other departments in our business, especially the product team, looking at product growth strategies as well, looking at tactics around that, and embedding the growth within the product as well, as much as it is also about marketing.
Okay, cool. Now, what makes Sandy Lau tick? What makes you tick? What do you like, and maybe what don't you like?
Well, I guess I'm really lucky in my role because it's a good mixture of two things. One is it allows me to be creative. I started off my career in marketing, so creativity is a big passion of mine. I really love working with creative people, looking at ways to do things differently. But also the other side of it is data, which is a very core part of what I do. It's what underpins a lot of our decision making. We are very experimental, so I like trying new things. I like test and learn, and I like to do it with a dynamic and creative team.
Yeah, that's cool. Now, listen. You are a young millennial.
Oh, I love that you're calling me
young millennial.
Young millennial.
Just for the record, I am a post-millennial. Just post-millennial.
Just didn't make it.
Just in there, right? Post-millennial. But how do you approach your clients and colleagues? Do you is it a little bit different?
I
as a young millennial?
As a young millennial, I think it's really... Okay, I try, and I think one of the things that the way I operate is I want to be authentic with both colleagues and with clients, being true to yourself, because people see through that, and as the same as a lot of Gen Zs, etc., it's really important that you actually can identify with each other's values. And so for me, being authentic and having empathy and treating each other more like partners. Same for colleagues and clients, because only through partnership can you really deliver success.
Absolutely. I love that point. The empathy, that's really important. Treat others how you want to be treated. I'm a big believer in that as well. And also, like on a personal level, I know you. How do you balance a young family and all, everything at work? How do you balance that? Because, maybe we've got a little bit more flexibility these days, but it's still tough, right?
Yeah.
It's still really tough.
Yeah, I think it's going to be always a bit tough. So I'm a new mom. So I have a 22-month-old daughter. Actually, she was born just on the cusp of COVID hitting Hong Kong. So she's a COVID baby. So I think silver lining of what the situation we're all in right now, it has offered a lot of people, including myself, a lot more flexibility when it comes to work, and just. With that, it's been expediting the acceptance and actually seeing that you can work differently and still be effective as a team and as a company, and with clients as well across companies. So that has been really helpful for me in transitioning in my own personal role. But I really hope more companies can be embracing that and actually understand that everyone works differently, and what works for me might not work for you, but it's really trying to have that understanding and having an environment that actually supports your team. That makes it easier for me.
Yeah, and I think that's important, because it's not like in the old days, 9 to 5. We have to be flexible. Yes. And as you said, people work in different ways these days. Yeah. And I think that's really important, that we all need to remember that. Also, the traditional businesses, we also need to really drive that flexibility. Now, obviously, Serai, maybe not everybody knows, but you are probably one of the best funded startups in Hong Kong, or in the whole of Asia Pacific, probably in the whole world. You have got...
Right, take it easy there.
Hey, watch Baby Yoda, okay? I mean, you're fully funded by HSBC. I mean, that's cool, right? Because you've got a big brother or a big sister standing next to you. How does that feel? Takes the pressure off, or it probably comes with a few issues as well, right?
I mean, it's definitely a huge benefit for us as a business and for our team. I've worked in other startups as well where we're always constantly having to balance between short-term funding, trying to keep investors interested, hitting those short-term metrics, and also building capabilities for longer-term sustainable growth. Having an investor like HSBC, they are very aligned and believe in our longer-term vision, which releases some of that pressure from us, at least from a funding perspective, so that actually we can focus on solving the customer problem, building the product, focusing on the business, and also having that latitude to invest in more medium-term, longer-term priorities as well. So that's definitely been a blessing for us as a company and for our team. I mean, on the other side, obviously, being supported by the big bank, there's also expectations in terms of how we are set up, how we operate, of course, especially around risk mitigation, risk management. I mean, banks, actually, one of their key priorities is risk management. So we're very prudent in that way. But I think it also, on the flip side, is a benefit because a lot of other startups just don't have the capacity or even the expertise to do it. So I feel we're then better set up for success in the future.
Absolutely. And as you said, there are benefits, right? I would believe your risk management processes are pretty good. The other interesting thing, of course, is, one thing that I do see is corporates now are taking a far more active interest in the startup ecosystem here in Hong Kong, but elsewhere around the world. So, I think that's great because we have got to drive collaboration. It's not us and them, right? It can't be corporate versus startup. We have to come together. And I think that's going to be really important. Now, I joked earlier on about Hong Kong versus Singapore. But, I was going to say, though, the startup ecosystem here in Hong Kong is actually going pretty strong, right? How do you feel?
Yeah, I really believe so. Loyalties aside, I am a Hong Konger.
Me too.
You too, right?
Yeah, me too.
嘅
講開啦。
Hong Kong, I can see a lot of change in terms of creating a more vibrant ecosystem for startups in the last couple of 5 to 6 years. There's been more successes, which helps, I think, because it builds confidence, both from getting more people to take that first step to become an entrepreneur or even consider working for a startup, where in the past it's been very traditional. Obviously, you go into the banks, go into the consultants.
Don't forget the consultants.
Consultants have been also very supportive. I know KPMG works very closely actually to support a lot of the startups as well. So I think it's actually definitely improving and getting more active, and we still have really great infrastructure, and we need to continue investing in that so that we actually provide the right ecosystem for startups to prosper and move through the different growth stages that they go through.
Absolutely. And, I think the interesting thing is Hong Kong, we always talk about Hong Kong being a FinTech hub or a finance hub, but we shouldn't forget that Hong Kong is also it's a trading hub, right? It's a international business hub. It's a sourcing hub. And, interestingly enough, that's where Serai can play, and that's where you are playing, because how many different manufacturers are on your platform at Serai these days? It's a lot.
Yes, so we've been growing very rapidly in the last 2 years since we've launched the platform. We have over 16,000 companies that are now on Serai across the globe. So not just from Hong Kong, but also from Southeast Asia, from
South
India,
Asia, right?
yes,
South Asia,
and brands and retailers and buyers also from Australia, from the US, etc. as well. So we've got quite a vibrant community now on our platform. And Hong Kong traditionally has been actually started a lot from manufacturing and trading, although we've progressed a little bit or play a slightly different role, but it actually still serves as a very key sourcing hub because a lot of the expertise and the history is actually still here. So I think it's an interesting, you talk FinTech, I think FinTech trading, technology, and our experience from a financial center perspective,
Sure.
all coming together can make us a really powerful city.
Absolutely. Now listen, Serai, as you keep reminding me, you've got this amazing technology platform at Serai, but is technology going to save the day? You know, is technology the only thing?
I think technology is an important driver and an enabler,
Right.
but it requires a lot more than technology. It requires people, processes, changing the way we think, changing the way we work. Data is also very important. I think there's a lot of different elements that need to come together to release kind of the potential and power that technology can help. It can't do it on its own.
Right.
Yeah.
Because I think that's interesting, isn't it? Because, yeah, technology is the enabler, but nowadays we've got lots and lots of data, and hopefully, and the idea of Serai is that with all of that tech, with all of that data, we can see, and you're driving collaboration, but you're also driving, hopefully, a greater transparency across the supply chain, right?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, data is very key. I mean, for Serai, our mission is really helping companies to stitch all that data. So right now, we actually have a lot, or maybe even too much data sitting in different places. It's very fragmented. It's in different formats, there's no consistent way for that data to be pulled together and stitched. Yep. And so we are, as a platform, we're playing a role where we can try to bring all that together and help companies make sense of the data so it becomes actual information that they can use to make different decisions, especially around supply chain.
Sure, but data, because we keep hearing about data's the new gold, data's the new oil. Actually, data, someone told me that data's like air, like the oxygen we breathe. So there's lots and lots of data, but how easy is it to share all of the data? Are companies willing to share all of that data?
I think that's a really good point. Everyone has their data sitting in different ways, okay? But a lot of that, actually, what we're seeing at Serai is that what's needed is that mindset change around actually how they perceive data and information about themselves or information about their supply chain. Unless there's a change in their thinking that this is something that through collaboration actually adds value to everyone along the supply chain and make that actually benefit different players. So it will be difficult because some players are still very protective about their information and feel like that's potentially, their secret sauce. But I think adding value along the supply chain specifically, it's not just about who you work with or your partners, but it's actually more than that. So I think that is required, and that's why collaboration is very important, and also incentivizing your partners to actually share that information.
Right. So great news is we've got the technology, we've got all the data, we've got the science behind us now, we've got a lot more innovation, and that could be product and service innovation. But is there anything missing? Are we missing something?
I don't know if it's missing, but I think, the biggest change usually I find, and it's happened in more corporations as well, looking at transformation, is people. People,
right?
I mean, we're not trying to completely get rid of people.
Right. Because actually, we need people, don't we?
We do need people. And they add value in different ways.
We need smart people.
We need smart people. We need people who are open to new ideas and new ways of doing things. So I think that is actually a challenge that a lot of people underestimate because they focus on the technology, focus on the technical side, but people are still very fundamental to all businesses, and especially we've seen in supply chain, from manufacturers to brands. And I think that's an area that we can't ignore, and we need to have programs actually to help organizations and people, individuals, actually adapt.
Yeah, because I think a key message here is that people are our secret sauce, right? Technology is going to be the enabler, but people are our secret sauce. And And that's really important for all of us to remember. And I think we've also got to ensure that we upskill and reskill our current labor force, but we've also got to make sure we bring in all those tech-savvy, cool, young Gen Zs, right? I have a teenage son. I'm trying to convince him to be a data scientist. But the interesting thing is, of course, we're going to need a lot of those tech and media-savvy young people in the future as well. How about Serai? Are you hiring people? Can you give me a job?
Yeah. I don't know if we can afford you, but you're welcome.
Let's talk about it.
Anytime. Let's chat after this. Yes, we are. We are definitely hiring where we believe in investing in people. It's the most valuable capital.
Sure.
They create the technology. I mean, they help actually think about how we actually apply technology from a business perspective and how we look at data. Data science is definitely, obviously, also one. So for us, we're investing in technology. We're trying to find the right talent here in Hong Kong if we can. We really love to see more, I think, from education perspective, of actually helping us groom the next generation and having access to that much earlier on.
Sure.
And some other markets are doing that,
Sure.
believing that it's the future.
And what skills are you looking for? Are there any particular skills that you're looking for? Because there's lots of young entrepreneurs, lots of young people that are tuning into SIS 4.0 right now. And what's Sandy looking for? What are you looking for? Data scientists?
Data scientists, we are.
Data analysts?
Yes, data analysts. We're looking at developers.
Developers.
Full stack, front end, back end.
Right.
We're looking at engineers. We're also looking for product. Actually, productizing is a very important part. Understanding level of technology and actually looking at how we can then devise and design products using that technology in the right way and bring value to customers. So product managers is also a big demand for us. And because we operate more supply chain and looking at sustainability, understanding of that side is also would be definitely very valuable. You know, ESG is still very new, relatively new. So finding talent that are first passionate about it, but secondly have exposure to it, to this topic would be really valuable.
Because I think that's a good point, isn't it? That yes, we want the data scientists, we want the data analysts, but we also want to make sure that we're front-loading for the future. Sustainability and ESG, you and I have spoken about this at length, certainly in the last couple of weeks. You and I released a new report called Moving the Needle, everyone. Check out the new KPMG Serai thought leadership paper. But the interesting thing there is that ESG and sustainability is going to be really important because we were talking about this perfect storm. Regulators now are starting to regulate. Governments are actually starting to get on the bandwagon. They're really focused on this. The media, they're watching all of the corporates. What are you doing around sustainability and ESG? COP26 happened just a couple of weeks ago, and we heard a lot about how people are pledging to be net zero by 2030, but they're going to have to back that up, right? They're going to have to demonstrate that they are going to be net zero. They're going to have greater transparency in their supply chains. They're going to have to show all of those different stakeholders. And as we said just before, there is a climate emergency. So we've all got to play our part. We've got the consumers watching. We've got our young millennials and Gen Zs, they're watching us and they're reminding us, hey, are you walking the talk? So I think that's really important as well. Now, lots of different startups here. Any words of advice for the startups? You know, how can they collaborate with Serai? How can you work together?
Yeah, I mean, we're always looking for collaboration partners and we want to foster a vibrant ecosystem. So we are actively looking at partners that we can work with from a data perspective. So when we look at ESG data, sustainability data, we're looking at the apparel sector initially, but we do want to also expand to other sectors. So there are a few data partners that we're currently exploring that with. So looking at how we can collaborate, plug their data in and actually make that transparency easier, because we don't want to create additional more work. I think we're not trying to reinvent too many wheels here. We understand there's no one silver bullet to solve the problem, so we want to collaborate with more partners together and also drive adoption. I mean, through working with partners and developing those partnerships, we can together be a more powerful source to drive adoption across the industry when it comes to supply chain transparency and visibility.
Okay, cool. Now, we're running out of time. So obviously, you're looking for new people at Serai, so get in touch with Sandy Lau.
I was going to say this, no one calls anymore, just text me.
Just text. What's your email? Sandy, come on.
sandy.laulau@seraitrade.com.
I'm helping you here, right? I'm helping you. There's lots of people that are all going to be queuing up.
Email me.
to work at Serai or come and work at KPMG. Okay, we're recruiting too. Now, just before we go, a couple of messages then. What about some of your predictions? I mean, I can't believe it. We're December already. We're at the end of 2021. How about for 2022? Are you confident about the future? Is it going to be a better year? Are we going to be more sustainable? Is it going to be a greener 2022? What do you think?
I'm feeling optimistic.
Optimistic?
Yeah, I feel optimistic. I think, sustainability and looking at ESG, that's definitely now becoming a top agenda. It used to be one of the things that people talk about, but now for most companies, it's at the very top agenda. And setting goals. The fact I know these goals that have been discussed in the past couple of weeks, like COP26 and so forth, are very ambitious and it sounds very far away, but I think just committing to something in the first place is the first step for us to actually then devise a plan to get there. So I do feel optimistic just looking at the conversations that are being, the topic dominating a lot of the conversations. It just builds more awareness. And like you mentioned, Gen Z, they are definitely pushing for this. They're very socially conscious. So being sustainable is not just good for the right thing to do, but it's also good for business as well if we want to try to build a sustainable business and want to be around for a very long time. So I feel good about it.
Absolutely. So we're optimistic. So what's the buzzword? What's the one thing that you want to leave with everybody with at the end of our session? What's the buzzword? Yesterday I was listening to Jennifer Chenglo. Amazing. She was talking about empathy and love. But what's your key message for everybody out there? What's your buzzword?
I think it's take action. Everyone can actually do something about it. Everyone can take action. It's okay, it might sound corny, but I think it's something that we have to do collectively. So I think, yeah, take action, do something about it in your own way.
Yeah. So take action, do something about it. And that's very important. We're all part of the solution, right? We've all got to get involved. We've all got a vested interest in our future business. We've all got a vested interest in our planet because we've only got one planet. But listen, Sandy Lau, you are my favorite Chief Growth Officer.
I'm not the only one you know.
You're the only one I know.
Thank
seriously,
you.
ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking my very dear friend, Sandy Lau and Baby Yoda. Bye for now.
Bye for now. I won't kill him. Thanks,
Don't kill
Anson.
him. Thanks, Andy.
You. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Take care.
For those of you who are dialing in, you were delayed because we had to get selfies on stage from the last speakers. Baby Yoda didn't come out to play without getting photographed. So, hey, I think by the time your company becomes a Harvard Business Review case study, something is seriously going on inside your company. And what I dislike about those Harvard Business Review case studies is they never give you the answers. They just give you the questions. So they position the dilemma, and then you're supposed to figure it out for yourself. So I'm going to give you the answer to the Harvard Business case study by introducing our next panelist. So there's a hot Harvard Business Review case study called Ring Fencing the Ranch, and it has nothing to do with cattle. Instead, what they do in that is deep dive into PDS multinational fashions. This is a Southeast Asian company that over the years has grown through acquisition. So today consists of more than 50 different companies, each with their own brand, their own CEO, their own management style. So how do you get 50 different companies aligned and moving towards the same goal? Well, that was the problem facing Palak Seth as CEO of PDS Group. Now, I know some of the answers. I don't know all of the answers, but we're going to hear how he invented the concept of venture building and brought the 50 companies into the one direction. And he'll be hosted by Karina Balin, and looking forward to this next case study.
Yes, and now we're live here again in Hong Kong, and I have the pleasure of having you, Palak, with me here, a good friend, and now we're going to talk business, aren't we?
Thank you, Karina. Thank you. It's a pleasure. 2 busy days for you, so thank you for taking the time and inviting me tonight. Thank you.
Absolutely, and I think you also got to pick a funny gadget, no? And tell us a little bit about why have you chosen the Bitcoin necklace? It's a very popular gadget. I think probably like 40% of speakers have chosen the Bitcoin.
It's a new asset class, something I'm trying to learn about. So I think Angel Hub is doing a great job promoting, companies in the entire crypto space. So exciting to learn, and that's why I chose it. It's something that I aspire to know more about. Thank you.
Fantastic. That actually truly characterizes you, Palak, because you are an alumni of Harvard Business School. Now you are a Harvard Business School case study as well. You're a serial entrepreneur because you started your journey and first venture with the age of 21, right?
Yeah.
Pretty impressive. And we're going to talk about you, but also, obviously deep dive into PDS, because SIS 4.0 is all about industry disruption, but also about ESG. And again, addressing the elephant in the room, talking about the fashion industry. We're going to hear some really, really impressive, evolutions and changes that you have led and spearheaded. Now, I also ask you to start off with a bold statement, right? Yeah. As I very often ask my panelists, give me a bold statement about the fashion industry as well as...
So we are building a global, collaborative, ethical, and digital platform to change the supply chain industry, fashion industry of the future. So that's my bold statement. We are investing a lot in the future of how the industry should look like. And, that's about the bold statement. Thank you.
Yes, and my audience will see you are really walking the talk. So tell us a little bit more about PDS. Give us a bit of a historical background, right?
Yeah.
And I think those who are online also will have the possibility to follow very closely that impressive journey. Yeah, over to you.
Thank you. So basically, I did my undergrad at Northwestern, and after graduating, my family was in the fashion business in India. My father had a manufacturing business. I had no desire to move back to India then. So there was an opportunity to come to Hong Kong and set up a business. So I had some initial capital of around $250,000 and support of some customer relationships. So, straight out of university with a lot of ambition, a lot of, good thoughts. I built up a business in the first year. We did almost $10 million in sales and made $1 million profit. So it was straight out of university back in '99. And that was a great start. I was lucky I had a good start early on in my career, because of the backing I had got. But after 2 or 3 years, I found that I was becoming the bottleneck myself, because in the B2B supply chain business, it's all about relationship between the buyers and the sellers. So I was out about maybe 4 or 5 times a week, taking and entertaining clients, and I felt that I was becoming the bottleneck myself. So what we decided to do is look for talent in our industry, bring them on board, and started setting up companies with them. I was studying, honestly, the Li and Feng model. They're legends in our industry, and they were acquiring businesses. I did not have the capital to acquire a business, or neither did I have the, I saw much value in acquiring businesses. So we started bringing people and setting up companies with them. So that was the starting of the PDS platform, in those days.
Brilliant. Which arguably means that you were the person who invented venture building, no?
To be honest, we could be seen as the venture capitalist in the apparel supply chain business, started back in 1999. We never thought of it that way. We thought about connecting opportunities with people and putting the right incentives in place. But truly, when I look back, it was really investing in people and companies and building a venture business in the apparel supply chain.
That's impressive. Yeah. And so with that, actually, the PDS evolved into a platform business,
yes,
right? So
yes.
Tell us a little bit about what does that mean to be a platform business? I mean, now everybody talks about platform as a service, but again, you early on actually invented that model.
Yeah, so we had almost started around, I'll just show this, 10 to 12 companies, which were loosely aligned subsidiaries. And then we thought that why don't we let the entrepreneurs on those companies just focus on the customer needs, which is sales, execution, design, and let all the back-end functions be centrally consolidated. Because of which we then created the PDS platform, which basically does all the finance, banking, legal, compliance, risk management, all the functions of running a company left to the platform. And the entrepreneurs could focus on the business side, which is basically taking care of the customer needs and the order execution. So this model is pretty good, because it brings in a lot of scalability, and I think it gives zero distance between us and our customers. So today, the role of the platform is to enable and support the businesses, but also govern and control them. So governance and control really comes in risk, reputation, and cash management, except that the entrepreneurs on the platform have a free hand how they operate the business. We've grown to almost 50 companies now. We are almost close to $1.5 billion US in sales. So it's a scalable platform, and we are seeing huge opportunity to grow further in this model. So
absolutely brilliant. And I mean, I had the pleasure to have Adi actually on a panel yesterday, right, from Zilingo. And you can see that they're kind of like trying to replicate a little bit this platform model, right? Yeah. But tell us a bit. What are the advantages, the benefits of such a model, but also what are kind of like the watch-outs?
Yeah. I think the advantage of this model is that it's highly entrepreneurial. It's very agile because the entrepreneurs are running small business units. We could be a large company, but we are a combination of many small business units. So that's a great advantage. Also, the banks love us because they don't want to support a small standalone business. We bring in a consortium of businesses, so that's great. Also, customers like dealing with structured companies. It's not only a single unit, so that side also is helpful. So. And finally, the risk management is great for us, because we have no dependency on single customer, single entrepreneur, single supplier. So the platform really diversifies the risk as well. So a combination of that, I think, is a lot of advantages to the platform. But there are some disadvantages as well. So disadvantages, how do we bring collaboration between various entrepreneurs we have? Every entrepreneur is doing their own thing, right? How do we make the entrepreneur think about the platform, not only their own business? Because they are incentivized to focus on their own business. So that's one of the other challenges we have. And finally, I think also the leveraging scale, because the entrepreneurs are all looking at their own company, and they're not really looking at how they come together for raw material procurement and few other things. So that's some of the few challenges we find in the platform model. But I think in the grand scheme of things, having a platform is much better than having one large conglomerate with a lot of bureaucracy and a lot of layers of management.
Yeah, exactly. I was pinpointing to that because arguably the really successful entrepreneurs, right, are those who listen to everyone but then build up their own mind, right? Yeah. So potentially not necessarily following the lead or believing in that collaborative spirit. But overall, I think your experience, or maybe let's talk about how do you solve then that problem of getting them more collaborative?
I think, basis of any relationship, first is to bring in relationship between people, So I've got 50 companies. If they have a relationship, the entrepreneurs in those companies have a relationship with each other, collaboration will happen. And the basis of relationship is trust and transparency. So we try to do events not dissimilar to what you've done today. We bring all entrepreneurs together, let them have 2 or 3 day time, where they come to know each other personally, do some team building activities, and let them foster building that relationship. Because the relationship is built, then the whole collaboration side can happen.
Absolutely. And actually, I was wondering when you chose, Bitcoin and the Bitcoin necklace, if you were referring to the transparency and trust element as well. But again, so talking actually about building culture, collaborative culture. Yes. How do you build culture?
I think there's a saying that, culture eats strategy for lunch, right? So in PDS, we believe that, culture is how people act and behave when you are not there. So that's the way culture is, right? So, but in PDS, we are such a diverse organization with offices in so many countries, because of which we try to, make sure that we are a completely value-driven organization. We hire, fire, and promote based on values. We brought in people from so many different companies, so they bring in their own culture in their various individual companies. So we are okay with that, as long as they work within the PDS value framework. So as long as the values are followed, we are fine with that. But at the end of the day, we let them manage their own business based on their own culture. Also, we've instigated the 3 balance sheet concept in PDS, which I feel is very, very unique and good. First is the cash balance sheet that every company's got, which is fine, which is how most businesses operate. Then we talk about the credibility balance sheet, our credibility with all stakeholders, with our banks, with our suppliers, with our customers, and with our internal employees, what the credibility of the group is. And finally, the capability balance sheet, which is basically, how you bring in the right people, how you nurture and develop them. So, all 3 balance sheets are important in all our decision making. It's not only about profitability, but sustained profitability and growth. And this 3 balance sheet concept help us to focus on that.
That's brilliant. Now, what happens actually, and before we move on, I just want to zoom in a little bit on that culture piece. How do you fire somebody that is an entrepreneur of its own company?
Yeah, so basically, we have shareholder agreements with these people, and there's obviously a value code of conduct. And if they go against that, because these people are shareholders in the company, but also employees in the company. So, we have in our shareholder agreement that if there's any wrongdoing, then shares will be forfeited at 0 value. So we can fire them as employee, but also forfeit shares. Fortunately, we have a good culture in the company. People understand. Also, we implemented Navix, which is a global whistleblowing website. So all our email IDs globally have that signature, so that people can report any unethical practice. So that brings in the check and balance. It's not only the entrepreneur who's the king in his business, but the employees below also have access to the group through Navix if they want to report anything. So that works quite well.
Yeah. And I think, again, actually the Harvard Business Case Study refers a little bit to that, right, in terms of this ESOP plan. I think you had a slide, right, on it. So that was a real game changer, wasn't it? Maybe you can explain us how.
Yeah, so we basically, obviously, we try to do trust and relationship building, which is trust and transparency. Then we implemented something called joint P&Ls, So we told the business heads and the partners that you come together and, we set up P&Ls where PDS takes itself out of the equation, and you guys can partner together. And because we are shareholder in both the businesses, we'll indirectly benefit. So that worked well. And then we created something, obviously, ESOPs, right? So PDS is a listed company right now. So we started giving the eligibility criteria for ESOPs, because it wasn't that anyone can get ESOPs for basically, any reason. But for every almost 100 employees in the company, we identified what we want them to do for the group. And we gave them a letter clearly defining the eligibility criteria. And based on that, we are driving collaboration, but also changing behavior. Because, we are able to then make people do things for the group rather than their own individual businesses as well.
So would it be fair to say that it is a business model that promotes collaboration through culture, but also incentivize it with a monetary upside?
Yeah. I think it's a combination of both. Culture is very important, but, at the end of the day, having some financial incentives and people's incentives aligned always helps.
So it goes hand in hand, which is beautiful, right?
Exactly.
Very good. But then Palak obviously doesn't stand still, right? Yeah. So you're evolving the model even further. And so from having that platform set up, then you even started building your own VC, your own venture arm, right? So tell us a little bit more about why did you set up a VC arm on top of that platform?
So as a company, we keep evolving over the years, right? We were the first ones to introduce a sourcing platform concept, not only a bureaucratic set of business. So that was done maybe 15 years back. Then we got into the manufacturing business 5-6 years ago. So sourcing business, entering manufacturing is rare. but it was need of the times we did that. And around 4 years ago, we set up a venture arm in PDS. So the main reason to set up the venture arm was basically, to bring in innovation and newness to our company. Because we are in such a heavy operating business, right, that all day long, there's a lot of operational issues our teams have to deal with. There's very little time left for innovation. And when we try to bring in some people in-house to do innovation, we don't get the best-in-class teams. So that's why we decided to set up a venture capital arm. And we've tied up, basically getting some great talent and some great startups coming from Imperial College, from Cambridge University, from Stanford. So, with that kind of deal flow, we saw a lot of smart people trying to disrupt the industry from outside. So we thought, that would be a great way for us to set up the venture arm, and that'll bring us innovation units both internally, but also to our customers. Also, then secondly, we saw a lot of movement in the ESG front, right? So on the ESG front, there was a lot of changes happening, and we thought, PDS should be on the forefront. We do 1.5 million units of garments a day, right? So we are really a volume-based supply chain. So for that, we thought, if we have some smart people giving a solution around the ESG agenda through our venture arm also will be a good way. So that's some of the reasons we set up a venture arm.
Absolutely. And if you talk a little bit more about the concrete focus areas of that VC investment arm, I think you have wonderful. I was referring to that super impressive portfolio slide.
Thank you. Yeah, so we've basically allocated around $50 million of our treasury money to invest in venture activity in the next 3 to 5 years. It depends on how many opportunities and when we get with. So basically, we've had 3 areas of focus. One is the technology side, which is basically coming under fashion tech, consumer tech, and other tech. But, other tech is not really core to our business, but when we like something, we think that it's impactful, we'll invest in them. Then businesses around circularity and sustainability. There it's covering material, circular economy, and building community. So they are the 3 buckets we find companies we invest in. And also we like direct-to-consumer brands, So we've invested in quite a few direct-to-consumer brands. Our investment is normally seed and pre-series A. We'd like to get the companies early. Honestly, PDS has been a venture capital in the fashion supply chain business for so many years. So it's quite, for us, it's almost in our blood to identify opportunity early and go behind them and support them.
Yes, really fabulous companies. You probably saw yesterday we had Sandra call in from Good On You, which is also, an Angel Up portfolio company. And you can really truly see the synergies, obviously, that they're bringing to your existing already ecosystem, right?
Yeah, so I think, we are trying to create an ecosystem of these companies. Our investing approach is that we tie up with the top tier VCs globally, and then we co-invest with them in deals. So, this way a great pipeline of deal flow comes to us. Because again, your reputation in the industry is very important for founders to be wanting to take your investment. Because some of the best investments today, the founders are already subscribed. So, one thing that we are proud to say, whenever we see a business in the areas we would like to invest, we always get allocation because we are seen as a strategic rather than just, money. So we're seen as strategic, smart money. We bring in collaboration. We bring in an ecosystem in this whole venture world. So, that way, our deal flow side is quite protected,
Yeah, you bring network scale and also the know-how, right?
Exactly.
Absolutely. Now, coming back to being an angel investor, I mean, it is obviously very exciting and thrilling, but talk a little bit about your own secret sauce, your approach.
Yeah, so our approach is obviously, first is getting the pipeline of deals. So through that, we have venture investment partners in US, in San Francisco, New York, Berlin, London, Israel, and Singapore. And hopefully Angel Hub in Hong Kong going forward. So, we've got these global venture partners.
Done deal.
Global venture partners, we basically give us the deal flow. So we are evaluating 2 or 3 deals daily. We have a very small team in-house, so we try to get these venture companies do all the heavy lifting on the due diligence because, we don't want to waste time and set up teams of people to do that. So we get the deals and the VC like us because we co-invest with them and we bring in strategic value. So that is the deal flow side. On the evaluation side, we want to make sure that it's not a single founder company, because you need a team of founders coming together, complementing skills, because we're not comfortable with single founder company. We see the attitude in the founders, because some of the founders can have a great idea, but at the end of the day, if they're not able to execute it, right, or if they're not able to build scale and size because of their ego or personality, the business will never scale up. So for us, the attitude is very important, and also the determination, grit of the founders is important. Their ability to learn and pivot is important. So we focus on the softer skills when we meet the founders and let the ventures capital do all the heavy lifting on the financial due diligences.
Well, which arguably at earlier stage is even much more important, right? Because the business model still needs to pivot several times.
Exactly.
And you want the resilience, you want to, I mean, seeing it myself, right? You know, being a co-founder has so many benefits also in terms of having different perspectives and complementarity.
Yeah, and the hunger, you know, the founders need to have hunger. We go in for financial returns as well because the sizable fund, we see if this guy can or lady can give us 10x returns, you know, in the future, why not? Yeah. And then finally, you know, on the mentoring and support. So as a company, because we have such a large amount of deals, we don't try to take board seats in more than 4 or 5 companies, you know, because after that becomes too, you know, clunky and we can't really focus on them. But we definitely try to create an ecosystem and, you know, try to put our founders together as much as possible so they can interact with each other and learn from each other and also help each other's business as much as possible, you know. So that's something we are normally doing a lot.
Fantastic. Now, again, one of the other things that we said we have to address, obviously, when we bring fashion and the fashion industry on a stage of a conference that has an ESG angle. So, fashion industry and ESG.
Yeah, so, you know, fashion, I think Faiza spoke about it yesterday also. Fashion is the second biggest polluter after oil and gas, you know, we all know. I think number of garments being sold in the last 15 years has doubled, but the lifespan is reduced quite dramatically because of the throwaway fashion culture. I think, you know, the way the fashion industry, ESG, will really get focused on is also from the consumer side. You know, consumer are becoming woke post-COVID, right? A lot of consumers are asking for change in the industry. But I think the biggest pressure and the biggest change is going to come from the shareholders of the businesses. So we see, you know, some of the, you know, marquee shareholders and the PE funds, the venture funds, and also, you know, the big mutual funds. They're not investing or they are disinvesting in companies which are not focused on the ESG agenda. So that is where, if the companies are incentivized to do it by the investors, it will definitely going to happen as well. Also, when we talk about ESG in the fashion industry, right, it's environmental social governance. On the social side, you know, we've seen a lot of things happening in the last 10 years. There's been a lot of focus on human rights and, you know, all the factory standards. So that's quite set in the industry. I think that part of the industry is more or less now reached a mature stage. On the governance side, you know, especially the big retailers and brands around the world, they have a lot of pressure of corporate governance. So they like to deal with suppliers who are also focused on governance themselves, you know. So PDS, for us, corporate governance is key of how we operate. So, you know, and then the environmental side is something new, but, you know, ESG is a good way to put it together. Earlier it was all happening in bits and pieces, but now it become a single focus point to look at. So it's great.
Yeah, and we were, again, really happy and honored to have, for example, JP Morgan join us yesterday, and today also the Hong Kong Stock Exchange. I think there are really more and more requirements from investors, right, to have an ESG tick box or checkbox or checklist or due diligence. Do you refer to a specific framework, or do you have your own framework on the ESG side of investing?
Yeah, so, you know, we try to do best of class, you know, because as a company, we deal with almost 250 retailers and brands. And to be honest, except the Western Europe and the US, rest of the world is still evolving in the ESG agenda. So we try to take the best practices from all the top customers and retailers we work with, and we create our own framework. So we've created a 10-year plan we are working towards, especially on the social side. You know, there are still retailers and brands that might come from emerging country markets that don't have social compliance requirements, but PDS will walk away from that business because for us, you know, having a set standard is key, and protecting our own brand and reputation is as important.
Actually, let me actually do another parenthesis in terms of geographical difference, because that's something that we're always interested in. Again, we are lucky enough to have a global audience here. Is it true that you would say the West is ahead when it comes to standards in terms of defining them and then also applying them?
I think definitely, you know, especially if you look at Scandinavian countries, Western European countries, UK, they are probably the furthest ahead. Then US, Canada, you know, I would say they are also few years behind. I would say 1 or 2 years behind. They're building that quite quickly. But rest of the emerging countries and markets, I think there's still a long way to go. It's still a lot about price at this stage, you know. So I think unless government regulations come globally, right, it's going to be difficult. A lot of businesses are, especially in Western Europe and US, focused on the ESG agenda more than South America, Africa, you know, even South Asia, these countries, Far East.
And you would say it's more a financial problem than an awareness problem, or both?
I think it's a financial more than anything. Everyone in the world is aware of these things, but at the end of the day, it's all about margin, right? For the retailer, if they're told that you have to pay 20 cents extra for something to being sustainable versus not, some of the retailers, their customer base are people in lower middle income bracket. So, the focus is not as much on the compliance and ESG side. But if the investors of those companies insist and reward them for focusing on ESG, then those retailers in these emerging markets and emerging countries will probably also focus on this agenda more. So there has to be some incentive coming from somewhere.
Absolutely, gotcha. And again, just to encourage, if anybody wants to ask any questions or so, also from the audience or online. But we'll continue a little bit, with you. And I always like to ask the question about the crystal ball or what's lying ahead. So, what's lying ahead for PDS?
I think we'll continue to do what we've been doing over the years, right? So as a company, we've been being a venture capital in the apparel supply chain business. We're seeing a lot of consolidation happening in the industry. So we want to make sure that we are geared up to take care of the consolidation. We are a debt-free company, so banks like to support us as we try to grow. So I think on that side, we feel stay agile, stay entrepreneurial. As we grow, we make sure we don't bring in bureaucracy in the system, and become too. Lose agility and entrepreneurship will be the biggest loss PDS can have, So being a company with high corporate governance, but also at the same time, huge amount of agility and entrepreneurship is the key of how we want to operate.
Right, absolutely. So as you mentioned about, you have to continuously stay adaptable to change. I think, again, what are some of the changes that you do anticipate in particular the fashion industry or throughout the value chain? Because we see technology making a huge impact, not only on the go-to-market and the consumer side, obviously with a lot of platforms and e-commerce out there, but also on the supply side. Where do you see still probably the biggest changes to come and happen?
I think, definitely the manufacturing space is becoming more sustainable. So, a lot of so you have to see sustainability in fashion on two sides. What goes into store comes from a sustainable source, but when goods leave the store, they become part of the circular economy. So a lot of investment is going into green manufacturing, the washing of the garments, or where the fabrics are coming from, the material has to be sustainable, the dye stuff, also the manufacturing facilities working on all kind of solar panels. So a lot of that investment is going in, So that is something next 5-10 years we'll see a lot of change happening. And I think the industry in terms of apparel coming out becomes completely sustainable because of all the investment going in. But when goods leave the store, they should not end up in landfill and become part of the circular economy. So a lot of investments are going there as well to take back, to increase the lifespan of the goods. Actually, PDS invested in a very interesting company called Flickr. It's called Upcycle Labs in UK. So we are able to take all textile waste or even like old garments from consumers as well as the retailers leftover and convert that into new shop fixtures and fittings. So I think, converting old garments and fabric into new fabric and garments is a very lengthy and expensive process. But if we can use the old material and garments and fabric, but make into, home decor pieces or fixture and fittings, it really becomes more circular economy business, So I think a lot of innovative solutions are coming around this side. So PDS continuously looking at opportunities, where we find the best opportunities, how do we go after them? And if we like the business a lot, then we take majority and make them part of our platform. Otherwise, we go as a venture investment in them.
Fantastic. One more point, and maybe a little bit moving ahead from the ESG, but more back into fashion and retail trends. So one of the things that we have seen is really the hyper personalization and customization, right? All to 3D printing your own garments in a shop or at home. What are some of the most recent trends that you are seeing or that you're even investing in and banging on for future development?
Yeah. So there's a lot of talk about micro factories coming up, where people will be able to take a photograph of their body, right? So their body can be mapped completely and then customized garments can be made and sent to them. So a lot of investment in this place we are seeing. Actually, PDS has invested in a Hong Kong startup called Unspun. I don't know if you've heard of these guys, So they're basically making custom-made denim jeans. So they have a ability on their app to scan your body and then, send the measurements, and they're able to make denim jeans completely fitting to you less than 10 days. And they're coming with a machine which can then actually knit the jeans, but it's a woven fabric. So it's almost a hardware technology along with the software. So a lot of innovation coming in this space across various startups. I would say it's still niche at this stage, but hopefully over a period of time, with the big retailers supporting it and giving it weight behind them, it should become more mainstream in the future as well.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
So we're soon going to run out of time, unfortunately. It's passing by too fast. But coming maybe back to your bold statement at the beginning, or once again, that kind of like one of the last key messages you want the audience to take away.
Yeah. I think there are two, we always believe it's not the strongest who survive or the most intelligent to survive, but the most people who are the most agile survive, which I think is a key message. Another key message that I feel, is very applicable to all our lives. And, I did my OPM at Harvard Business School. It was one of the closing statements. They are saying in life, you're juggling 4 balls, right? One is your career. Second is your friendships and relationships, your family and your health. So your career is a rubber ball. If it falls, it can bounce back. But all other 3 are glass balls. So if you drop them, they'll be scrapped or they will be shattered. So I think, it's a key message. Career is important. We should all focus on it, but we should not ignore our family, our friends, and our health at the cost of career. So I think that's very important, I feel, and I thought I can contribute that as a bold statement.
That is very, very beautiful. I've never thought about, the difference between a rubber ball and a glass ball, and the importance actually of family and health and relationships. Wonderful.
Thank you very much,
so
Karina. It's a pleasure
Alec.
and amazing job you guys are doing here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Take care. All the best. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, folks, just because the time is ticking away doesn't mean we don't have some treasures still left in our chest. This is the event you'll want to see. We're giving away algos or Algorand currency. We're going to talk through and hear from the different hackathon participants that has been taking place. Today we're going to have a winners ceremony from a recent Algorand hackathon, and that's going to be presented by first time on stage here at Scaleup Impact Summit 4.0, Vincent Vossell from WHub. So together with Sean Lee, they're going to announce the winners, give away some Algorand currency, and make some exciting young hackathon entrants extremely proud. So off we go with the winners.
All right. Sounds back. Excellent.
Good afternoon. I'm Vincent Vossell. I'm the head of corporate partnership and innovation at WHub, and we're joined here with Sean. Sean has been on the stage already a couple of times with us.
Thank
this
you.
Afternoon. This afternoon and yesterday, actually. We are going to talk to you about a hackathon that happened over the weekend. But first, actually, I would like to concentrate a little bit on the Algorand Foundation. Right? We had a program over this past, 36 hours that talked about blockchain, a little bit about the technology, but mostly about the wealth of services that it opens. I've learned actually quite a lot, I must confess. And this is actually something that surprised me a lot, is learning about the Algorand Foundation. I knew Algorand before we started working together. I had a sort of vague idea of, how the algos
The
were
important
working.
thing is, do you have any algo?
Not yet.
Not yet. Oh,
But
okay. All right. We have to work on
you
that.
actually convinced me. So
we have to work on
I'm
that.
now looking at it, right? What really impressed me, surprised me, is actually what the Algorand Foundation is doing. And the whole philosophy that is behind it. Right? So you have specifically a very sort of catered approach to the ecosystem. Could you tell us a little bit more about this?
Yeah, certainly. Happy to, Vincent. Thank you for the kind words, by the way. And we'll sort out the algo bit in a little bit.
Nice.
The way we look at building an ecosystem, right, which is fundamentally what our foundation is really meant to do, it's to connect people, right? We can talk about technology all we want. We can talk about tokens all we want and all the fancy things that, that's out there. At the end of the day, building a community and building an ecosystem on top of that community. It's about people. So almost all of our programs are about engaging people. Now, when we look at people, though, there are different constituents that we are targeting. From the students that are trying to learn about blockchain and the next generation of technology, to the developers that are looking for different protocols to build on, to the startups that are looking to take their business ideas and trying to find a partner that they can work with, to the institutions that want to take their existing system and now use blockchain and potentially transform what they do. And also, potentially, with governments who may be looking at launching CBDCs, central bank digital currencies, on a protocol that they can trust. So we have a lot of different constituents that we regularly get in touch with. And it is very important for us to have programs that are dedicated and personalized for them. So this past weekend, through your team, I think we had a number of teams from all around the world joining into the hackathon, and that is one of the ecosystem programs that we run regularly with regional partners like yourself. Because at the end of the day, in new technologies, new spaces like this, I often tell people that, don't just read about it, go do it. Until you try, you never know. And the best way, especially for the young, brilliant minds of tomorrow, the best way to do that is to try. And how do they try? Right? You can't just give them a book and say, go read it, right? Yeah. Or some developer guide and say, here's a link, go read it. I mean, when I did computer science, that's probably the way I had to learn. Times are very different now. So hackathons and accelerators are a way to do that. And that's really what we stand for, is trying to have these customized programs for different constituents within our ecosystem.
Maybe you can talk to us also a little bit about the grants that the Algorand Foundation are providing.
The grant?
Yes.
Yeah, so let me maybe start in the beginning, right? So when we look at kind of taking a journey along with our community members, we start with developer education, certification, so that allows for developers to get more aware and in tune in terms of how our technology works. Then we work with hackathons and accelerators, like I mentioned before, that give them a way to take their idea and put them into reality, even if it's just an MVP, right? A minimal viable product. But the point is you've started, right? Yeah. Then it goes into the grant. Now, typically the grants are for companies, it could be teams, startups, that have taken that first step to create the MVP, create a pilot. Now they need additional support, both from a technical perspective and financial support, to help them get to that next spot, right? So they can really bring on the users and really expand their scope, both from a regional perspective and also from a user perspective as well. So that's what the grant is for. But the grant is also not the end point, right? What we also do after the grant is we have a number of ecosystem funds that then goes into the investment aspect. Now, that could be investing directly from the foundation ourselves, but more importantly, it is through our network within the broader investor ecosystem that can bring additional synergy and value into these young companies that are trying to build on Algorand. So it's really a journey, right? From the individual developers getting trained, getting certified, competing in a hackathon and accelerator, accepting the grant, and then moving into the ecosystem funding. That's the journey that we are working with our community on.
This is great, and this hackathon in particular, I've done a few over my time, of course. Specifically the support that you're bringing to the teams to learn how to code on Algorand, be able to benefit from all the different technology was actually quite surprising and unique. Now, over the past hackathon, we actually had 3 challenges. Do you remember those? Or maybe I can help you a little bit.
There was one about crowdfunding.
There was indeed.
One about decentralized identity.
Yes.
And then there's one about, what's the third one?
Social network.
Social network, that's right, social network. Yeah, I should remember that. I came up with that one. We pick, so we've done also a number of hackathons ourselves in the past. And what we found was if we leave the topics to be too broad, too open, one, it's difficult to find a focus. But 2, more importantly, it's not fair to the team. because it's very hard to compare. Right? Someone's doing a green bond project and somebody else is doing a DeFi lending pool. Like, how do you compare between them? So we thought, okay, why don't we find 3 topics that are very well suited for the blockchain and crypto ecosystem, and then have teams build against those 3 topics. They can choose amongst 3, but then you have a frame of reference and a frame of comparison. So that's why we picked those 3. And all 3 of those, if you think about it, crowdfunding, social network, decentralized identity, they all have to do with people. Yes. They all have to do with how value are being exchanged between people. And we thought those are very good and applicable use cases for the participants to try.
Speaking of the participants, so we actually had, this was a very accelerated hackathon. And of course, if you want to educate people how to code, then maybe taking a little bit longer time is also maybe more interesting. But this was a pressure cooker, right? And we actually saw some quite interesting propositions coming. We're going to see, actually, we have 5 here that are online with us. Is anything surprised you over the weekend when the teams were doing their pitch? Something notable?
Quite a bit, actually. And I remember I listened to the pitches on Sunday morning, right after breakfast. So I was like, let me see what I'm going to hear. Probably 2 things surprised me the most. One was I was actually expecting more predominantly Asian participants, being that we held the event here in Hong Kong, so more the Asian time zone. But I remember quite a few teams that are international. There were a few from Africa as well, which there's something that we probably need to do to help them along in terms of the broadband connectivities and whatnot. So that's some of the notes that we're going to take ourselves. But I was very happy to see that diversity because, blockchain is not a developed world thing. It should not be limited to just the developed world, right? This should be for all people. That's the whole point of decentralization, is giving equal access and the opportunity to all. So to have opportunities from different continents, participants coming in, looking at the same topics, but at the same time be able to compete using their own regional flavors, I thought that was quite interesting. And then the other aspect is, I have personally never done a hackathon myself when I was younger, right? We didn't really have these things when I'm aging myself a little bit, but we didn't really have these type of things readily available at the time. We had what we call exams. So I'm looking at the hackathon now, and I thought, wow, that's really tough, right? Especially for some of the participants who may be very new to blockchain, and they're very new to the notion of a token, and then now trying to, within a weekend, build a business case. And we asked them pretty tough questions, didn't we? And then we were asking them to also build a prototype, right? At least a user interface that we can visualize what it looks like. That is not easy. And then a lot of these teams are remote. So the second part that really surprised me was the quality of the output. I was not expecting to see that. I've run a few other hackathons before. Sometimes it's just a PowerPoint, right? Very nice PowerPoint, but it's a PowerPoint. And I'm like, well, where's the hack part in it, right? But almost every team I recall built something. Some a little bit more in depth than others, but at least everybody tried. And I thought that was the second aspect that I really found truly amazing in this experience.
That's true, and we actually saw pro teams coming in, but there was also a few newbies completely new to blockchain, completely new to hackathon as well, just jumping in, just wanted to actually learn about what it was, really. And through this, we actually had quite a few messages after asking, where can I learn more? And there is a whole wealth of education material that you guys are providing, which is online. It's fantastic, easy to access. So we're doing our part in connecting all those guys. For me, it was really kind of the teams going and doing the hustle in those 36 hours. You could see through, this was a fully digital hackathon, of course, you understand that. And the conversations were just all along non-stop for the 36 hours. which was, yeah, always quite interesting. So what happened is we heard all the pitches on Sunday morning. We actually reduced down to 5. From those 5, we actually asked them to pitch again, answer more questions, more technical questions, more drilled down questions, which was, yeah, sometimes a little bit hard, but all the guys were able to actually explain their proposition, explain the method, how they went.
They all tried.
Yeah.
And trying is the important part, right? If all they said, I would have been very disappointed if some of them just said, well, why did I have to think about that? Like, I remember we asked a few business, commercial models, right? How do you think this business will make commercial sense? I have been in the past where they said, I'm just a student, why am I thinking about that? But they all tried.
Yeah.
That's the part that's amazing.
And that's also the part of staying in the hackathon the whole way along and coming indeed and on a Sunday morning for us, but very likely late on the Saturday night for some of those guys. Difficult. We actually have, so those 5 are online with us now, so we should have a Zoom somewhere, and we're going to go into actually the award ceremony.
Okay.
That's going to be a little bit of a, technical challenge, not challenge, masterpiece. Why am I saying challenge? A masterpiece, because
if it works, it's a masterpiece.
We're definitely going to try to make it work. So, without further ado, from the 5 selected team, maybe you can tell us who is the second runner-up?
The second runner-up, let me just bring up the list here.
Those guys.
Oh, you got them, okay.
Yes.
It is CFI Labs, the second runner-up. Congratulations.
So I think we have Barrett Moo with us.
Yeah. Hi, Xian. Thanks. I'm Marintu from CFI Labs, and our project name is Iris. So Iris, we wanted to have it as a decentralized self-sovereign NFT-based digital identity and KYC verification platform. So we wanted to enable the users to have a complete control over their data. So that was our hackathon all about, and we wanted to try that out. So happy and glad. Thank you for this opportunity, and it's a great honor being part of this happening event. Thanks.
You guys were fighting the whole night long. We saw all the messages and fantastic. So, Sean?
Shall we do the transfer?
Let's do the transfer. So
okay.
what we're going to do is they were competing for some algos, and we are going to demonstrate the 4 seconds transfer.
Yes.
Sorry?
Yes.
Hopefully, we are a little bit, for those joining us online, we are on the first floor of an industrial building, so we're hoping the signal will actually pass through. Do you want to walk us a little bit through what's happening on your screen?
Yeah, so it's probably a little bit hard to see, but what I'm holding here is the Algorand wallet. I'm hoping you guys have the Algorand wallet ready as well.
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
You do.
So obviously a wallet is a way for you to transfer assets from one person, right? one address to another. So what I'm going to do here is transfer the awards over to the CFI Labs team. And I just need to make sure I pick the right address. That's for you. And then I will do a preview. And then I am ready to send, okay? All right, so I'm going to click Send Algo. All right, it's left my wallet.
Let me check mine.
While he's checking that, think about what normally happens. You guys are in India, right? Which city are you in?
I'm from India, and I'm from south side of India.
South side, okay. So think about it, right? If we were to do this transfer using the banking system, we'll be sitting here for the next 2 days. Right, that's what happens. So typically, in the blockchain world, obviously a lot of that is a lot more instantaneous, and you're able to really shorten the amount of time and bring up the efficiencies that you're able to exchange values from one to the other. Have you refreshed?
I have, yes.
Can you show?
Yes.
Can you hold your phone up and show the audience?
Yep.
To the camera. the other side.
Yeah, one second. I'll just do it. I'm just refreshing it. Yeah.
He's so happy looking at his algo. It's like, hey, look at that. All right.
It's not.
All right, excellent. Excellent.
Nice.
Well, congratulations. Well, remember to
Thank
split
you.
it with your team, okay?
Yeah, I'll definitely do that.
Good. Very good.
So we're
Thank you.
All right, congratulations again.
We're going to blame the delay on Zoom. I think that was Zoom, clearly.
It's the internet.
Oh.
It's the internet, yeah. Okay, all right, so.
Okay, so moving on
Who's next?
to the actual first runner-up team.
First runner-up.
First runner-up, it's actually a local...
It's Subscript. Drum roll, Subscript.
Hey, guys.
Hey, congratulations.
Thank you very much. We're really excited to be awarded this prize. And I think this hackathon really showcased the benefits of the Algorand blockchain over other blockchains, because I don't think that we would have been able to do what we did on Ethereum or anywhere else. It was also a really amazing chance to learn about smart contracts. And thanks also to WHub for this amazing opportunity.
Yeah, thank you very much. It was a really great opportunity to learn how to write smart contracts and also build on Algorand.
Do you want to tell us a few words about the proposition that you've built?
Yeah, so we built a decentralized subscription service. Our aim is to have the creators themselves create their subscription plans on our platform, and that subscription plan is a smart contract deployed on Algorand, and then the people supporting them can just subscribe through the smart contract, and then these creators can host their membership plans, perks on their own website, own platforms, as long as they can get the subscription service details from Algorand.
Perfect. Shall we
Excellent.
try it again?
Yeah, we should absolutely try it. By the way, the first runner-up, the price is 3,000 algos. What's the price of algo today? About $2 US. That's a pretty decent price, guys. All right, okay, so let's do this. So, 3,000. Let me make sure I don't put too many zeros in there. Contact, subscript. All right, I'm ready to send. You guys have the wallet ready?
Got it.
Okay. Send. All right. Okay, it's off my wallet now. It's coming over. It's transacting on the blockchain, and hopefully it will show up on yours very quickly.
Ooh.
Ah, nice reaction.
All right, excellent. Very good, very good. Thank you. I feel like you did one of those unboxing videos, right? It's like, whoa, look at this. Amazing. I love the sound effect. Thank you.
Perfect reaction. Okay.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Now we're coming to the winner. The winner. So the winner is...
The winner is Boson Labs. Boson Labs.
Oh,
All right.
thank you all.
Look at that background. Everyone knows what you're doing. Okay, can you tell us about what element is about?
Sure, team. On behalf of Boson Labs, I'm pretty happy to introduce our project Element, the first enterprise-grade, regulatory-compliant, all-in-one crowdfunding platform in the Algorand blockchain, mainly to support the US as well as the rest of the world investors in a decentralized way. We are from Boson Labs, based out of the United States of America, and it has been a proud moment for our team to reach the final stage. Thank you all for having us here.
Thank you guys for participating. Same thing. I mean, you guys were also quite active on Discord. It was nice. All right. So,
okay,
last stunt of the night.
The winner, Boson Labs, gets 5,000 algos. Drum roll, please. All right, send. Hold on. Let me put that in. I got to call my finance team to give me. All right, preview and send. All right, I just sent it over. And by the way, you guys probably have just saw the speed at which we transfer that over. Not exactly 4 seconds because of all the internet.
Yay!
Yeah, that's fast.
That is
actually
4 seconds.
That is very fast. But more importantly, that transaction costs 1/10 of a penny to send. Right? When you do a normal wire transfer in a normal bank, it's like 40, 50 bucks US, right? That was 1/10 of a penny. And it went over in a few seconds. So that's really the power of what blockchain can really do, and a protocol like Algorand can really bring to the payment industry, the settlement industry, remittance, and asset transfers, and everything else around it.
So that concludes actually the hackathon. We had 2 other teams that were with us, Spicy Spud, who have created a prototype which is online at the moment, so you can already go and play with it. And the Green Fund, which was a team assembled basically during the team meeting, so real, true hackathon spirit. Hustled the whole way through and created a proposition which was very mature in the end, very interesting.
Yeah, what I would say is, I mean, you guys are all winners, right? The fact that all of your faces are here at the event, you're all winners. All the participants are winners. This hopefully is also not the end of the game in terms of how your interaction with Algorand. There are lots of activities, lots of engagements that we can continue to have. There will be more competitions, more accelerators that we welcome all of you to continue to look into it and really take the brilliant ideas that you have built and continue on the journey. And we love to continue to support you and work with you in that regard. So take that as a way to encouragement to continue to participate in our ecosystem. Thank you.
So, actually, yes. Again, doing the actions of your words, I really like, because there is other engagement. Those guys are not actually ending the journey now. There is potential for accelerators all on the Algorand ecosystem, which is fantastic. Just before we finish, we actually asked you to give us a bold statement at the very, very beginning. I really like your bold statement, and maybe I'm going to read it for you if you don't mind. The balance of economic power will shift to Asia in less than a decade, and cryptocurrency will play a large part in democratizing that economic freedom and innovation. This is something that is a bold statement, indeed, quite powerful. I actually completely adhere to this statement. Do you want to say a few words on this?
Yeah. Look, I don't even think it's a bold statement, to be honest. If you look at the economic development around the world, most people will identify that the balance of power is shifting into Asia, if it hasn't already. And I don't mean the 2 superpowers that are fighting each other out, right? I don't mean it that way. I mean the entire region. And there is a reason for that, right? Because if you look at the demographics in most of Asia, especially in the Southeast Asia region, the demographics is very young. The young generation tend to be very digital and very modern in terms of how things are being done. And many of them are now getting access to digital payment, mobile payments, and then now also increasingly in cryptocurrency. So the adoption is going to happen very, very quickly. The other thing to think about is there are still a lot of countries or economies in Asia that are perhaps underprivileged. And technologies and economic models like this can really help them. So I could see the adoption in those communities to be even greater. I mean, the reality is there's 1.7 billion people in the world that don't have equitable financial services. Yeah. Many of them are right here in Asia. We may not think about it, but the reality is they are. So I do think a lot of the activities and the innovation will happen here, especially with all of the various different trade agreements that are happening, that are being forming between economies. I'm very proud to be here in Asia. Obviously, blockchain is global, so we work with across all economies. But I think from an economic perspective, macroeconomic perspective, I see that happening pretty soon.
No, I agree. Guys, this is the closing of the hackathon now officially. I think I want to thank all the teams that have participated, the 100 and plus people that came into this weekend. Sean, thank you very much.
Vincent, thank you. And thank you to the W Hub team.
Pleasure, really a pleasure.
Well, there's a nice symmetry to the next speaker. When we began Scaleup Impact Summit 4.0 yesterday, the opening remarks were by Edward Yao, the Secretary for Trade. And in that, he talked about the multiple typhoons that have hit Hong Kong, whether that be COVID, social unrest, the economic changes, the border closing. It's been a tough couple of years. However, Hong Kong has managed to turn a brave chin towards all of those challenges and has come out stronger than ever. Now we're opening further with the Greater Bay Area. For those of you not familiar, GBA, Greater Bay Area, encompasses about 70 million people living in the areas encompassing Hong Kong, Macau, and southern China. So we're joined now by Bernard Chan, who is the convener of non-official members of the Executive Council of the Hong Kong SAR, and he's going to talk about ESG and Industry 4.0 in the Greater Bay Area, together with Karina Boleyn of W Hub and Angel Hub. So thank you very much. Looking forward to this next talk.
Yes, well, welcome back for the last but not the least of the panels and firesides at SIS, and I'm really thrilled to have with me for the second time, actually, right?
Yep.
Bernard Chan, and he is the convener of the non-official members of the Executive Council of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region. Welcome.
Thank you, Karina. I'm sure most of the audience have no clue what exactly that title means. Basically, I'm the advisor. I'm the senior advisor to the government.
Fantastic. And you could see I always have to read it off because there's so many words in this title, and I'm always really thrilled to forget one. But obviously, also when I will go through your bio, I will forget 20 of the amazing things that you are doing. You have been really so instrumental to Hong Kong, to the development of Hong Kong. So you're acting now as the convener and advisor. You're also the president of Asia Financial Holdings. So you're a businessman as well.
That's right.
Which probably is the reason why you're such a good advisor. And you're the chairman of Asia Insurance Co., chairperson of the Hong Kong Council of Social Service, and chairman of Hong Kong Palace Museum. You're also Hong Kong deputy to the National People's Congress of the People's Republic of China. So that's why it's really impressive and thrilling to have you here and give a bit of a perspective of the role of Hong Kong in the context of the Greater Bay Area. And you previously served as a Legislative Council member, right? You were chairman of the Council of Ningnan University, the Council for Sustainable Development, and the Antiquities Advisory Board. And you were awarded so many awards, including the Gold Bohemian Star Award. And the other one is the Grand Bohemian Medal.
Yes, thank you.
And I'll just stop here because we only have 25 minutes and we want to really dive into the topic as well. So coming actually to the topic where we're going to talk about ESG and Industry 4.0 in this geographical context of the Greater Bay Area. And before we start off, I ask all of my panelists to give me a bold statement, and I would like you to give me a bold statement about the Greater Bay Area.
So I would say leveraging the strength of Hong Kong to serve the country.
Beautiful. I love that. And now, talking about the GBA and the Greater Bay Area, given that we have people calling us in from around the world, some may not yet be familiar with this very special Bay Area. So if you would explain the GBA in your own words.
Well, first of all, the whole concept, the Greater Bay Area, GBA, is also new to Hong Kong. It's only until about a year or two ago that this whole concept was being announced. This is basically the regional efforts, right? Because Greater Bay Area include 9 other cities in the mainland, plus 2 administrative regions, namely Hong Kong and Macau. So together, this 11 cities in this region has a population of 70 million, roughly about 70 million. Now, again, I said this is new, but it's, again, not very new. I mean, there's always been collaboration within some of these cities. Back then, it is called the Pearl River Delta region, because these 9 cities along the Pearl River Delta. And so it's only about 2 years ago that this whole concept now put in black and white as not just a regional effort, but is a national effort. And it's named Greater Bay Area. And this area, this clusters, is among one of the 3 or 4 clusters in China, and clearly the single largest cluster in the southern part of China.
Absolutely. And I do have to put a shameless plug that we have published and issued a white paper on the tech and innovation scene in the Greater Bay Area, showing all these opportunities it creates and already having produced a lot of success cases. I always like to say, you know, the GBA was already in full action before it became actually a concept and had the focus from the central government as well, right?
That's right.
But why do you think this time it is special?
Well, as I said before, there has always been some form of collaboration among some of these cities, especially between Hong Kong and maybe perhaps Shenzhen. But you can imagine, while we have collaboration, but we also compete. As natural, it's very natural and we should compete. But however, I would say it's very difficult to have coordination effort, right, while you're competing, right? So the difference between now than before is that this is now pretty much a central government driven. So quite a bit of a coordination is actually being set by the central government, such as it's been announced under the 14 5-year plan, the national 14 5-year plan, that Hong Kong has been designated as obviously a part in addition to the financial center. We are obviously the international financial center, international trade center. But in addition to all those, we are also now being designated as the innovation and technology hub. Now that has been very new to Hong Kong. And this is actually one area that we have been slow. We are very strong in the research side. We have wonderful academic institutions in Hong Kong. But in terms of commercialization of those research findings, that's not exactly in our strength, largely also to do with the lack of the inadequate of the manpower. And this is where Shenzhen comes to place. So I think once Hong Kong has now, together with Shenzhen and others, being considered as a collaboration. So this is essentially central government behind and basically asking Hong Kong and work with Shenzhen together to develop this whole corridor. We have this whole new corridor being sown for innovation and technology hub right by for those who are not familiar, there is still a border between Hong Kong and Shenzhen. So along the border of Hong Kong and Shenzhen, a large piece of land has been identified, and in fact, it's under development right now into that innovation technology hub, where we can leverage off each other, strength and create synergy among them.
Absolutely. And it's interesting that you say that, focus on research and also development, because arguably Shenzhen is very, very strong. I think about 50% of IP patents in the technology sector within the mainland are coming out of Shenzhen, right? Obviously from Hong Kong, there's a little bit the question, can we live up to these expectations with, Shenzhen being a powerhouse of innovation?
Well, I think many would ask that question, whether are we going to lose out to Shenzhen? Now, frankly, from my perspective, I think there are certain things that Shenzhen will always going to do better than Hong Kong. Right? We just don't have the sort of resources and the manpower. However, Hong Kong's strength clearly are more on the research end. When it's come to innovation and technology, right, is largely research-based, especially in the last couple of years, we realized one of the few areas that we are very good at, because we do have the excellent medical facility, is the life science. Anything to life science and medical related, those are the areas where Hong Kong can surely lead. However, no longer you can just lead by yourself because, again, I mean, a lot of collaboration is needed. That's why I think even though there are certain sectors where Hong Kong can lead, but you still need to work with Shenzhen or other parts of China or other parts of GBA. So I think the whole concept no longer is silo. You no longer just like, oh, well, this is what we're good and we're just going to claim that. No, we should throw that away and start to have this whole regional concept in building up the competitive advantage.
Yeah, and arguably some of the most successful companies on a global scale, right? Taking DJI, the leader in drones, right? It's probably an example of a very few where the global market leader is actually a Chinese company, right? So the research came out of HKUST, right? Where Frank developed his flight motors and then brought it over to Shenzhen. Even SenseTime, right? So SenseTime, when you come back to the research element, was developed here at Chinese University of Hong Kong before it also obviously scaled in China and leveraged it. Yeah, I mean,
and not to mention that apart from the research and the execution, then of course you have the financing side, and obviously clearly that's where Hong Kong comes to the picture, right? So, yeah, I think when we look at technology and innovation, we should not just look at on a silo basis. We should look at the total package, and I think that's where Hong Kong, together with the GBA, offer that total package. And as we compete with other regions in the world.
And what do you think, I mean, what is the understanding of some of regulatory or legal frameworks that still need to be put in place? Because arguably we're still talking 3 different currencies, right? We're talking different custom zones. We're talking different talent qualifications. We're talking the fact that, yeah, you may still, you know, as a foreigner, even if you're allowed to work and live in Hong Kong, need a visa to go over to the other side. So what is still missing, and what do you think the regulations out there?
This is why it's get tricky, right? So while for our overseas audience, I don't want to mislead you to think that, oh, this is just one big market. Yes, it is one big market, but you're right. There's still 3 sets of regulations, right? And that's where I actually make it challenging, but also exciting. And this is where I think Hong Kong, together with our GBA neighbors, can offer. Each have their own strength, right? But of course, it comes with complication as well. Example, as you said, the legal aspect is different, right? So so depending on the nature of the startup, the nature of the business, so maybe you want to have your company set with Hong Kong because of those legal and IP protections to the externality, where is the fund flow, those perhaps is where best to stay in Hong Kong, where at the same time, when it's come to the manpower and the market and so on, well, then of course you need to work with Shenzhen and other places. So I think what's exciting, but at the same time challenging is you need to prepare to have more than just one outfit. You might have to have multiple outfits, even within the GBA. Even though we are technically just one place, but we have 3 sets of rules.
Right. And again, just when I refer to 3, so it's Hong Kong is a special administrative region, Macau is a special administrative region, and then obviously the mainland, just for our global audience. Now, you are really walking the talk also in helping and supporting and advising companies. And you have some companies that successfully build a business in Hong Kong and then scaled into Shenzhen and the Greater Bay Area. Do you have some practical tips? I think one is in the insurance space. You have other spaces you invested in. You talked about health tech. What are some practical tips? How do founders go about it or should go about it?
Well, am I allowed to actually affiliate myself with some of the companies? I can, right? I can say that.
Totally. You can do whatever you want. You're at SIS 4.0. You can say whatever you want.
Okay. Well, I'm a board member of the Alibaba Entrepreneur Fund. Yeah. And the whole idea behind the fund is to help and nurture local startup. But of course, after all, the market is only 7 million, right? So I think the idea with the fund is not just only to help the startup in Hong Kong, it's how to leverage, in this case, the Alibaba ecosystem in the mainland. And how you can take advantage of this to access the whole of China. So that makes a huge difference. So that is one example. So for a few of these, the company we invested from the fund were able to scale up because of that reason, right? So I think, and I'm sure there are many other successful cases where, you know, Hong Kong is probably, it's just a place where you kick off. But to scale up, you definitely need the size, the market of China, or even the region. So in fact, I know there are other few startups from Hong Kong have now gone into ASEAN market in Southeast Asia. Right. So I think this is Hong Kong provide that launching, it's a launching pad for you to scale up.
Yeah, fully agree, because A, you have the diversity of the consumer base, but also from a demand side, and then you have the network here and people that can help you soft land basically in either the mainland or in Southeast Asia. Now, obviously I'm going to address again another elephant in the room. That's a little bit the theme here at SIS, giving the US-China tensions.
Yes.
Is Hong Kong losing its role on being the east to west and west to east connector or not?
I suppose the answer is yes and no. I mean, obviously, unfortunately, Hong Kong is in the limelight for the wrong reason. You know, whenever, when it comes to politics, yeah, Hong Kong is being named for the wrong reason. However, you put politics aside, come on, I'm sure, I think it's in the interest of both Americans or the rest of the world to do business with China, vice versa. You know, China needs US, US needs China. So I think when it comes to business, there's every intention for business executives like us who wants to do business with each other. And Hong Kong is a perfect place for you to start with. Now, I do agree though, these days, when it comes to technology, people get a little bit nervous, right? Yeah. Because, you know, then you have, people politicize things a lot, right? So I think that is the trouble. But I think, but the truth is, especially in post-COVID time, every country needs to focus and revitalize their economy, right? And you can no longer, I know for political reason, everyone seems to talk about their own local politics. But at the end of the day, we've gone too far in globalization. It's no turning back. You no longer can just say, well, I don't need to do trade with one country or the other. No way. You know, so I do believe that when dust settle, especially in post-COVID time, we just have to continue to develop that trade partnership with each other, including China and the US. So Hong Kong has always been in that space and providing that gateway to each other. Now, I know for the fact that unfortunately, it's very unfortunate these days that Asians in some parts of the world, especially in this case in the US, are being targeted right now, right? So we actually welcome some of these scientists or researchers to return, right? So we actually aggressively try to attract them to come to Hong Kong, right? Of course, we're also competing with Singapore and other countries in the region to attract talents, because the name of the game today is talent retention or attracting talents. We're all doing the same. And because that's, you know, that's what makes the city competitive, right? So it's unfortunate when you have these situations being politicized, but at the same time, it actually creates certain opportunity for us.
I was going to say, we actually just talked behind the scenes, right? It probably crystallizes the value proposition of Hong Kong so much stronger, right? Of people here really being well-versed and familiar and happy in both systems and arguably picking the cherries out of both systems.
Well, I think, and that's why I think the Hong Kong government recognized that as well and willing to put money, not just providing the facilities. I think that used to be the case. We provide facilities and so on, but that's about. But today, no. You know, we have to improve on our quality of life, because for talents to come, they want more than just a workplace, right? They want way more than that. Education for their kids, quality of life, affordable housing, and so on and so on. So I think, well, I have to say Hong Kong, but all governments these days recognize that they have to provide, again, back to the term I used earlier, the total package in order to attract talents. And I think we can. There's certain things we do best, but certain things we probably have to, again, using the GBA, you know, as the motherland to help us to attract these talents to come.
Right. and more exchange, right? So one of my last question was, again, looking about, regulatory interventions, because in the tech world, we dream about metaverses, we dream about an area with no borders. So do you think it's really too idealistic to think about a state where there is free flow of data, of money, of talent, and of goods?
Probably not in one go, right? It takes time, but I think there's no stopping. I mean, at the end of the day, it's the user experience, isn't it, right? So I think, so while there are still regulations, for good reason, there are regulations in different cities, different market, but I still believe that at the end of the day is what the demands from the users. So, and that will facilitate these changes to happen. Not
Not
one
overnight?
go,
Okay.
overnight, but you will get there somehow.
Very good. Do you want to put a time frame to it?
I'm working on it.
Okay, very good, very good. We'll support you. Talking about the ESG side of things. So we talked about operating in the GBA and the opportunities, so more the industry focus, but the ESG focus. And I know also you're very passionate about ESG actions and interventions in Hong Kong already. Maybe we start off with that. You give the audience a little bit of background, how active you are in making Hong Kong a green city.
Early on, you mentioned one of my titles, many titles. I was the chairman for the Sustainable Development for Hong Kong government a few years back. I have to say, I was somewhat I wouldn't say disappointed, but I didn't think that we're going to go very far, because sustainability is almost like a lip service. We talk about it, but do we really care? Do the people in Hong Kong care? Honestly, I don't think so. But amazingly, in the last 1-2 years, things have changed so much. Partly now because it's a global effort. Now the whole ESG requirements. I used to joke around my friends in the finance world. I said, until ESG is part of your bonus KPI, right? Why would anybody care? It's just a tick in the box. But now, apparently, it is part of your bonus KPI. So I think more and more companies, international companies, are putting real effort in meeting this ESG goal. Now, that's the last 1-2 years running up. Then came the 14 5-year plan, China's 14 5-year plan. This is no longer lip service. China has committed to carbon neutrality, 2060, I believe, 2050, 2060. And once China has set that as a goal, oh my goodness, the whole engine is working. All the money are flowing in. So from what I was told now, that there's so much money, but looking for investment, looking for solution. Right? And it's unthinkable. I mean, as I said, I was a chairman for 6 years. It just, I didn't think that it would ever happen. I thought it was just something nice to have. But now, both China and Hong Kong, or perhaps to the world, are all committing to this objective. So things are moving, things are happening, especially there are money ready to spend and invest in solution in addressing these global climate changes.
Yeah, absolutely. That was one of the key takeaways as well when last time we talked, right? When you said when China puts its head to it, then it's going to happen. You are a columnist of the SCMP, right? So you regularly write, and I can encourage everyone here in the audience to be part of the newsletter that comes out and subscribe, because you talk a lot about, in the context also of Hong Kong needing and wanting to be a smart city, about some of the initiatives. I don't know if you want to highlight some of the most recent ones that are really contributing in these efforts.
Well, in our chief executive, Hong Kong chief executive Karen Lam's latest policy address issued in October, last October, she has now committed to this, again, this 2050 carbon neutrality. But in addition to that, it's amazing. I also took by a bit of surprise that we're now going to stop importing, gas combustion vehicles, automobiles to Hong Kong by, I believe it's 2030. And I thought, wow. I mean, when we talk about 2050, it's still so far away. But 2030, it's not that far away. And I thought, wow, it's going to happen. So, no more gas combustion car coming in. So now, of course, they still allow you to use your existing vehicle, but by 2050, no more, right? There's no more gas station as well by then. So this is actually happening. So, and not to mention our two, power company, we need to also change the fuel mix and so on. So all these things are happening, and we're going to see it in our lifetime. Some of this initiative, I thought, wow, it's so far down that it's not going to be me, my son. But now there are other initiatives that's going to actually happen within our lifetime.
Right, and probably have to, right? I think the conscience definitely is here. I think, so we talked about the E of the S and G. I think also in terms of, social and governance impact, do you see some of regulations coming up or interventions coming up that are really trying to move the needle?
Well, Hong Kong actually have committed to a few initiatives, but of course, when we say we're committed, but it still takes time to educate the people. Like we're talking about diversity. I mean, it's a phrase now that is often used, but do people truly understand the meaning of true diversity? I was once in another occasion, I spoke about diversity, and one of the audience asked me, especially when I talk about gender diversity, right? And this person asked me, say, well, it's beyond just gender, right? What about, I mean, even gender itself can be further defined.
I was recently taught that gender is a spectrum nowadays. Yes, absolutely.
That's right. So that's why when we say, oh, Hong Kong, we truly respect gender diversity. Yes, we do. But again, it's not the type of gender that the definition of gender is now being further, especially if we're talking about inclusiveness, we bring in the talent from the world, then it's a different story anymore, right? Because I'm sure if it's the local context, there's a different definition of gender. But if you talk about bringing global talents to Hong Kong, then we have to respect others' definition of that gender, right? And this is, I think, Hong Kong is still, that's why I said earlier, we still have rooms to improve. Because I don't think we have yet as inclusive as we think we are. So this is the part I think we have to work on it. But this is not just a Hong Kong problem. It's happening everywhere, right? While you have to respect the local, but in a globalized world, how do you bring all this together? So is this a challenge even in the United States, right? They are very diverse too, but I'm not so sure they manage to deal with all the problem arising from diversity.
Absolutely. Fantastic. Unfortunately, we're running out of time now, but if there would be one bold statement you want to end with, or outlook, or key takeaway for the audience.
Ooh, I thought that first one I gave you already good enough. Well, I suppose the key takeaway is given what happened to Hong Kong in 2019 and 2020 with the COVID, I would say my bold statement will be, I would like to say that Hong Kong is back in business.
Fantastic. I love it. Hong Kong is back in business. SIS is back in next year as well, May 2022, with the theme, by the way, of universe meets metaverse. So next time, maybe we can have a discussion about a fully different world out there.
And next time, I will be less dressed than today.
Wonderful. Bernie, it's always a great pleasure to have you and to have your frank, open, and transparent sharing. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Run too far. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I think that draws to a close Scaleup Impact Summit, and I can't do this alone. I mean, I'm slightly fatigued and ready to go again. Shall we do this all again tomorrow?
Oh, yes. Well, we have to wait until next May, though. I'm sorry. You have to wait for a little bit.
Well, I'll be working on my avatar's body between now and then so that I'll be able to buff up and show off in SIS 5.0, I suppose. But look, we started the day by thanking all the technical crew and the support staff and everyone who's made this happen. But I think the biggest thank you has to go out to, obviously, all the speakers, as well as to the audience. I mean, it's been, we've had some great sessions with packed houses here. We've had some great engagement online, and really the audience has made this event come alive.
Absolutely. I actually want to top it with one huge thank you and shout out that I would like to make, and that is really dear to my heart. So one is about our wonderful volunteers, and thank you again for being our amazing MC. And last but not least, the amazing W Hub and Angel Hub team. Guys, you totally rock it. Thank you. It's always the team that makes the dream work. Thank you for dreaming big with us and making all of this happen. Huge shout out.
Huge shout out to the team, and thank you everyone involved in this. It's been a very successful event, and congratulations and good night.
See you next year.
Woo!
Blockchain technology was created to enable economic systems where borderless transactions can be achieved without the need for a central authority. But without these, how do users agree on which transactions should be written to the blockchain? How do they come to consensus? Algorand securely and efficiently achieves consensus in a fully decentralized network, as long as the supermajority of honest users agree on what should be added to the chain. Users participate in consensus through participation nodes, and nodes submit users' votes to the network. Algorand ties the security of the whole economy to the honesty of the majority of the economy, unlike other protocols, which tie it to a small subset of their economy, such as miners or delegates. In Algorand, it's impossible for the owners of a small fraction of the stake to harm the whole system. And it would be foolish for the owners of the majority of the stake to misbehave, as it would diminish the network overall. Algorand's consensus protocol is based on our unique approach that we call pure proof of stake. Users are selected to participate in consensus based on their stake, or the number of tokens they own. It's similar to a lottery, with each token representing a lottery spin. The more tokens a user has, the better chance they have of winning the lottery and being selected. This method is used to select which users propose and vote on a block, as well as how many votes a user gets, one per lottery win, in the voting process to approve a block. Users are selected to participate with a verifiable random function, or VRF, which acts similar to the lottery. This function can be executed on any node for any user, and allows the selected user to prove their selection, or their winning lottery, to the network with a cryptographically signed proof that gets propagated to every participating node. For each round of the protocol, a unique set of users is randomly and privately selected, independent of earlier sets. This selection process is very fast, as it does not require any collaboration among nodes. Therefore, the addition of nodes does not slow the process down. It's also very secure. An adversary does not know who matters in generating the next block, and therefore should be corrupted, until after a selected user participates. And by the time an adversary realizes that a user is selected, it is too late for them to benefit from an attack. The user has already sent their message and fulfilled their responsibility in the protocol. So here's how consensus is achieved and a block is written to the blockchain. When Alice sends a transaction to Bob, it's submitted to a node in the Algorand network and placed in a queue with other transactions. These transactions are propagated to all the nodes in the network. Every node then executes the VRF, or plays the lottery, for every participating user for essentially every token they own. If a user on a node gets selected, that node selects a group of transactions from its queue to put into a block and propagates the block, along with its VRF proof, to other nodes in the network. Other nodes in the network will propagate blocks as well. As each node receives this block, it will hold it as the primary block proposal. If it receives multiple blocks, It will compare the VRF proof of each and only keep and propagate the one with the lowest proof. Eventually, only one block proposal will remain. To verify agreement on the current block proposal, another VRF, or lottery, is executed for every participating user in the network to select a group of users to vote on this proposal. Their voting power is determined by how many times they win the lottery. This committee of users then propagates votes for the block proposal to the network. Every node in the network accumulates these votes, and when a supermajority vote of the committee is reached for a proposal, it is considered the block to be certified. The VRF is executed a third time to select a group of users to certify the selected block. Again, their voting power is determined by how many times they win the lottery. The newly chosen committee then votes to certify the block. These votes are propagated to the network and accumulated by each node. Once a supermajority of votes are accumulated, the block is written to the blockchain. This whole process takes less than 5 seconds. Alice's transaction to Bob is finalized, and the process begins again.
Campaign initializing. New campaign initializing.